feast begin.
As ashes will be.
What is going on, clan? Welcome to Dark Souls 3 full trophy and achievement guide. In this guide here, we are going to get all of the trophies required to get the platinum, and we're going to do so in an efficient manner, and I've got this all edited down for convenience as well. Now, before we actually dive straight into it, we do have a few things we need to cover because this game does have missable trophies, and as long as you follow the guide, you will have a very smooth time. Now, I do have a build that I recommend most people go with, especially with survivability. I want you guys to kind of level up your stats in the order I have them, especially Vigor. That's going to make you survive a lot of attacks and make the game a bit easier for you. So we're going for a Pyro melee build. At first, we're just going to be a bit more tanky, and then eventually we'll be doing some big dick damage. There are going to be some rings and spells we collect on the way to make ourselves stronger, and these will also make our fire attacks stronger when we do start using those pyromancy abilities, as well as just getting those fire or pyromancy abilities to begin with, so the actual spells. Now, I will sort of touch base on this throughout the guide as well, so don't worry too much about it. Alright, this guide is Missable City Population Us. I'm telling you guys, there are so many things you can miss, and if you just follow my directions, you'll have a nice, smooth journey for the platinum, and that's what I want. I want you guys to have a good time with me and also smash out the platinum trophy. So don't let the missable trophies taunt you. I've got your back. Next, there are boss souls, but I recommend just not using them. Every time we kill a boss, you're going to get a specific soul from that boss that can be used for a different weapon or a different spell. Eventually, there will be something we buy, but other than that, I kind of want you guys to not use them just to play it completely safe. There are some you can use, but again, I recommend against it just to save yourself multiple playthroughs. Now, lastly, there are a lot of Covenant items. Covenants are basically these groups or cults that you can join throughout the game, whatever you want to call them. And there's these things that we need to collect to basically further our faith or our rank within those specific covenants. So again, I'll be touching on this as we go through the guide just to make it very easy to track, as well as when we get to the farming stages in the game. Alright, so now that we've laid all of that out a bit, you can always take a look at the stats if you need to look back at them or write them down somewhere so you don't have to keep referring back to this video. I'll have timestamps in the description for everything as well to make sure that it's very easy for you guys to track everything. I just want to make this super simple for you guys and for us to have a great journey through Dark Souls 3 together. And that's pretty much it. We'll dive straight into it, but if you are new around here,
may the flames guide thee.
now that we're ready to start, you can go ahead and create your own character. You do want to have the Burial Gift as the fire gem. We're going to use that on our sword to basically have it do fire damage, which is going to come in handy throughout the game as well. We'll also be choosing the Knight class to start out with for this. So again, choose the Knight, have the fire gem. Other than that, you're free to pick whatever else you would like. Now, I do want to also mention that if you have a friend who can drop you all of the rings, then you can actually ignore all of the rings in this guide, because you can pop the trophy if a friend drops you all of the rings. So again, if you have a friend that can do that, that's perfectly fine. If not, I'm going to show you how to get them all in the game anyways. That way, if you're like me and you don't have friends, you can still get the platinum. So here you go, you can have a look through your menu, your equipment slots, and just get familiar with the game. Pressing triangle will allow you to hold your weapon with two hands. R2 is your strong attacks, R1 for your quick attacks, and you can lock on enemies with the right analog stick. So right here at the start of the game, you're going to go forward, kill through these like kind of newbie ass enemies, you know, just to get a feel for the game. You'll be able to pick up your Ashen Estus Flask here as well. After grabbing that, we can just continue forward. Now, I won't be exploring every area and things like that. We're specifically focusing on all trophies and achievements. I'm not here to waste any of your guys' time. We're going to get these trophies and smash them out. You can change your weapon with the directional pad as well as your items. So just a few more controls that you can familiarize yourself with. As you progress forward, you're going to go up this hill and find out your first bonfire. Now, these are essentially your checkpoints. But if you actually rest at this one, you're also going to get your first gesture. Now there is 26 gestures that you actually have to get in the game. You are given a few as default, but there are 26 that we need to actually get for the trophy. I'll be making sure that we grab those throughout the guide, and I'll make it nice and easy to follow. So again, after you get your first bonfire, you can make your way down into this area and then go through the doorway. You don't really have to kill anything. You can just keep rolling by. You get a lot of invincibility frames whenever you roll. This is going to be your first boss. Now you guys will be able to kick his ass, no problem. What we're going to do is we're going to press X to remove the sword. And while he's actually doing his animation and all of that reanimating shit, start beating on him. You can actually start doing some damage to him early on. So if you just damage him a bit, you can see there we've already got a nice decent start. Now again, you want to rely on your invincibility frames whenever you dodge. Getting used to how the combat works in this game will be a huge win for yourself. Whenever you're rolling, you're basically invincible during those certain amount of frames. So just again, practice it. Sometimes rolling towards the boss is really good, or hugging the boss depending on the actual encounter. You can press square to drink your flasks to heal up, but ultimately he shouldn't take you more than a couple tries if you are new to the Soul series. If you're not new to them, you guys will have no problem. But again, we'll just keep attacking him. You can also hold L2 and then R2 to do your special attack. And that takes a little bit of your focus points, which is that blue bar on the screen. But again, it does a fair bit of damage as well, so that might be something that will help you. When he's transforming, you can get a fair bit of hits in him, just like you saw there. And ultimately, even stagger him, and then we finish him off. So that'll be a nice, easy trophy for you guys. I don't see you guys taking too long on that. You guys are absolute beasts. Okay, so after you defeat him, you'll become Embered. And this is for any boss as well. And an Embered effect is basically a small stat increase. So you see your health bar gets a bit bigger and things like that. So being Embered is really good. It makes it a little bit easier because you can take a bit more damage. But once you rest, you can move on through the doorway. And you don't have to pick this up, but you can if you want. We're mainly just going to make our way up to the very top. This is going to be our main hub. So this is the hub of Dark Souls 3, the Firelink Shrine. Now in the Firelink Shrine, there is a few gestures we can actually get here. So upon arriving, you'll just head down here and you'll see the Firekeeper. Now past the Firekeeper, if you go down this tunnel, you're going to see a blacksmith at the end. Now go ahead and speak to the blacksmith. And you can go through all his dialogue options. And before we do anything, we want to reinforce our weapon with the fire gem that we chose from the beginning. That's going to make our sword do fire damage as well, which will come in handy throughout the game. And then we can go ahead and hit talk. And that's going to be another gesture. So again, just go through, hit talk, and exhaust all of his dialogue. Whenever we say exhaust his dialogue or exhaust their dialogue when speaking about an NPC, it means just keep talking to them until they repeat the same thing. After that, speak with this guy here. That's going to get you another gesture, so you should have 3 out of the 26. Okay, after you grab that, make sure you speak to the Firekeeper. Now here's where we can level up throughout the game, so whenever you have excess souls, you can come here, spend them on leveling up and making your character stronger.
Then touch the darkness within me.
What did she say?
You can pause the game here if you need to, do your thing. But basically we can already start leveling our vigor, just so we have a bit more survivability. Okay, so after you've done that, we can head to our next area. In order to start fast traveling, we need to create a bonfire here. So just interact with this area right here. And this will create a Firelink Shrine bonfire. So this will be how we always come back to the hub if we ever need to. And this is where you would come for leveling up and some of the other things we need to do throughout the guide. Once you're ready to go to the next area, click the bonfire, head to the high wall of Lothric, and we can continue our journey. Once you make your way here, you'll be in a circular room. There's nothing in this room. You just want to head forward through the door. Okay, once you've made your way through the door, just head down and you will see a new bonfire. Make sure you interact with the bonfire to activate it. Now here's our next area. We're going to do quite a few things here, so just follow along and we'll make it nice and easy. Okay, so we're going to head to the stairway on our left side. Make our way down. You're going to see all these enemies here. You can just kind of run past them. There's a soul there if you want it, just for some extra souls along the way. You're going to make your way into this room here. If you ever get stuck on an enemy, you can try hitting them or just rolling away. We want to drop down here. You're going to take a little bit of fall damage, but that's not really an issue. You can just keep rolling. Now next up, you want to be quick at this part because the dragon's going to blow fire. He hasn't landed just yet, so if you just run straight up, past the enemies, and then open up the gate, he should kill most of the enemies, but just make sure you're not being followed, as you can see there. Now we're going to kill our mimic, our first mimic here. Now mimics in this game are basically fake chests that will attack you. You can tell that they're fake chests because sometimes you can see them breathing, or you can see that the chain is forward like that one is instead of behind the back of the chest. So go ahead and charge up an attack, and then we're going to slowly kill him. You just want to keep dodging him as well because he can grab you and eat you, which will basically be a one-hit kill. So when he goes to do that grab, just go around him, keep hitting him. Now once he dies, you'll get a deep battle axe. This is another weapon alternative if you wanted to use it over the sword in case you're not too fond of the sword. But after that, we'll make our way up and we'll head through the gate. So again, you don't have to use the axe. It's just something you can use if you'd prefer that over the sword. Now this guy, you can kind of lure him out and then just run away past him. Because if you make your way to the very top of this tower, there's actually going to be another bonfire. Now it won't let you activate if there are enemies nearby, so you might need to clear out the one that follows you and then activate the bonfire. After you activated it, you can head down here. Just walk off the beam. Okay, after that, when you fall down here and go through the doorway, there's going to be an enemy that can attack you from the side. So just quickly run past. You can just jump down. You don't have to go down the ladder. Avoid that enemy as well, and then make your way to the side of this building. Now right here, you can jump down, make your way down again. And then in this room here, there's going to be a giant knight that will come through the doorway up ahead. He's a little bit easier to fight if you actually bring him outside of the room. And try and bring him out of the room so you're not hitting your sword on the wall. And then once you kill him, you can make your way through here. Now I've cleared all the enemies in here just to make it a bit easier for the video, so you guys can follow along a bit easier. As you can see, there's a lot of enemies in here. You want to really aggro them kind of slowly, otherwise you can die very quickly. As you can see, I was doing pretty bad, so I lost a lot of my health. So we got an Estus shard over here on this anvil, or this table, whatever you want to call it. So make sure you grab the Estus shard and then come down the stairs here to grab a cell key. So you should have got an Estus shard and a cell key in this room. And then after grabbing those two items, we can make our way outside here to the left. You can break through this by just rolling here. And you just want to avoid that big guy. So go this way, avoid the big guy. You can see if he's, kind of near you before you drop down. Because as you can see, I don't have a lot of health. There are some archer enemies here. They're not too bad. You can just quickly take them out and then make your way up here. And sometimes there'll be another one that follows you up the stairs, so just be mindful of it. So go ahead and take him out. And then after you've done that, there's a ring that we're going to grab. This is one of our first rings that we're going to grab. Again, you can skip this if you are having a friend drop the rings. It's a little bit of a tricky jump, but once you jump, you get a ring of sacrifice. Now this ring breaks upon use, so I wouldn't recommend using it because you need to have all of the rings in your inventory at once for the trophy to pop. So if a friend's dropping it, doesn't really matter. But again, if you are trying to get the trophy, then I recommend just saving onto that ring and just don't use it. Next up, we're going to open up a shortcut just so we don't have to run through all of that in the future. We can just come to this lift and then take the lift down. It's going to make life a bit easier if we have this unlocked. Now again, there's going to be a lot of enemies here. You can either kill them or just run straight to the lift. Okay, so you can kill them or just avoid them if you want to run straight to the lift. Go up the lift, and there's going to be a cell door at the very top. This is going to open a shortcut for us, so that way we don't have to go the long way anymore. And once you're in here, just make your way up the stairs on the outside. So we're going up the stairs. There's going to be a few enemies and some dogs as well, so just watch out for them. But go up those stairs by the shortcut and then up these stairs here. We're going to grab an item that we'll use later on in the guide. There's a lot of enemies right there as well that I've killed. Again, they're just all kind of grunts. They should be pretty easy for you guys. Grab the longbow and make your way back down the stairs. Now, the stairway up ahead that way is the shortcut to the bonfire. But we're going to go back down the lift. Now, we will be fighting a boss shortly, so you can go to the bonfire if you need to restock on your supplies or get some health back. And then, of course, the enemies respawn, so just be aware of that. But in order to get to the next boss, before we actually go down to his room where we would fight him, you want to make your way past these knights up ahead. I recommend just skipping them, to be honest. They won't follow you inside the room. You can see a doorway's open. Run through that doorway, and they shouldn't follow you through there. But when you speak to the NPC here, you're going to get a trophy. It's for a covenant. Again, we won't really need to know about those just yet until we get a bit further in the guide. So get the banner, and then get the Way of the Blue item, so you can get the Way of Blue Covenant trophy as well as the banner. So after you've grabbed both of those items, we can make our way down here. Again, just avoiding the knights so we can stay at full health. And you guys are going to take on your first actual boss, and you guys will smash it. Run up to the gate to trigger a cutscene, and then we're going to fight Vordt of the Boreal Valley. Now, this boss is easier to kind of go up behind him. As you can see, he's swinging in front of me, so if I'm behind him, he can't really hit me. He does do a charge attack that you can roll towards. I find rolling towards him works better. And there you go. See, see how like you can just roll through his attack. Okay, I got hit. Look, I'm trash, but you guys got this, okay? So you can roll forward, kind of hug the boss to make it a little bit easier. Sometimes you can get the special off as well by pressing L2 and then R2. You can see I did a few of them up his ass right there. Sign me up to be Vordt, you know what I'm saying? Alright guys, so once he's defeated, you're going to get a trophy as well as your first boss soul. Again, I don't want you guys to use these just to save any kind of extra playthroughs. Make it nice and easy for you guys. But after you kill him, go ahead and light the bonfire. You'll notice the gate open in front of you. Before we actually go through that gate, we need to clean up something before we kind of go to the next area. So go back to the tower on the wall bonfire. You'll remember this tower here that we were at before. Make your way down the stairs. We're going to collect another ring in the area before we leave. Drop down. Then drop down again. Watch out for the assassin type enemies that are hiding behind boxes and things like that. They're kind of everywhere, so just be careful. Make your way through the doorway on the left. You'll see this cell area and then a staircase down. Take the stairs down and then you'll find a jail cell. Now we have the key to this door. You're going to open it and speak to this NPC, and he's going to give you another ring. He's also going to go back to the Firelink Shrine, which we're going to need to use a bit later. So grant his request, and that'll give you another ring. Now after that, we can make our way back up to the tower, go to the bonfire, and then go to the Firelink Shrine. We're basically just using the items we have right now, like the Estus shard that we grabbed. We're going to the blacksmith to upgrade our flask. There is a trophy for this, but we will grab these as we go, and I'll have the timestamps again in the description for you so you can kind of go through the video as you please. All you do is go to reinforce Estus flask, and he's going to upgrade that by 1. So next time we rest, you'll see that it's at 4 instead of 3. And you can also allocate your flasks. So if you want more magic ones, you can have more magic, or if you want health, you can do health. You don't really need magic until we actually are starting to use it, so you can go more for the health if you find yourself struggling to survive. Then make your way back to the Vordt boss room by going to the bonfire, and then head outside the gate that opened and press X to raise the banner. You'll have a cutscene and then you'll be at the Undead settlement. You can activate the bonfire that's here and then make your way down the steps. There's another NPC that we want to get to go to the Firelink Shrine, so we're going to talk to him, exhaust his dialogue, and he'll teleport to the shrine. You can just drop down right here if you roll. Just be careful of the 2 dogs behind this wagon. And after you take them out, you can run forward. You're going to see a bunch of these weird looking NPC characters. See how none of them are moving right there? You'll find one that is moving, and you can hear that he's talking to us as well. So he's this one right here. Go ahead and speak to him. It's going to be another case of accepting his request or his service. and then he'll go to the Firelink Shrine. You'll see him warp away as long as you did that correctly. After you've done that, we'll make our way through the front gate. Now, once you approach the front gate, it's going to open automatically. A bunch of dogs will come out as well, so you're just going to have to clear them out. Okay, so once we go through the doorway, we're going to find our last bonfire of this video. I don't want the first one to be too long, just to kind of ease you into the game. And then you can just, continue on to part 2 if you're going to keep going. I'll have all the timestamps in the description, like I've said before, but light the bonfire. Welcome to part 2 of Dark Souls 3. As you can see, we are in the Undead settlement. Now for this next part, we're just going to jump right back into it and continue where we left off. You want to come through this building here. There are these assassins that pop out, as you can see on the floor. Just be ready to attack them. And when you come out here, there's going to be an item that you can grab off of this dead body. Now mind you, this whole area is filled with enemies, so you'll have to clear them out first. But then you can grab Loretta's bone. That's a quest item that we'll need. And then on the tree itself is going to be an Estus shard, so we can upgrade our Estus flask. After grabbing that, we're going to grab a Covenant trophy that is technically missable if you don't discover this area first. So in order to do it, we're going to come back over to the right side of this sort of square. You're going to find this spot here with a bridge. Again, there's going to be a few enemies on your way here. I've cleared them out for the video, but there's a few assassins as well as just your normal kind of grunt type enemies. Make your way forward and then up the ladder. And once you make it to the very top, you're going to stay at the very edge of the house. So don't fall down just yet. I don't believe this enemy aggro's off memory, but just to be safe, I recommend, waiting until he is faced away from you and he's coming back down the hill here. And then that way you can sort of creep up on him. Don't be suspicious about it. Just kind of roll up on my boy here. And then you want to press X when you're standing behind him, and then you'll jump inside his cage. After you've done that, it's going to trigger a cutscene of him just walking away with you in the cage. And then, you'll eventually end up here with this NPC. Go ahead and speak to the NPC and say indeed, so the first option. And then talk with him again. Get the Mound Maker's item, which will also give you the Covenant trophy. And as always, just exhaust his dialogue. I believe he gives you some homeward bones as well. Yep, there you go. And those are really handy for returning back to a bonfire if you ever need to, or as well as to return to the Firelink Shrine. After you've done all that, you can actually use one of the homeward bones. And then we're going to use it to go back to the bonfire that we last rested at. So this should be back at the Undead settlement. We're at the square here where we grabbed the Estus shard. Again, timestamps will be in the bottom of the video. This time we're going to go left instead of the right path that we went on. We're going to go through this doorway here, drop down this hole, and inside here we can get another trophy. If you're low HP as well, you can drink this and it'll heal you. It's that perp skirt from up north. Someone just left it there. And then you can grab the Warrior of Sunlight item to the left and get another trophy. Make sure you grab that because that's for a Covenant and we want to use those later on in the guide. After that, you can open up the door. Make your way to the right past these guys here. You can see that those are actually enemies. You don't want to go near them where they start like beating the shit out of you with their legs. And you can just run past all of these enemies if you like. And we're going to run all the way down. And I'll kind of look around so you can get a reference point. But basically, yeah, if you just roll down, you can kind of dodge to the side here if that dude up top starts attacking you. Make your way down. Thankfully, the next bonfire is just down below. Now, if you are embered right here, you will be invaded. For now, you can avoid him if you want. We're just going to go to the Firelink Shrine from this bonfire. And we're going to upgrade our flask. Then that way, if you have any more trouble going through the area, at least you have an extra heal. So head over to the blacksmith back at the Firelink Shrine. Upgrade your flask. We then head back to the dilapidated bridge, bonfire, and you want to be embered like I said before because the phantom here will only invade you when you're embered. So if you're not embered, go ahead and use one. If you don't have one, you can buy one from the Firelink Shrine Maiden as well. If you still can't buy one or get your hands on one, it's not really a big deal. You can avoid this part. It just means you'll have to farm one a bit later. which isn't really a big deal. So once you're embered, if you make your way up a bit, then he should invade you. I recommend luring him down here or killing that guy beforehand, whatever you can do. Now my man is a bit fucking slow, but just wait for him. He'll eventually come to you. He starts aggroing as you get a bit closer to him. After you kill him, you'll get a vertebra shackle. And these are these items that we need for the covenants. But again, if you can't get that one, it's not a huge deal. We'll just farm more later. Use the bonfire to fast travel to the Undead settlement. And again, we're traveling through that house that we did before. And you can just roll past the enemies. You don't have to kill them. You can if you need extra souls, or maybe you want to level up. Maybe you're struggling. Obviously, you wouldn't be because you're a lot better than my ass. But we're going to go around here, drop down. This time we're going to go to the right side again, but instead of going off that path to the right, where the mound makers was, we're going to go straight past these guys here. And you get some invincibility frames whenever you open a door. So if you're quick, you can just run past all these enemies, and there's going to be an assassin that drops down, but you can just open up the door. You'll get invincibility frames, then you can start spamming the roll button. And if you run past these really quick, you can roll and then drop down. You'll take a little bit of damage, but then you can roll under the actual area here and grab another bonfire. So another checkpoint for us. Activate the bonfire. Once you've done that, you can make your way outside the other path. Go up the staircase and then around up this building. Now once you're in this building, you'll go through a hallway. There'll be some enemies there that you can take out. And then to the left here is going to be another NPC we can send back to the Firelink Shrine. This is the Pyromancer. So ask him to learn Pyromancy. And after you've done that, he should disappear. He'll go to the Firelink Shrine. And then there's a ring that we can grab in this area as well before we leave. You can drop down onto this building here and then drop down again so you don't take damage. You'll see this sort of like guillotine platform over here. And if you go behind it, there's a little bit of a bridge with a ring next to an enemy. This ring is great because it helps our pyro build. So this will increase your damage for any fire abilities or fire spells. So that's one that we will want to equip. So if you have that one now, go ahead and equip it. You should. Or if your friend dropped it to you, you can equip it if you're using my build. Whatever works best for you. And then make your way down here. There's going to be these enemies that eat some pots at you. So you just want to run past them and dodge. And then you can keep running past. You can use the door up ahead for the iframes to kind of dodge their attacks. But they'll likely still be aggroed to you. So I recommend trying to kill them. I also recommend killing them outside of the door. Otherwise, they could possibly make the NPC on the inside aggressive. I'm not sure why that happens, but I just, try to avoid that. After that, you can speak with this NPC over here and go through his dialogue. So exhaust his dialogue. Just keep talking to him until he's repeating the same thing. And if you remember, we grabbed a longbow towards the beginning of the guide. And the reason we grabbed it is for this moment now. So you can equip it even though we don't have the stats for it. You can press right on the D-pad to pull it out and then equip it. And you want to go to the left side here because wherever you shoot it from is kind of where this body will go flying. And you want to shoot it from the left side so then it falls off of the cliff. If you mess that up, you can rest at a bonfire and it should reset. But again, shoot it from the left side and you will grab the flame stone plate ring. After that, head back inside to the NPC, exhaust his dialogue. He'll introduce himself and all of that good stuff. This guy, we will be doing a quest line throughout the guide. He's got a few gestures for us as well. And he's also got a spell for us, if I remember correctly. But either way, exhaust his dialogue and then head down the lift. So we just make our way down the lift. And I'm going to show you this area for the first time because there's a little bit of a special thing about this lift. And we'll be coming right back to the lift in a moment. We're coming down here to grab a bonfire just to make our life a little bit easier. And there is an enemy in this next room, so just be careful. If you're really quick, you can grab the ember right here to the right. In case you want an extra ember. But you need to be quick, otherwise he's going to start going apeshit on you. Once you're outside the door, you're fine. He won't come outside. Go ahead and activate the bonfire. And you can rest if you need to as well. And then we're going to make our way back up the lift that we came down from. So head back inside. We go up the lift back to this room we were in before. But what you want to do is press the lift button and then let it go down, because there's 2 platforms on this lift. So the fact that we let it go down now, this top one is going to be at our level, and then we can use that to ride to the upper floor. So once you're ready and it's come down, make your way to the very top. You can hear someone talking. That's the NPC we just met. But we're not going to go there yet. We're going to go to the very top, and you're going to see a stairway here. Go up the stairs, and you're going to find a giant. Do not attack him. You just want to talk to him. So press X, and then make peace. He's going to help us a bit later now that we've made peace with him. So he's one of the real ones. He's gonna have our back, right? We're getting gangbang. He's going to be the leader. I mean, the one that saves us. After that, we're going to head back down the lift, and you want to just be ready to jump onto this platform. So it's about midway down the lift. You'll see a wooden platform. You can ride the elevator back up if you miss it, but do that, and then you'll find the NPC again, Seaward. So go ahead and speak to him. And again, we're exhausting his dialogue, and he's going to help us on this next fight. Okay, and after you go through his dialogue, if you want, again, you can be using the deep battle axe in the meantime, or you can stick with the longsword, whatever you think is going to do the big damage. So for this, I was just using the axe. And right at the start, he's actually going to jump in and try and help you on the fight. And this is really good for juggling the aggro a bit. So if you feel like, you're getting your shit kicked in like I am, I'm just showing you for example. Like, obviously, I had no issues with this guy. And as you can see, he took aggro, and then I can go behind him and start doing the damage. Once you kill him, you're going to get a fire gem. So again, just try until you beat him. You have his help as well. And he's also going to give us 2 gestures right now, so we can knock those off of our list. So in order to get both of them, just ensure that you go through all of his dialogue options and he basically falls asleep on you. Before we leave the area, we're going to grab a Covenant item that'll come in handy a bit later. If you go around the back here, jump on the roof of this house, you can attack this dead body to fall down, and you can find a pale tongue. This is a Covenant item, again, that we'll be using a bit later. After that, to get out of this area, you want to go up this way. Go up the stairs. I've sped it up just for convenience for you guys. Go up the stairs. Watch out for those hanging enemies. You don't have to grab that item. It's nothing of importance. And then watch out for the dogs coming up as well. Next up, you have 2 of the big boy enemies, and you can just run straight past them. And then up here, we're actually going to grab another ring. So you get the Flynn's ring, and there's also one more ring we can get from this area by dropping down into this tower. So make sure you don't fall off the edge like I almost did. I was just showing you an example of what not to do. And what you want to do right here is go around the side before going in the doorway. Grab the 2 homeward bones, because we're going to end up using one here in a moment. And then you can come inside this doorway. Sign me up to be the doorway. And then you can drop down. And behind these barrels over here is going to be the next ring. So just break through the boxes. There you go, we have our next ring. And as you come out here, you'll see this is that area. If you don't want to use a homeward bone, you can go up the stairs to the right, and that'll lead you back to that bonfire. But if you're lazy like me, we're going to go into our inventory, click a homeward bone, and we're going to go back to the bonfire that we last rested at. We want to be at the dilapidated bridge again, because our next area that we go to is directly north, or straight from the bonfire here. We can actually just run past this enemy. You can just completely ignore him. We're going to go into this next area that you can see a bunch of javelins that have been thrown there. And if you remember that giant we made peace with, who's one of the real ones, who's basically going to have our back, well, this is where he comes in handy, because these 2 guys think they can square up to you.
Surprise, motherfucker!
And you're going to fuck around, you're going to find out, right? So sure enough, these guys get blasted. So you can just come through here, looting everything. You got some embers, some young white branches. Be careful, there's still more enemies. The giant still had my back. He's an absolute beast. Like, look at him, man. He's just taking them out, bro. Like, I don't even need to do anything. Look at that. Deleted. Next up, we're going to get an undead bone shard, and you can see it's over there on that dead body. You want to run with circle or the left analog stick and then click it again right before you hit that gap, and that's going to make you do, I don't know if I can call it a jump because it's a very baby bitch jump, but it's a jump, right? He does a little hopscotch, and you grab the undead bone shard, carefully make your way back onto this part here, and there's a few items we want to collect in the area before we leave. So again, from right here as a reference point, we're at that center area where all that loot was. If you go to the top by all of these gravestones, you're going to find an item on a body over to the left. These are the Mortician's Ashes. We need to grab those. After you grab those, we can just turn back around and we're going to go through the doorway into that building. There might still be some enemies because some kind of hide in the building here, so just be careful. You can run up here, go past this area, and then straight through the doorway. Now there's going to be a boss to our left, but a shortcut to our right. So if we open the door to the right, that's going to be a shortcut unlocked for us. So go ahead and open that. After you've opened it and we have that shortcut unlocked, we can then go after the boss. When you go into the boss room, there's going to be a lot of these little ads or enemies that are around. You can quickly take them out, and then this big tree dude is going to spawn. Now, even though my IQ is in the negatives, anyone can determine that the weak spot is in his balls. That's pretty much the weak spot for anything that has balls. And all you want to do is just keep hacking away at them until they burst. So you'll see that you don't do a lot of damage to them, but once they actually burst, that's when the damage is done. So yeah, just go around. The one at the front is exposed, as well as the one on his hand and his leg. So you can see here on the left leg, that one didn't take much to break. And then there's some on his hand here, and we're just going to go for those. I don't know if you'd even call it a hand because it's just a giant tree, but eventually once you get them low enough, you're going to fall down. And I don't think you have to swing your weapon to, survive that, but you can do that just to be safe. And then again, hit his balls until he's dead, and you will get a trophy as well as the transposing kiln. This is what we're going to use to trade boss souls in, but we won't do that till a bit later. And I'll make sure that I let you guys know what to turn in, so then you guys could be more overpowered. Make the journey a little bit easier. But grab the bonfire after you've defeated him and go to the Firelink Shrine. Now that we're in the Firelink Shrine, we're just going to do a bit of quest or side cleanup. And what we do is we go in here past the blacksmith to the left, and you're going to find Grey Rat. I think that's how you pronounce that. Anyway, speak to him, go through all of his dialogue options, and then give him the Loretta's bone that we picked up from the Undead settlement. That was on the dead body right at the start of that area. After you've given him that, go ahead and talk to him until he's repeating himself. He's basically letting us know that we can keep the ring that we got from him in part 1 of my guide. After he's repeating himself for quite some time, you want to go to options and then quit the game. This is going to force the area to refresh. Reload the game, and he should still be there. Talk to him, you're going to get the curl up gesture. So that's another gesture off the list. After getting the gesture, you just want to go through his dialogue till he's repeating again. Quit the game, and then reload. And then go through his dialogue yet again. Now this time his dialogue is basically going to have an option, and you want to choose send him to pillage. After you've sent him to pillage, you can talk to him a few times just to kind of progress it, make sure that everything has been registered, and then you can quit one last time and then reload the game, and as you see, he'll be gone now. So you need him to be gone, get all that stuff from him, and then you can proceed with the guide. Go up the stairs, make our way back towards this area here. Speak to the shrine handmaid and give her the Umbral Ash Mortician's Ashes. Doing that unlocks more items in her store. So if you can see now, we go to purchase item. Down here she's going to have a grave key for 1500 souls. If you don't have enough, you can use some of those minor souls, but please do not use the boss souls. Whatever you do, do not click them, but you should have enough anyways from clearing the area. After that, what we can do here is from the tree guy, we got a transposing kiln. This is where you can turn in the boss souls. So give that to this guy, but don't turn in any of the souls Again, do not turn in any of the souls at this point in the guide. Otherwise, you could lock yourself out of trophies and then have multiple playthroughs. After you give that item to him, then come to the very top of the throne and grab the cracked eye orbs from this guy here. You then can also go to the bonfire down below, burn your undead bone shard, and then travel to the Firelink Shrine again to refresh the area. There's a trophy for burning the undead bone shards, and it upgrades your healing flask potency basically. But after you refresh the area, go ahead and speak to him again. He's going to tell you have to kill a dark wraith, and he's going to give you a lift chamber key. If he's not giving you the key, you need to refresh it again. So again, just make sure you grab the cracked red eye orbs, the lift chamber key, and exhaust all of his dialogue and refreshing the area in order to progress that quest line. After that, we'll make our way back through to where the blacksmith is, but this time we're going to go to the right. We're going to drop down and you're going to see the pyromancer that we saved. This is Cornix. And the good news is we can at least start upgrading our pyromancy flame because he's going to give it to you now. Using titanite shards and things like that, you can upgrade it to do more damage. And he also sells a fireball attack, which you can start out with as kind of your basic attack until we unlock a really beast attack. But go through all of his dialogue options, and once he's repeating himself, just walk away and talk to him again. After you do that, you're going to get a gesture from him. So again, just make sure you go through the dialogue, walk away, and then talk to him again. So as I said before, you can reinforce the pyromancy flame, or you can also learn pyromancies. And there's pyromancies like the fire orb and things like that. But we'll eventually be getting one that does a lot of damage, and it actually kind of throws it at the target. So it makes bosses really, really easy. So if you want, you can start with a fireball just to kind of get you going. Eventually, we will be able to upgrade to that big giant fire attack, and we're going to do a lot of damage at a distance, which is going to be really useful. You can also buy the flash sweat as well, which gives you fire resistance, and we might use that at some point as well. So you can buy that one if you'd like as well, but I'd just kind of focus at least on the fireball. And then any remaining souls you have left, just go ahead and use them to level up your vigor. If you're already 25 vigor, you can go on to the next skill. And again, I will have the recommended skill tree in the pinned comment below of each video, since it was listed only in part 1, so that way you guys always have that as a reference. Once you're ready, we can go to the Tower on the Wall bonfire. Now, Tower on the Wall is going to lead us down the tower itself. So you're going to drop down again. You're going to avoid the enemies behind barrels, and then you'll come through this gate over here that we were given the lift chamber key for. Make your way down the lift, and you will find a dark wraith. He's not too challenging. He kind of just does the same attacks. You can get a stealth attack or a visceral on him as well if you walk up behind him. That'll take a decent chunk of his health away, and you'll get the red eye orb. So go ahead and grab the red eye orb as well as the rest of his loot if he dropped anything, and then make your way back up to the lift, and we're going back to the Firelink Shrine. You can make your way all the way back to the top. If you have extra homeward bones, you can use that as well, since you can buy them from the maiden at the Firelink Shrine. Now, I obviously went the homeward bone route because I'm really fucking lazy. But once you get back to Firelink Shrine, head back up the stairs and we will get our gesture. Again, you want to exhaust all of his dialogue just to make sure that we've, progressed the quest, and then go to the bonfire down below. You can also use the attune spell to put on your fireball or your flash sweat, whatever you purchased, just so you can start using your pyromancy flame. Once you've done that, regardless, we can go to the cliff underside bonfire. Now, once you make it to the cliff underside bonfire, head back up this area here, up the building, and then drop down. Well, you want to drop down on the building over here first, just so you don't take fall damage. But make your way down the stairs, drop down the rock here, and then again, you see those enemies that eat stuff, but this time we're going to go to the right. Try and avoid the dog. The damn wall kept getting in my way. I swear to God, that shit's so annoying. But try and get him before you get stuck on the wall like I did. Then you can make your way down the ladder there and go left. There's going to be a lot of rats. You can use your shield if you find them a bit annoying. You can let them attack the shield. That staggers them for a second, and then you can just take them out with a light attack. You can also use the special attacks. Don't forget about that. They're really, really handy. Okay, as you make your way into there, you'll see the fog. A big giant rat will come out. and you're just going to fuck him up. He's got 2 little guys with him as well. So just kind of back up as you need to. You can see the fire damage does a fair bit as well. And he drops a ring. So that gives us another ring as well. And then after that, we can just head through this cell door. This is that grave key that we bought from the handmaid. Now drop down the ladder, and to the right is actually a dead end. So you don't have to go that way. We're just going to turn around, make our way through this crypt. There's, again, a lot of skeleton enemies in here. You can either run past them or you can kill them. It basically just depends on what you feel more comfortable with. There's quite a few, and they do resurrect a few times, so just make sure you kill them. There's going to be a dog there as well, as you saw. Make your way through this sort of chasm. Keep going straight. You'll eventually find a doorway with a ladder to drop down with a bunch of rats in there. You can take out the rats. You could try to climb the ladder without killing them, but I recommend just killing them. They don't take long, and you can use your shield if needed. You'll go up the stairs to your left. Now you're going to find another NPC that we can send back to the Firelink Shrine. You'll then have the option to touch her. Obviously ask for consent, but then once you do that, you'll be rewarded with a new gesture. Alright guys, keep talking to her after that gesture, accept her service, and then she will go to the Firelink Shrine. So as always, exhaust the dialogue, head through the gate over here that I'm struggling to press X on because I was playing Elden Ring a bit too much, and the command is a bit different in that game. But then speak to this NPC here again, go through his dialogue, and once he's repeating himself, we'll just head back to that area with the lift, which is on the left side of this area. So there you go, up there, make your way through the doorway and then down the lift yet again. Now you can actually go back to where this bonfire was, and you can kill this enemy with a fireball if you want. You can get some souls out of it. He won't be able to attack you from there. Now if you do choose to do that, just make sure that you rest to get your supplies back. We're going to make our way forward again and go through past these enemies here. And keep going past. You can just run past all of these enemies if you're quick, because they do an animation of them getting pissed off. So while they're doing that, just keep running, make your way through this archway. You're going to come across a bridge. Instead of going over that bridge with the enemies, you're going to drop off to the right side of it. You should be able to land there without dying. Then you're going to fight 2 dogs here, so just get ready for them. You can use the shield to block. That'll stagger them a bit, and then you can attack them again. So we took one out, and then this one's going to come at me, so we'll just block his attack. And then while he's staggered, we can take him out. Now there's going to be another ring here. So make sure you grab that, and then we have the tome as well. So you need to grab this tome because it's going to give us more spells, which is for a trophy. Now, in order to get back up top on the bridge where the enemies were, you can go outside to the left and up this path. There's going to be some more enemies. You can just run past them. You don't have to fight them. And then we're going to make our way to the next bonfire, which is straight ahead. Run all the way down. You'll see the bonfire there. You can activate the bonfire really quick. And there's 2 NPCs again. So go through their dialogue and have a chat with both of them. That way we can make sure that we progress the quest by going through all of the dialogue. And when you speak to the NPC to the right, that's going to give you a new Covenant trophy. So you get the Blue Sentinels trophy. That's another Covenant that we will have in the game unlocked. And after he's just repeating himself, from the bonfire, we will head directly down this path. We're going to go around the right side. So just keep going all the way down on this right side. There are 2 big-ass enemies on this right side. They can be a bit tricky. You only have to fight one at a time, so just make sure you don't pull the other one. Avoid these little guys as they poison you, but they're pretty slow. So kill the 2 big enemies and then come through this doorway. There is a knight down here that can be a bit tricky. If you're struggling with these enemies here and you're not able to kill them for whatever reason, you can run past them to grab this item at the very end of the hallway. This is going to be a coal that we give to the blacksmith to do different kinds of infusions, which is for another trophy. So you want to grab the Farron coal there. And again, if you can't kill the knight here, you can run straight past him, grab that, and then we can go to the next part. After you grab that coal from this doorway here, you'll go to the right inside of this lake, and you'll see a giant crab behind this tree. This giant crab is actually what we want to kill for our next ring. So he'll get really pissed off and just kind of zoom towards you to smack you with his claw. You want to fight him in the shallow end so that way you're not fat rolling or, moving sluggish. Keep attacking him. You can use some fireballs if you have those equipped, but ultimately just dodge his attacks like that, hit him from behind, and eventually you'll kill him. Now, upon killing him, he does drop a ring that's beneficial for us. It's the Great Swamp Ring. You want to equip this because it does increase your pyro damage by 12%, and all of that's going to add up, especially when we get stronger spells. After killing him, just go around the side here with this big tree, and you'll see some items here. So you're going to get a Great Swamp Pyromancy Tome, as well as just some outfit, but you just mainly want the tome. Now, after we grab the tome, there's going to be an invasion that happens here. As you can see, I'm trying to trigger it, but I am not very smart. So again, like I said before, you do have to be embered for invasions. You can buy these from the handmade at Firelink Shrine if you have ran out. But go ahead and use your ember to trigger the invasion. And you want to just go up around this area here. Just run around until you get invaded by Yellowfinger. Now, he can be a little bit annoying to fight because he just kind of stands back and uses magic and, a lot of annoying shit like that. But just take your time. Use the tree as a defense as well. You can kind of hide behind it. Then when he runs up to you, you can smack him. Now, once you kill him, you don't really get anything just yet, but you allow him to go to the next area and where we're going to fight him and eventually unlock a gesture. So, again, make sure you trigger that fight and make sure you defeat him as well. After that, we can make our way to our next checkpoint, which is going to be a bonfire. There's going to be 2 enemies right here, so make your way through here and then quickly avoid them. You're going to see they're really fucking pissed. And there's going to be a ladder there, so try and dodge the attack and then go down the ladder. If you're lucky, they're pretty bad and they'll just like yeet themselves off the ledge. So both of them died. That doesn't happen all the time, but if that happens to you, consider yourself lucky. And basically, if it doesn't happen to you, grab the bonfire and then you'll be fighting them down there because they tend to follow you. But then once you've killed them, grab the bonfire and you're good to go. Make your way back to the Firelink Shrine by using that bonfire. If you haven't done any upgrades yet, you can start upgrading your sword or your axe, whatever you've been using. I've just been using the long sword because eventually we're going to use pyro magic and we're just going to shit on bosses. After that, from the center of the Firelink Shrine, you are going to find a new NPC here. You want to talk to her until she starts repeating the same thing over and over. We're then going back to the bonfire. So she's right at the center, just so you remember. And what we're doing now is we're going to the halfway fortress where we met those 2 NPCs and we got the Blue Sentinels trophy. And as you can see here, the game is still active because we just ran into someone named Bob. But we can go forward. We're going to unlock another bonfire in this place. This time, instead of going the right path and then down the hill, we're going to the left and then down the hill. So keep going all the way left. There's going to be a lot of enemies with those sticks that try and poke you. Just avoid them. Keep dodging. Come around the water side here. You can kind of go on the shoreline by the trees. You can see they just absolutely fucked me with those. But just roll through. Now there may be a dog that aggroes to you right here. You can just quickly kill him and then activate the bonfire that's on top on this ledge. Usually a dog aggroes. For some reason he didn't aggro there. But just so you know, you might have to kill a dog. And then light the bonfire and run directly straight from the bonfire around this side of the building. And you'll see a big fire pit there. And to the right is a big enemy. I've killed him here to show you. So be careful because there are some enemies in here and there's also a big enemy. But you want to come down here to get an Estus shard. You definitely want that because that's going to upgrade your flask yet again. And that goes towards our trophy. After that, make your way back to where we came from. But we're going to jump off into the water and then go around the left to go in a doorway that's kind of hidden over here. I'll give you a little bit of a reference point. Make your way inside. There's 2 items in here, but the main item we're after is the ring, which is just over here against the wall. There's also a big enemy in there as well, so be careful because he'll fucking pop out and start beating the ever-living shit out of you. Now that's another good ring to grab because it increases our casting speed by 30%, so you can equip that as well. After that, make your way back to the Firelink Shrine. That way you can upgrade the Estus Flask just to heal you a bit more. Next, we're going to get another NPC to send back to the Firelink Shrine for more abilities, as well as for, progress towards trophies. You'll come through this building here that had that hole in the wall. There's going to be a lot of enemies, so just be ready to take them on. And then go over this bridge. There's going to be an enemy that pops out through this doorway, so just be ready for him. And then go around the left side here. There's going to be a staircase to go up. And when you make your way up here to the left, you're going to find the NPC. Go ahead and speak to him and exhaust all of his dialogue options, choosing the top option to basically accept learning from him, and also make a promise is the other option. Now, throughout the guide, I'm going to have times where I tell you to turn in a scroll to him. The reason you do that is because if you kill so many bosses without turning in a scroll, then you can actually cause him to despawn. So we need to just make sure that we are turning in scrolls before killing too many bosses. And again, I'll have that in the guide so that way you know what to do. After exhausting his dialogue, he'll be sent to Firelink Shrine. You can then drop down here. There's going to be enemies, as I said before, so just be careful. And then you can go through here to fight the Crystal Sage boss. The way this boss works is basically he spawns a bunch of copies. And if you're lucky, you can hit the right one. The right one has a purple orb, and the rest that are fakes have a blue orb. So you only want to attack the one with the purple orb. You also want to use the environment to block you from their attacks. So as you can see, I just hit the fake. And now I'm dodging behind stuff to try not to get hit by all of the spells that they're, kind of just barraging me with. Make your way to the purple. Wait until you have an opening and then go ahead and attack them. After you do a few attacks, he'll kind of run away anyways. And sometimes it's good to do that just to get him to run away so then you don't die. And then you can have a chance to, heal up and then attack again. As you can see, I got the wrong one yet again. But just keep going. Get him all the way down to 0. And you will finish off the boss. Okay, hold up. Now, I thought I'd mention something that might come in handy while you guys are trying to kill bosses. If you're ever struggling, you can actually call people to help you or even a friend. And this will also benefit our Covenant farm a bit later in the end. So why don't I show you an example? You can equip the Covenant Warrior of Sunlight, so that way whenever you're doing co-op or doing a boss co-op, you'll get a Sunlight medal. Now eventually for the Platinum, we do need 30 of these Sunlight medals. However, you can farm them offline as well. You do not need to have bosses beaten in co-op in order to get these, but this is another way you can farm them passively if you're having a friend help you or if you're struggling on any of the bosses. I did feel that this was worth mentioning because then you could feed 2 birds with 1 stone. And you can get the Sunlight medals as well as get the help from your friends. And for those interested, you're probably like, great, Bushido, but how do I do it? Well, if you go to the Firelink Shrine, you can buy this from the Handmaiden. This is a white sign soapstone. And whenever you have your friend put this sign down, then it'll appear on your screen as long as you're embered. So you do need to be embered. You just do it right before the boss room. As you can see here, it'll be highlighted when I'm in the right spot. You can then put it down. You can also go into the settings and change your multiplayer password so that way you can pair up with any of your friends effortlessly. Again, you do have to be embered, but I thought I would show you guys this. Now that we have that out of the way, again, if you don't have a friend to boost you or anything like that, do not worry. We will farm the Sunlight medals offline. They're very easy to get, so don't worry too much. Now let's finally jump right back into this. Okay, so once you kill the boss, you'll get a trophy and a boss soul, and then you can activate the bonfire and then head back to the Firelink Shrine. What is going on, clan? Welcome back to Dark Souls 3, and what we're doing now is we're continuing on from the Firelink Shrine. We're going to drop down to the right side here and speak with Irina, and what you want to do is give her the Divine Tome that we picked up. That's going to unlock some spells or miracles there that we can get. We won't get them now. We'll just go ahead and talk to her. Exhaust her dialogue. And then we can go ahead and buy a ring. So that's going to be another ring towards the trophies. Again, we won't buy any miracles now unless you're, using them. You can definitely buy them. And you just want to make sure you also got the prayer emote from earlier. So you should have the prayer gesture that should have unlocked back in the last part. As long as you have that, you bought the ring, we can go over here to Cornix. Now with Cornyx, you're going to give him the Pyromancy Tome that we picked up. And then after that, we're going to go to Learn Pyromancies. And you can buy some of the spells again if you'd like, but you don't have to. It's completely up to you and your build. You can also upgrade your Pyromancy arm while we're here. And that's going to increase your damage as well. Once you're done with Cornyx, make your way over here to Greyrat. Okay. Just go through the talk option. Just exhaust his dialogue. Make sure that he's just repeating himself. This is to make sure that the quest that we're doing is actually progressed. So after you've done that, he's repeating himself. You can make your way back towards the center of the Firelink Shrine. Now, I believe this guy's name was Hawkwood, something like that. But you can find this guy here in the chainmail. You just want to go through all of his dialogue. Just keep talking to him. And he's eventually going to give you some items. He gives you a heavy gem, and that will come in handy when we do the infusion trophy. Again, you need all of the types of gems for that trophy. After you've got the heavy gem from him as well, you can make your way back to the Crystal Sage bonfire. So in the last part, we killed the Crystal Sage, and from this bonfire, we're going to go down the path that opened up after defeating him. There are some enemies here, but you can honestly just run past them. I have them killed for the video, but you can just run past them. It's only really that one and one of those cage guys. Make your way over the bridge. You're going to find another bonfire already, so you can go ahead and activate that. And then before we go up the stairs in front of us, we're going to go around to the left. There's a dark wraith guiding these ashes here. Guiding, bruh. Guarding is what I meant to say. You get the Paladin's Ashes. You can make your way back up top. You can rest if you need to, especially if, you know, the Dark Wraith was beating on you, which he wouldn't, because you guys are too damn good. Make your way up the stairs. We're going to keep going all the way up. There's going to be a lot of enemies. I'm honestly really fucking lazy, so I'm just going to run past all of them. There's a shitload of dogs. There's a lot of shit that just gets on you. It is possible you'll die if you're not rolling. But you have invincibility frames, so use them to your advantage. You might get hit by the crossbows, but that's really it, honestly. Just keep rolling. I noticed the dogs are really fucking dodgy. Like, they're just floating in the air and shit, and he managed to bite me. But you get a little bit of invincibility frames right here when you open the door. And then I just take them all out in there by using my shield. Whenever you use the shield on the dog, they kind of stagger. And then that's it. You can kill them if you'd like, or you can just try and run through like I did. Now, once the bonfire is lit, you can just run out of the cathedral. Make your way up the stairs to your right. There's going to be a group of enemies here. You can quickly take them out. They're not going to really attack you. There's going to be an Estus shard that we can use to upgrade our flask a bit later. After that, we can proceed up the stairs. Now, the next bit of footage is actually sped up because my recorder had a bit of issues. This was quite a bit ago when I recorded this, and I wasn't able to re-record it because it obviously auto-saves. So yeah, as you can tell, the frames are a little bit choppy. I've sped it up though, just to make it a little bit less aneurysm on your eyes. And you just want to make your way through these enemies. Sometimes they are blocking the way, so you just want to, you know, swipe your sword a few times or whatever weapon you're using, depending on the build you went with. Make your way all the way to the end, go over the bridge, go past that enemy, and then before you aggro this kind of sword guy up there, you can just come down to the right, and over here is going to be an undead bone shard. So grab the undead bone shard. If you're quick, you can, you know, avoid all of these enemies. If they do hit you and you get maggots on you, you can equip a torch and that will get rid of them, because they can be a bit annoying as well and they eat through your health. After that, make your way to the staircase over here. You can drop down, go all the way down the ladder, and kick the ladder down. Thankfully, my footage isn't like this too much longer, so just bear with me, and I apologize for that, guys. And we can go up the staircase. We're going through these sort of cliff sides here, and there's a little kind of alleyway you can squeeze in the back. And there's going to be another ring back here. There is an enemy, but they are weak to fire, so if you went with my build, the fire gem does really quick work with them. And there you go. You can grab the poison bite ring. After we grab that ring, we'll go right back to where we came from, where we kicked that ladder down. Make your way back up top. Jesus Christ, like I'm getting an aneurysm from the footage, so I'm sorry guys. Look, hit me up. I'll give you some money for your medical bills. Look, man, it's hard out there, right? Okay, we're still going back up to the top. Again, watch out for that sword guy that's up here if you haven't killed him. He's pretty quick, but he's not too bad to kill. You'll make your way all the way up the staircase and then through this alleyway here. And then now you're going to be doing a bit of parkour on these rooftops. There are some assassins that fall down sometimes, so just be wary of them. I just run past all of these guys, to be honest. If you're really quick, you can run past all of this. Again, you can utilize the dodge button to get the invincibility frames. You can see it's still a bit risky because my health is really low. So I jump to the side, quickly use the pillar to block the enemies, and then I try to heal up. And then we run over here and then through this doorway. All the invincibility frames right here, so they will not even be able to touch us. I'm quickly spamming circles so I get through. We'll go all the way down here. We're going to unlock a shortcut, which is going to be really nice. Again, you can kill all of these enemies. We're just running past them. Once you see this lift on the left side, drop the lift down. And this is actually a shortcut that goes right back to the cathedral. So you won't have to keep running through all of those enemies anymore. So you only have to do it once. That's why I personally just run through. But obviously if you die, it takes a bit longer. We're going to go back to the Firelink Shrine since we made it to the bonfire. We want to give the handmaid the ashes that we picked up, the Paladin's ashes. You should have about 20k souls saved up. If you don't, you can grind some enemies just to buy the tower key. And again, you want to give her the Paladin's ashes. So buy the tower key for 20,000 souls. You can use some of the smaller souls that you have in your inventory. Just don't use the boss souls. And then after you've done that, you've turned in the Paladin ashes. You've got the tower key. We can then also burn an undead bone shard that we picked up to increase our flask potency. And then we can travel back to the cathedral and we're going to make use of that shortcut we just unlocked. So for the shortcut, you just go back as you did before. Thank God the footage is back to normal. Again, I'm sorry for that, guys. It was an old clip and I wasn't really able to fix it, so I apologize. Okay, next up, you're going to come through this area. There's going to be a giant, what the fuck? And there's a ring right here. So you just kind of want to do a drive-by really quick. Grab it really, really quick and start rolling here at the end because sometimes he can still hit you, especially with all the enemies attacking you. And he can knock you back. So just try to get through there. You'll come down these first set of stairs and then you want to make your way to the left. So I'll give you that as a reference point. You'll come into this room here. Now there are assassins on the ceiling as well as like on the side right there. You can kind of see some hanging. There's one on the left and then one on the top. You just really want to be careful. Make sure they don't jump you because you don't really want to die and have to redo shit. So I threw a fireball to get his ass down. The other one is like, I don't know what the fuck he's trying to attack. But there's actually a miracle we can grab over here. So that goes for some of the spell trophies that we're going to need. After you've grabbed that, what we can do from this point here, you can either kill the enemy if you want the souls or not. Okay, so after you kill him, we'll make our way back to where we turned on the staircase. So we went down that first set of stairs. This time we're actually going down the next set of stairs. You're going to see a room with a chest in there. Do not open the chest. It's actually a mimic. And we want to attack the mimic and kill it. Now, while we're playing the game and killing mimics, if you get lucky, you will get something called the Symbol of Avarice. And that's something we need for farming Covenant items later on. I got lucky and I actually got it from here. Again, you might not necessarily get this drop, but the other drop that we do want to pick up is the Tome. So make sure you pick up the Divine Tome. If you do get lucky and get a Symbol of Avarice throughout your playthrough, do not sell it because we will use it for Covenant farming at the end. And if you don't get one, I'm going to show you how we can get one for you towards the end of the guide when we do the farming. That way I can get the actual item needed for it and make sure that your farming is much easier on you guys. After that, we're going to make our way down the steps to our right. Now you can see some of the assassins will attack you from up above, so you just want to make sure you're not getting sniped. You're going to find this room here with a knight. Now I ran past him, but you do want to kill him. What I'm doing is I'm running in this big open room to trigger the spider on the ceiling. And here he comes. He just dropped on my head. And what we want to do is we want to kill him. So I killed the knight, and then I just trapped him there, and I just started using fireball. That's really all you have to do. You can use your magic flask if you have to, or just go in, get a hit or two, and then jump back and get a hit or two, whatever you need to do. Once he dies, make sure you pick up the item he drops. It's going to be a ring towards our total ring count. Again, this isn't applicable for you if you had a friend drop you the rings. Make our way outside and to the right. So outside of that room where we killed the spider, and you'll be in this big open area. Now you may get invaded right here if you have Ember, but you can just ignore him. You can also kill him if you do find that it's allowing you not to fast travel or anything like that, as if it's keeping you in combat. But make your way through here on this doorway at the very end, and we'll head down this shortcut here. This is going to be another shortcut to get to the cathedral. There's actually 2 shortcuts here. So there's this door here you can open, and then you open the other door forward, and this leads back to the cathedral. You can rest if you need to restock on supplies, because we're going to go a different way this time. We're going to go through the doorway we just opened, and we're going to take the lift upwards. Now once you get up here, you want to hug the wall to the left, go around the side, and you're going to find a ladder. There's going to be an enemy at the top of the ladder here, and you want to kill him to get another ring. So he's not anything special, he just for some reason drops a ring. So kill him. You'll grab a deep ring. And then from this point here, we'll just come off the edge on the left side here. You do want to make sure you kind of roll over and land on this thing, so you'll be back on the rooftop. And on this rooftop, there are a few enemies, as well as, like you can see here, an assassin popped up behind me. If you have your game sound on, you can definitely hear them sneaking up on you. And all down here is going to be some enemies, but I did clear them out just for the sake of the video to make it nice and easy for you guys. So we're going to run all the way to the end. There's a covenant item you want to grab, so that way you have to do less farming at the end of the game. And we're grabbing these passively as we go through the game, just to make your farming a little bit easier. So there's going to be a pale tongue here at the very end of this pathway. After that, we're going to turn back around. We're going to go almost to where we initially came up. You can see these doorways here. You don't have to go in the exact doorway as me, but it does kind of help to go around this area. You know you're kind of in the right spot if you see a giant knight to your right. And you can see that platform to my right as well. So there's a knight to the left. There's a knight to the right. But you don't even have to fight them. You just want to dodge the arrow. Dodge this guy as well, because he started... Yeah, he's bad. He fell. And then just fall on the platform here. And then you can fall down again. You will take a bit of damage, so make sure you are healed up before you fall. You really don't want to be, the one to die from fall damage. It's not a good feeling. Now in this area here, a lot of these enemies are weak to fire still. You can kill all of those, or you can just skip past them. You can tell I wanted to kill them, but I was like, nah. So then what we need to do is run all the way to the end of this area. Kill this guy. Now he's going to drop a red sign soapstone. And you can kill all of these guys as well, but if you're really quick, you can dodge through and then open up this doorway, and we're going to unlock another bonfire. Just don't get caught between so many of them, because they will absolutely shred you. So if you can make it to the bonfire, I recommend doing so, just so you don't die. Now when you get in here, I know your ass is going to want to talk to this lady in front of you so fucking quick. But I'm going to tell you not to do that. It will ruin some trophies, and we won't talk to her just yet. It'll be later on in the guide. So please do not talk to her, social distance, and then we can leave her chamber after you've activated the bonfire. Next, what we're going to do is run back to the area we dropped down to. You will need to kill the enemies more than likely, so you don't get kind of gangbanged by them. You want to quickly pull the lever, and as the wall is going down, you want to kind of use it as a lift. Now again, if you got invaded earlier, it's back in that open room, so you might need to kill that guy, but he's not hard. You'll smash it out. Now you want to just keep rolling away from the giant so you don't get hit, and you want to grab this item before we leave the area. So it'd be another pale tongue, which is a covenant item to make the farming a little bit easier, and then make your way up the staircase, past that giant, and then up here. Now there's going to be a giant area with a lot of enemies, and we are going to fucking run all the way behind them, because we are going to the boss. Now behind this area is the boss room. You'll see the fog wall. Now the boss is really easy. I mean, I said that and like I've never died on him, and then when I did this video for some reason I died. But a tip you can do as well is if you have any alluring skulls, you can equip them, put them on your action bar, and then that way if you throw it, they're going to kind of be aggroed to that skull instead of yourself, so that way you don't get swarmed by them. So to best explain this boss, you see that person on the couch? That's me. Now, so you don't end up like myself, the way the boss works is you will see one of these enemies here have an aura of red around them. That is the target you want to focus your attacks on. Once you kill them, that red aura is going to transfer to a different one. And it's essentially just going to keep doing that. And you just kind of want to kite them around so that way you're not trapping yourself in between them. Otherwise, you'll end up like me in that photo. And although it was a fun time, I don't think you guys want that. So again, you can see sometimes I'm taking out, some that are in my way. That's fine too. As long as you're not getting surrounded, that's ultimately what you want to avoid. You can use the alluring skull as well, like I said. And sometimes I cast a spell here and there because it hits multiple people. But you see how I'm constantly kiting around them just so you're not getting cornered. That's kind of the best way to do it. I find having your weapon out like that as well, where you can hit multiple, it just makes it a bit easier. Now, once they get fairly low on HP, there's going to be these big guys that spawn out as well as a priest, and he can heal. So you do want to play a bit more aggressive because they also curse you. So just play a bit more aggressive in phase 2. Make sure you don't get trapped, and you will kill the Deacons of the Deep. After you've done that, you can activate the bonfire and head back to the Firelink Shrine. Make your way up the stairs here to the right, speak with Anri and Horus, just go through all of their dialogue options and exhaust their dialogue. So once they start repeating each other, again, Horus is a man of many words. And that's pretty much it. Make sure they're repeating themselves multiple times. I tend to do it just so that way I know the quest has progressed, because you don't really have any other way to know. After that, if you haven't purchased the tower key from the handmaid, go ahead and do so now. Then we're going to make our way upstairs and then up these stairs again, sort of where Patches is, but instead we're going on the outside here through these archways. Now what you want to do is go up the staircase, use the tower key to open up this door. We're going to go all the way to the top of the tower. And then once you're on top, make your way across the bridge. You'll see a gate in front of you that's already open. You can go through the gate and then take the lift up. Now after the lift, keep going up the stairs to your right. Eventually you'll come to an open area with an item in the middle. This item is the Firekeeper Soul. So grab that and then we can continue on with the guide. We're going to actually make our way back down the lift and the stairs. And you remember Patches, you remember how he's such a great guy? Well, this See You Next Tuesday locked us inside the tower. So I'm not sure why, but he's a bit of an asshole. Go ahead and exhaust all of his dialogue options. He's basically just being a smug prick. Now, once he starts repeating himself, there is a certain path you have to take to get out of the tower. We're also going to be getting a ring here. So follow my path. So if you were facing the gate, it's going to be your left. You'll see a crypt or a coffin hanging out of the wall. Jump from the middle of the bridge. I totally meant to do that, and I didn't miss it, obviously. But just make sure you keep healing yourself as you fall, otherwise you can die. At the very bottom, you will find an Estus ring, and you're going to find a exit outside of the gate. Now, there is a samurai here who drops a katana. You can always kill him if you'd rather use a katana than the sword. Or you can just run past him, which I recommend doing. Like, this guy is fucking insane. So, run past him, make your way back into the Firelink Shrine. All you have to do is wrap around there. We're going to go back up towards the top. And before we go into the tower, we're actually going to do a little bit of hardcore parkour, right? Now, once you're up here right before the tower, you want to just take all of your clothes off. That's right. Take them all off. This will make you a bit lighter, and you want to just try and run up the tree and then jump off and land on the roof. Eventually you should be able to get up there if you do the jump right. Just keep trying, it won't be too hard. And then you can put back on your gear. You can grab some homeward bones right here, there's 3 of them. And when you go over here, there's going to be an entrance that leads you into the top of the Firelink Shrine. So it's sort of like the rafters. You just want to be careful, make sure you're hugging the wall. There's no enemies or anything, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay, there's a Estus shard here that we can grab. And then what you want to do is stand on the nest in the middle, drop 1 homeward bone. And if you did that correctly, you'll get the call over gesture. Make sure you grab this gesture before moving on. If you drop the item and it feels like it didn't register, then you can pick it back up and try again. After you get the gesture, quit the game and then reload the game. And then what we'll do next is from the nest, we can go forward, smack the wall because you can see there was a sign that said illusion ahead. Run all the way to the end of this path and then drop down. You're going to find a chest with another ring in it. Perfect. After grabbing that ring, you can just jump through the hole here to get back into the Firelink Shrine a little bit easier. Then we're going to go around the side here on the left side. We are heading back up towards the top where Patches is normally situated. So make your way back up the stairs, basically as if we were going to the tower again, but instead of going outside, we're just going to go straight down the hall. Now it's going to give you an option to forgive him, but we don't forgive that asshole. So make sure you choose do not forgive him. He tries to tell you he's sorry, but let's be honest, he's not. He doesn't care about us. So again, choose do not forgive him. The good news is though, even though we don't forgive him, he still gives us a gesture and he's going to give us his prostate. So that'll already put us at 11. So shout out to Patches for giving us his prostate. We have 11 out of 26 gestures. And then after you do that and you go through his dialogue, quit the game. We're going to reload the game. And now, when you talk to him, you get Patches squat. And now we're not going to forgive him, but we did get 2 gestures from him, which is awesome. So after you've done that, you can just drop down on the right side here. Just watch out for Lionheart there. I landed on his head. And then head to Rosaria's chamber. Again, we're still not talking to Rosaria. We're going to exit out of her chamber. We're going to avoid these little worm guys. And we're going to use that bridge that we used earlier as a lift to get to the Deacons of the Deep boss. But this time you want to pull it up, make it as a bridge. And the reason we're going over here is to open a door. This is going to trigger another part of a quest. And the quest won't progress until you open this door. Okay, so open that door. Then make your way back to the bonfire, which is just again over that bridge. After you've done that and you're at the bonfire, come to the Cathedral of the Deep. Now this is the quest line that we were opening that door for. He only comes here if you have that door open. You can kill the enemy and you will find Sigurd in the well right here. So he's down in the well and he's lost his armor. Well, he didn't lose his armor. Someone swiped it. And you bet your sweet ass it's still that see you next Tuesday, Patches. Patches is still fucking doing that bullshit, man. This is why you don't forgive him, man. You take the gestures, but he's still doing that bullshit. So go through all of Sigurd's dialogue, make your way back to the Firelink Shrine. And once you return here, we're going to make our way all the way up to the top, back to where Patches is at. And once you make it back to Patches, he will have a shop available. You would hit purchase item and you can actually buy Sigurd's armor. Now you're going to need souls for this. So again, you can use the smaller ones if you don't have enough, or you can just kill some enemies and get some souls. You only need the headpiece, the chest piece, the gauntlets, and the leggings. That's the only items you need to actually continue his quest. After that, you can go through some dialogue, just kind of make sure he's repeating himself. And while you're here, why don't we get a ring as well? So go ahead and purchase this horsehoof ring. So that'll be another ring knocked out. Make your way back to Sigurd by going to the Cathedral of the Deep, going to the well, and then throwing him the armor. So you have the option to throw him the armor. Now you're going to keep talking to him and exhaust his dialogue. After you've done that, he's going to be a real one and give us another gesture. And again, I like to still talk to them a few times. It just makes sure that the quest is progressing. After that, we'll head back inside to the bonfire. We're going to go to the Farron Keep bonfire. Now, would it be a Dark Souls game without some bullshit-ass poison area? No, it wouldn't. So as you come out this way here, you're going to hug the wall to the right. You're going to see an item off into the poison. It doesn't matter if we get poisoned, we're going to lose health very slowly, but it doesn't change the fact that this area is ass cancer. Pick up the Iron Flesh spell, so we have that one done, and then head back to the bonfire. I did break up this area into the next video as well, just so that way you're not overwhelmed with some swamp bullshit. From the bonfire, this time you're going to head straight and then go a bit left. You'll go under an archway bridge that's destroyed, and you can find an Estus shard. Just watch out for the slugs. Grab the Estus shard. Again, you can run back to the bonfire. You don't really have to do that every time. I'm just sort of using it as a reference point. So if you're familiar with the swamp area, you can kind of just see where I'm at. The poison doesn't really do that much damage, and you can heal through some of it. But again, go to the bonfire as a reference point if you need to. This time we're going on the left side of the map. We're going on these islands here. Going on the islands as well will avoid a little bit of the poison at least. But eventually you'll come here where there's some slugs. You just want to run through here. Try and follow along. If you need to slow down the video, you can. You'll find a dark wraith guarding a tower. You can completely ignore him if you're quick. Run inside. We're going to grab the Sage's Cull. After we got the Sage's Cull, make your way back from where we just ran from. So again, we're running back. We're going to hug the wall to the left on our way back. You'll see the slugs that we ran past. And then you're going to find this hillside that you can actually climb up some stairs. Make your way up the stairs. There are going to be enemies here and there, so just watch out for these enemies up on the stairs. You can use the shield to your advantage, or you can use running to your advantage. That's what I did, because fuck killing those guys. And then we're going to make our way to the left side, drop down here, and go down the stairs. Keep going forward. You're going to see another island. As you can see, the poison really doesn't do much damage. And again, I'm just running past all of these enemies. We're going to unlock another bonfire. This will be sort of like a checkpoint for us. Make your way up the stairs on this island. Now later on, we will come back through here anyways as part of the guide. So don't worry about those fires that you have to put out to open up the doorway. Just follow me here. Go past the enemies on the bridge there, and then activate the bonfire. You can rest here if you're poisoned, which you more than likely are. And then we're going to head down the path here, down this bridge. You'll see a doorway up ahead. We're not going to go there yet. And you'll see all these items over to the left. Now what we're going to do is we are going to go right back into the glorious poison. So jump off the bridge to your left. You'll see a giant ass crab in the background. That way you know you're in the right spot. I'm not sure what happened here. I got kind of stuck right here. But once the crab's aggroed, if you bring him over to this white tree, you can not only use it to block him from attacking you, but the giant, you remember him? Yeah, he just slapped the fuck out of the crab for me. GG, easy clap. And the ring will automatically go into your inventory as well. So make sure the crab dies and you get the ring. Now from the white tree, you do want to hug this wall on the right side and make your way all the way down. Again, you're more than likely poisoned. Just heal yourself when needed. There are going to be enemies up ahead, so I wouldn't go into this area with low health, especially while poisoned. But as we get to the shallow end of the poison, we can run through it. Now, as you can see here, there's going to be a lot of enemies. There's probably about 4 there, so just carefully take them out. And then at the very back, you will find a Sage Scroll. This is another scroll that we'll give to Orbeck that we grabbed in the last video. And after you grab the Sage's Scroll, you can make your way back from the way that we came. So basically where the crab was initially and where we jumped off the bridge. You can also use that big door as a reference point, so you can see it off in the distance there. Make your way over to this bridge that we were at before where we activated the bonfire. You're going to see a tower with some slugs to the right of us. So if you run in there, you just want to make sure the slugs don't kill you because there's a fair bit in there. But you can quickly jump in, grab the undead bone shard, and then jump out. Now you can see I aggroed some other enemies, so I just ran back up to the bonfire and reset them, as well as got rid of my poison. So after you grab the undead bone shard, the next area we're going to go to is to the right, We're almost to the end of the video, guys, so that means you're halfway through the swamp part, which is awesome because, like I said, man, fuck the swamp. You're going to find this spot to the right of that tower we were just in where the undead bone shard was. You might need to kill a couple slugs here so you can gain access to the ladder. But then you're going to climb the ladder, and once you're on top, you're going to find a new bonfire. Welcome back to Dark Souls Clan. We are going to continue on with the swamp. This will be a pretty beefy episode, but we will smash this out. So where we left off, we were going to get a new covenant as well as a new gesture. You're going to get the Legion etiquette by praying to him, and then ask to join the covenant, and we'll also get the trophy related to that. After we get the covenant trophy and the gesture, you want to open up your equipment tab, go to your covenant's equipment slot, and equip the new Watchdogs of Farron. Now, while you go through the game, you can have it equipped so you can earn some of those covenant items, the blood swordgrass that it drops, or you can just wait until we farm it at the end of the game. Okay, we're going to go around outside the perimeter from where the bonfire entrance was, and right here is going to be an illusionary wall. You then just want to grab the ashes up ahead, and then you can drop back down into the covenant room. Okay, next thing we're going to do is head back to the shrine and give the ash that we just picked up to the handmaid. You can tell her where you found the ash, so the first option. Okay, and after you give her the ash, you then want to press options and then quit the game. This is so the area can refresh. And after you give her the ashes, it's going to trigger the next part of the quest for Cirrus. So go ahead and speak with her on the stairs. Now she's going to give us another gesture. We're going to get the Dark Moon loyalty. After that, make our way back over to the bonfire. You can burn the undead bone shard that you should have to upgrade the flask. After that, we're going to go over to Rosaria's bed chamber. There's a bit of things we can do here as well. So once you arrive, you just want to go forward. We can finally speak to her. She has the antidote for COVID. You guys are allowed to finally talk to her. You have to stand back to actually speak to her, but ask to join the covenant, and you're going to get a trophy. Okay, so after you join the covenant, you're going to offer one pale tongue. Only offer one at this point. Okay, after we offer one, we can then leave. Now you want to go to the back of the room, and you'll find the NPC from the shrine that we spoke to actually do this quest line. Go ahead and speak to him. Go through all of his dialogue. After he's just repeating himself, then you just want to press options and then quit the game like usual to refresh the area. When you reload the game, he should no longer be here. So make sure he has disappeared. And then if he has, you can go to the bonfire and we can travel back to the Old Wolf of Farron bonfire. Now, since I have that equipped, randomly as I'm playing, you'll see that I'm invading another world. So a pop-up will come up and then you'll invade another world. And upon killing the host, you will be rewarded the covenant item. Now again, you don't have to do this, especially if you don't have online access. Farming them isn't too bad offline, to be completely honest, especially with the setup that we have. So it's completely up to you if you want to farm them online by doing that or by farming them from NPCs, which I'll show you at the end of the guide. After that, we can make our way up the lift. Okay, once we're up the lift, make your way around the right side and up the stairs. There's going to be a stray demon at the end of the bridge. The way to actually damage him is by weakening him on his legs. So if you attack his legs, he'll kind of crumble apart and he'll be much easier. So again, just keep attacking his legs. You can use magic as well if you have, decent magic, but ultimately just keep attacking his legs and you will eventually kill him. And he's not too bad to dodge as well. A lot of his attacks, if you're hugging him, you can dodge them. Upon killing him, you'll get a soul of a stray demon. After that, we can then make our way from the stray demon back towards where we came from. But instead of going back down the stairs, we're going to go to the very end over here. And on the right side is a broken hole in the wall. That'll allow you to drop down. And then you just hug the wall and keep making your way across. And then once you come into this area, you're going to find a spell up ahead near the dead dragon. You can also kill the Titanite lizard if you want. And then grab the spell right in front of the dead dragon. You're going to get the lightning spear miracle. Now from here, we're just going to turn around. You're going to see a pathway up on the right. Just make your way up here on the right side. And then go up the stairways. There's going to be some enemies here, but you can just, take them out. They're just grunts. And then once you get to the top, you can then drop down. Make sure you drop down on the ledges or you'll die from fall damage. And then you can just drop down and then drop down again and go back down the lift. After that, we'll use the bonfire to come back to the swamp. So we're at the Farron Keep. This time we're going to go to the left. We're going to finish up the swamp finally so we don't have to come back to this bullshit place ever again. Make your way on this left side here on this island. Now keep making your way forward. You'll find the islands here that you can use, and then you're going to find the staircase to go up. Now this time through the swamp, we're going to be extinguishing the flames, so it'll open the doorway to the boss and to a new area basically. So again, you have to kill the enemies in the area. Extinguish the flame, you'll have a cutscene for each one. After you extinguish the first flame, we can come down this way. There's actually 3 flames throughout this area. The next one is basically just straight ahead. So you just go left and then just go straight. You can just follow the little islands that keep you out of the poison. Make your way up the staircase here and kill any enemies that you see. And it'll be roughly in the same spot. It's basically the same layout. And then just go extinguish the flame. So that'll be 2 out of 3. Now after that cutscene for that one, you can run around here to the left side. And you can either run past the enemies or kill them. Bye, bitch. And then we can go rest at the bonfire and travel to the old Wolf of Farron bonfire. So travel to this one, and then we'll make our way outside the doorway, go down the ladder. So slide all the way down, just avoid the slugs once you get down there. You just want to start spam rolling basically. Go to the left side here and you can actually find a Covenant item. So that's one of those ones we get from either doing the online for PvP or that we farm later. So that's one less that you'll have to farm. After that, go back to where the ladder is and then you can see the tower with the slugs. We're going to use a homeward bone, so go ahead and rest at the bonfire up ahead. You can see we have 2 out of 3 flames here. I'm going to use this as sort of a reference point for you guys. So we've got 2 out of 3. And in order to get to the third one, we're going to hug this wall over here, because there's a few items we want to pick up on the way. And just keep hugging the wall. This way you can follow along easy, because a lot of the swamp can look the same because it's all shit. Now keep going forward. Watch out for these frogs, because if they completely blight you, then you'll just die immediately. So yeah, avoid that. Keep hugging the wall. You'll eventually find this cave. There's going to be an item in here. You do not want to be trapped between all of them, so quickly grab the golden scroll. This is another scroll that we can bring to Orbeck, the sorcerer at the Firelink Shrine. Leave the cave, and then still hugging the wall, we're going to go around the left side. Keep wrap around, keep going. And next we're going to be going towards the extinguished flame. So if you keep going straight, you're going to see there's some items up there that we'll get a bit later. But keep going straight up the stairs. And this is where we can extinguish our last flame to open the doorway. And again, there may be enemies, but just quickly take them out. Okay, so after this, we're going to extinguish the flame. This will be the last one to open the door. And again, you wanted to rest at that bonfire because we're going to use a homeward bone. Now go in your inventory, use the homeward bone, and rest at the last one you rested at. And if you didn't go to that one, just go ahead and head to it now. So from this Farron Keep bonfire, we'll just head straight and you can see the door in front of us. So the door will now be open since we've extinguished all the flames. We're going to go into a new area. Now this isn't the boss just yet, but it is a new area that we can grab a few more items. And on top of getting those items, there is another bonfire there as well. So we can basically have another checkpoint right before the boss. Now you're just going to make your way through this area here. You You can take the left path to avoid a lot of things and just run straight past enemies like this, for example. And then you can just drop down. Keep heading down the path. It's pretty linear regardless, so it doesn't really matter what path you go down as long as you come past this area with the 2 dark wraiths. Ignore them for now, just try and roll away. Go to your right, you're going to come into this archway and you'll see a bonfire up in the distance. So we'll grab this bonfire. If they're chasing you, you should be able to reset it in time. And then we're going to keep heading down this way. This is because we're going to grab some items that are in the area. And you have to kill a few of these grunts, nothing too crazy. Now, after you do kill them, you can come over here past this crystal lizard. And then you're just going to want to grab the spell Great Magic Weapon. That's going to be for one of the sorcery trophies, so just make sure you quickly grab that. Then run back to the bonfire. Again, you'll kill these enemies if you reset it. If you ran back, you shouldn't need to, but this time you're going to drop down. And you'll see we're in the swamp area, but up here you can also grab the Atonement spell. After we grab the Atonement, you can also get a Hollow Gem here if you happen to not have one. Again, we'll need those for the trophy at the end, but I will show you where to grab them. Now, if you want to know how you head back, you just hug the wall to the left again, and then you can just zoom your way on over. And you can use the bonfire to go back to the shrine. So get to your closest bonfire, head back to the Firelink Shrine, and I'll explain this part the best I can, so please follow along. Okay, so from the bonfire going left, you're going to come over here and you're going to find Yhorm of Londo. And what you want to do is hit talk. You want to talk through his dialogue for our next gesture. That's going to get you the Reckon gesture, so we should have 16 out of 26. And now the next part, how we're going to do this is we want to choose the Draw Out True Strength option. This is for another quest line, so you have to make sure you do it as I explain it. Now what that option does is it basically gives you a free level and you eventually become cursed. So whatever levels you still need, if you're following my build, you can just put it towards that. And as you can see, he doesn't have that option anymore, but we do have to do this 5 times. So if you look in your inventory, you're going to find in the key items that there is a dark sigil. So you can see that we have 1. We need to have 5 of these. So in order to do that, we have to do this 4 more times. And how you do this is you run up the stairs to the top of the Firelink Shrine and you just drop off from way high up in the air and kill yourself. And then after you've done that, pick up your souls again if you have a lot so you don't lose them. You're going to kill yourself a second time. Now, after you've killed yourself twice, and again, you can pick up your souls in between so you don't lose them if you have an abundance of souls. So again, we killed ourselves twice. I'm just coming back up here to grab my souls. So you only want to die twice. As you can see, I died twice. We picked up the souls, and then we're going to run back down here and go back to Yhorm of Londo. You want to be careful doing that too, because I accidentally hit him, and you don't want an aggressive NPC in a Dark Souls game. Trust me. Now you can see he has the Draw Out True Strength option again, and we can do that for a second time. And then you just rinse and repeat that option until you have 5 dark sigils. So we've done it twice. You can now see that we have 2 of them. And again, you kill yourself twice in between those times, and then you go back to him, and he allows you to draw out True Strength again. After you've done that 5 times, you then need to close the game completely, and then when you reopen it, you're going to see that he's died. Now you're going to see a new NPC here named Yuria. Now Yuria gives us our 17th gesture, which is the Dignified Bow. Go ahead and hit Purchase Item and buy the tome that she sells for 50 souls. You don't have to worry about the rings at this point in time. You can buy them if you need to, or if your friend dropped the rings to you, you don't need them anyways. But again, don't worry about them at the moment, but you do want to buy that tome, and you don't want to give that tome to Arena. You want to save it until we unlock Carla, which is later on in the guide, and I'll make sure that I tell you when that happens. After that, you can do, an upgrade of your weapon if you haven't upgraded it in some time. But what we must do is come over here to Orbeck, and you want to give him all of the sorcery scrolls that you have currently. Now, the reason you want to give him all of them is because if you didn't give him any and we killed the next boss, he actually leaves the shrine and he never comes back. And that's how these become missable trophies. So please, before you kill the next boss, give him all the scrolls. And then exhaust his dialogue to make sure his quest is progressed. And then we can head back to this bonfire. Now for this next part, you are going to need to be embered. So from here, you'll see the doorway up ahead, but we want to go to the tower right here by the slugs. You're going to see a summon sign for Yellowfinger. Go ahead and summon him. Now once he spawns in, he's going to give you our next gesture. You also want to use the black separation crystal to kick them out of the world. So he's going to give us the proper bow gesture, and then you can use the black separation crystal to send him home. Next, you want to go back to the bonfire and go to the bonfire that's Farron Keep perimeter. And there's going to be Londo Pale Shade right next to this bonfire. Again, while you're embered, make sure you summon him. And once he spawns into the world, he's going to give us another gesture. Now lastly, you do have to be embered for any kind of summons like this. So again, please make sure you're embered. If for some reason you don't have any embers, you can buy them from some of the NPCs in the Firelink Shrine, or you can try farming for them. Now as I'm playing, I am still invading worlds and I'm getting those sword grass. Just a reminder if you are playing online, but if you're not, that's fine. We'll just continue from this bonfire. We're going to go back outside these archways. And then we're going to go over here. Now I have cleared out the enemies. They're not hard, but it's just a bit easier to show you where to go. So on this main path here where all these kind of torches are and these swords, if you go up this first lot of stairs, you're going to find another sign. So once again, you need to be embered. You're going to summon Black Hand. So you should have used your black separation crystal to dismiss the Londo Shade. And then now we're going to get yet another gesture here. So this should be our 20th gesture. So we're slamming through these guys like you're a fucking beast. Alright, he's going to give you the buy my sword gesture. After that, we can make our way up towards this boss door. You can grab the cracked red eye orb. I've got a poison gem as well from the enemies. That's who kind of drop it. But again, we'll make our way inside and we will take on our next boss. Now, thankfully, this boss isn't too hard, and you do have the Phantom here to help you out. You guys can just kind of work off of each other. Whenever the boss has aggro on the NPC, you can focus that big dick damage and get him down. Now, while you're fighting him in his first phase, he does have 2 phases, but when you're fighting him in his first phase, there will be multiple that also spawn, so there'll be more than one of himself. They will sometimes hit each other as well, so sometimes you can use that to your advantage. But when multiple start spawning in, you do want to make sure that you don't have any coming up from behind you like the NPC did there, and he just got absolutely fucking murdered. So again, just be really mindful of the battlefield. Other than that, it's really easy. Upon entering his second phase, he's going to go fucking Kaioken or some shit, and he's got a fire sword now. And he does basically the same attacks aside from, you know, a leap attack to close in on you, as well as a dash attack. Other than that, it's pretty much the same attacks. Whenever he does those really long drawn out attacks, that's when you kind of have some vulnerability and you can, you know, start doing some damage again. Eventually, you and the Phantom will take him out and you'll get another trophy. Okay, so after you kill him, you can then trigger his bonfire or light his bonfire. And we're going to head back to the Firelink Shrine so we can get a ring. So make sure you light that, head to the shrine, and what you want to do is exit the game right when you're there. So reload the game once you make it to Firelink Shrine, and then when you reload, you should see Hawkwood over here in the corner again. Go and have a chat to this guy right here, go through all of his dialogue, and you should get another ring. So that's the Farron ring added to our ring collection. After that, keep going through his dialogue, make sure you spoke to him until he's repeating. Go back to the bonfire, and then from here we can travel back to the Abyss Watchers bonfire that we just unlocked. Move forward to the crypt. That's going to cause it to move, and then you will find a staircase. Now the next area is the Catacombs. It's not too bad with some guidance. So welcome to the Catacombs of Carthus, and I'm going to be your guide. So immediately from here we can just make our way to the left. There's going to be a bridge. There are some skeletons that sort of animate as you go over them, so just be aware of them. There's an enemy at the end of this bridge as well that I've killed. But from here, you just want to jump off the bridge and land onto this platform down below. You should only take a little bit of damage. And again, there's enemies throughout this area like reanimated skeletons, but you want to grab this pyromancy tome. And then from grabbing the tome, we're going to make our way forward and then to the left through this doorway. It looks like a dead end, but this is actually an illusionary wall. Now make a right from the illusionary wall and you will head through a doorway. There's going to be a lot of enemies in here as well. You can try to run past them if you'd like, but I probably would just kill them to save you a bit of trouble. Make your way through this doorway. Again, you'll have some skeletons reanimate, but if you're quick, you can run down the stairs and they shouldn't follow you down here. Now you're going to see Anri again, which is one of the NPC quest lines that we've been doing throughout the guide. So as you can see, they didn't follow me. Just make sure you didn't get followed. Otherwise, you could possibly be in for a bad time. Now we just want to choose no and then go through all of her dialogue. So just speak to her until she repeats herself and then make our way back up that staircase we ran down. We're going to go left. We're going to go past the skeletons. And then this time from this exit that we're going in, we're going to go left. Now right here, you just want to run down the stairs as quick as possible and then jump to the left. If you're quick enough, you should avoid this giant boulder of fuckery that the skeleton just got hit by. Now there's actually a skeleton sorcerer that's controlling this skeleton ball. And he's just inside here. You'll find one that's wearing a wizard hat. I did get invaded, but kill the skeleton with the wizard hat and it'll cause the skeleton ball to hit these iron bars down here. And then when it breaks, it's going to give you an undead bone shard. So right here, we'll pick that up and then we can make our way back down the hall to the left. So from the bars, go left. There is a lot of skeleton enemies in this next area, so just be, kind of cautious around here. Take your time with them. And if you come around to this right side, you want to avoid the pots like this one here. You can tell what they look like. I just kind of showed you. Avoid those pots because they cause those little hex things to come out and do damage to you. And it's all those little pots with the cloth on top. So you can see I activated one again. Make your way to the back for another ring. So that's our 21st ring. After you grab that, carefully make your way back out of these pots. And then we're going to go right. Head forward. There'll be two big enemies up ahead. There's also traps on the floor, so watch out. I kind of got lucky there because I completely forgot about them. And then right here is a trap as well, but you can trigger it and then use that to your advantage to kill those skeletons. Or you can just run straight past them. Make your way through this doorway. Watch out for the giant skeleton ball. And then inside this area to the left is going to be our next bonfire. So this is a good checkpoint at least. If you can make it here, then you're pretty far through the catacombs at least. After that, from the bonfire, if you make your way over here, wait for the skeleton ball to come by. Then make your way left. You can stay on the sides if you need to. So if you're all the way on the side, make sure you're really touching the side. It's kind of got a big hitbox. Then we're going to run down the stairs and then hang a right. Hug the wall here. There's going to be some rats, so just be careful. There's also some blobs that fall from the ceiling, so make sure they don't drop on you. Otherwise, they're going to stun you and do some damage. Keep running all the way to the back. There's going to be some wheel skeletons that they're pretty easy, but they're kind of just fucking annoying. And then in this corner over here is going to be some blobs on the roof. You can switch to magic to knock them down, or you can kind of just walk forward and have them drop and then roll away. So as you can see, I'm trying to trigger this one, and then you can just attack them. Now, thankfully, they're weak to fire, and since we have the fire gem on the sword, it absolutely just does the damage. And this will get us another ring. So that's our 22nd ring. After you grab this one, you'll head back to where the skeleton ball was. So again, we're just running down here. And we're running all the way back to that stairway where the skeleton ball was coming through and where the rats were. Watch out for the blobs again on your way back. Now this is the stairway the ball came down from. Just to give you a reference point, you can see the ball there. This time we're going to run past to the left. And there's an illusionary wall here that you can smack. And then you can come up here, avoid the enemies or kill them, and then run all the way to the very end of this hallway. Now this is going to give us another ashes. So you'll go to the very back at the Grave Warden's Ashes, and you can go down the stairs to the right. And again, I believe this one is also an illusionary wall. So yep, smack the wall, and then from the wall we're going to go to the right. Watch out for the enemies here. And in this room there's going to be a lot of skeletons that reanimate coming up. So you want to just wait before you rush ahead. But we're going to go right. And then before we just run past all of these skeletons, what we're going to do is we're going to kind of stay on this side here and trigger just one or two of them. So some of them do trigger right here. You just want to take them out because we're going to have to go speak to Henry again, and we don't want them to come up behind us and attack us. So from here where they died, make your way on the right. You really want to hug this right side of the wall. If you're too close to that bridge, it's going to trigger them all. You're going to find a pathway here. So as you can see, they didn't trigger. If they do trigger, you're better off probably just dying, to be honest, and then running back from the bonfire. Now speak to Henry. Go through all of her dialogue again. So again, just all the dialogue, and then once she's repeating, now we can run down. We'll make our way back down the path where we came from. And then this time we're still hugging the wall, so we're hugging it to the left side. And what you want to actually do, that we're going to do kind of like a big brain strategy, 500 IQ play. What you want to do is pull the lever to open this gate. You do need to be embered for this part. So you should get invaded roughly through this hallway, right? There's a certain trigger point. So what I did here was I came back and we just open up our options menu. We embered ourselves because I wasn't embered. And then while we're embered, we're going to run back through here. And this is to where that iron bar gate was that we opened with the lever. We run back through here. You're going to see that we've been invaded. Now we're going to do something that's going to make our life a lot easier. So once you have him invading us, you'll see him down at the stairway there. You can see the red phantom. Once he fully spawns in and he's kind of aggroed, you can see him walking towards you. From right around there, I'd start running. I would just start hauling ass over this bridge. I'm talking about you better run. Now we're going to do what's called a pro gamer move. You're going to smack the rope as you see him coming around the corner. You don't want to do it too early. It does take a second for the rope to break. But if you time it just right, you're going to get a ring as well as a gesture. So 2 for 1 there. Okay. After we grab both of those from that phantom, and if you fail, you can always, just reset it. But what we'll do is continue. We're going to open this door here. This is going to go to our next boss. Now, this boss isn't really hard at all, to be completely honest with you. You just head straight in here. There's going to be a chalice on an altar, and you just interact with it, or a goblet, as they call it. Now, right at the start of the fight, if you run straight to the middle, you can grab the Pyromancy Tome. If you miss that tome, it's not a big deal. I can show you where to get it afterwards, which I will, in case for some reason you missed it. I do recommend just getting it because it's right there. Now, you're probably wondering how we actually damage this boss. As you can see, he's all dripped out. He's got his crown, his gold bracelets. He's dripping. We got to de-drippify him. In order to do that, we're just going to keep attacking his bracelets. After they take enough damage, which they take reduced damage since it's very high level drip, but once they take enough damage, they're going to actually break off of him. And when you're de-dripified, you actually feel basically dead, and that's how you defeat this boss. So again, dodge his attacks. He does pretty, they're predictable, man. Like, if I predict it, my IQ is like 6.5. So you can use some special attacks on there. Just keep damaging it. You don't want to be too down, far into that smoke shit. You want to make sure you're not in that stuff. That stuff bad for your health. Eventually, after you get rid of all his drip, he's going to drop. Alright, so we're going to break the last one. And again, he does spawn skeletons throughout the fight, but you can kind of just use his arm to block them. Sometimes they can hit through it, but ultimately they're really easy and they'll die once he dies. Send him back to the graves from whence he came, and you will also get a trophy. And then it'll trigger a cutscene and you will spawn back inside this room. Now, for some reason, if you didn't get the tome, I'm going to show you where you can get it. So light the bonfire. From the bonfire facing the new doorway, if you come around the left here, avoiding those annoying ass pots, it should be around here at the back. It's obviously not there because I picked it up. But if you just kind of look around here, you will find the tome. Again, I recommend just grabbing it in the boss fight. But nonetheless, grab that, and then from the bonfire, we will proceed forward. Now, going through the door here, we're going to come out to a new area. Going all the way up the stairs. And look at that. What a fucking sight. The only thing more beautiful than that is all of you watching this video. Welcome everyone to the Boreal Valley. You can light the bonfire here, and then we will head back to the Firelink Shrine to burn our Undead Bone Shard. This will make our heals a bit better on the flask. And we can also run over to the Handmaid. We're going to give her the Grave Warden's Ash that we picked up in the Catacombs. We're absolutely slamming through this one, guys. Like, fuck me. Absolute bosses. Go over to the blacksmith, and here we can actually reinforce our weapon again. This is sort of just a reminder, you know, reinforce your weapon, use your souls, make yourself stronger as we progress through the game. Next up, we're going to run all the way down this bridge here. And some fucking noob died here, you can see. It wasn't me, but like, I'm going to pick up his souls, obviously. And you're going to have to fight one of these fucking annoying pieces of shit again. You remember these fucking annoying cocksuckers? You little motherfucker shit. But look, just because I'm bad doesn't mean you're bad, right? All you guys have to do is, again, try and hit their head. That's going to stagger them, and then you can do the big dick damage on them. Or you can get a visceral attack as well if you press up in R1. So we're going to keep trying to dodge him, do the damage, and once you kill him, you're going to get another ring. Oh, awesome. I invaded another world. The good thing is they don't respawn, so that's always nice. But then run forward, and we're going to already have a new bonfire to go to. Okay, so again, activate the bonfire. After you've done that, we're going to head to the Firelink Shrine. We have some quest cleanup that we need to do, or quest steps. And we're going to go to the left of the blacksmith, back over to Grey Rat. And he's going to have a new dialogue option for us. He's going to basically be able to send him for a pillage. So talk to him and send him to pillage. And then go ahead and talk to him and make sure he's just repeating the same dialogue. And then we're going to quit the game. And then reload the game. And as you can see, he's now gone. So if you did that correctly, you went through all his dialogue, he should be gone. Then we're going to go to the stairs that's directly behind us. Go up the stairs, then go left and then up again. We're going to the very top of the Firelink Shrine, where Patches is at the very back. You'll see him taking a squat. Speak to him and then go through his dialogue options. And again, as long as he's repeating himself, we can do the next step. We're going to quit the game yet again. We're going to reload the game. He kind of dodged out there for a second. But you can talk to him again. He'll probably be saying the same dialogue, but then you can head back to the Boreal Valley. Now in this area, the enemies are a bit intimidating. You can run past them if you're really quick enough, but it can also fuck you as well. So just be really careful. But they are pretty brutal. So keep making your way up the stairs. I'm going to show you it's very possible if you hug the wall and keep running. Those will eventually kind of not aggro on you anymore. You have these annoying assholes as well with the magic lance or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And then keep going forward. And then avoid these guys as well. You want to keep moving because they're constantly throwing magic at you from that damn lance. As you can see, like, I'm only getting a second to heal. Some fucking noob died. And then come over here to the staircase. Now to the left, you want to smack this illusionary wall when this asshole stops hitting me. And then it's going to cause this stairway to open up. And then you can go all the way down the stairs. Now, hopefully they kind of unaggro from you, but if they're still on you, which has happened to me as well, then just kill them really quick. You don't want to jump down because if they come down here with you and you're fighting this person as well, it's going to be a bit brutal. You can sneak up on them and get a visceral. Okay, I fucking lied. But you can sneak up on them and do the big dick damage. They actually got stuck behind a tree. And this is going to give us a spell that we need for the trophy. So make sure you kill them. And then after that, you can open up a shortcut right here at the gate. And this leads right back to the bonfire. From the bonfire again, we can go up the stairs. We're going to basically be following the same path. I'd just like to show you so you're not lost. So that's where we opened up the gate to the left there. We're going to again run past these enemies. Go up the staircase. Hug the wall to the left here. If you're quick again, they shouldn't follow you. You have these two magic dudes again. Just keep running. Whenever that's coming at you, you're just going to have to roll. That's all you can really do to dodge that one. And then keep running. Don't stop. You can see the magic's even coming from under the ground. This time we're going to go right. Now again, you're going to have two more of those really quick enemies. So you want to just keep rolling past them. And then you're going to find a staircase to the left over here. And we're going to end up inside a church. Now in this church, there's some statues to the left. You do not want to attack them. Don't even bother going towards them. You just want to light the bonfire. Now to the right of the bonfire is going to be Anri again. So go ahead and speak to her and go through all of her dialogue options. That's going to give you our 25th ring. And our 22nd gesture. Only 4 more to go already, guys. We're absolutely slaying it. Now, again, make sure you go through all the dialogue options so the quest progresses. Go forward to this crypt, and you're going to find a covenant item. So a proof of concord kept, which is one of the harder ones to farm. They're very luck-based. And again, like I said, there are some statues in the corner over there that you can see on the right side. Don't touch them. Don't even go near them. It can interfere with the quest, so we don't want to be, in that area whatsoever. So now we're going to go to the left of the bonfire down the staircase. And we can get some another upgrade for our flask, an Undead Bone Shard. And it's around the right here if you just hug the wall. Now there are those invisible enemies that kind of pop out. They're not really hard, but they, kind of just show the little like black smoke around their head. You just want to be aware that they are in the area. You can kill this guy really quick. Grab the 3 homeward bones because those always come in handy. And then we have the Undead Bone Shard. Now as a reference, I'm going to show you from the shrine again. Or from the bonfire. From the bonfire, go left. And instead of going right where we got the Undead Bone Shard, we're going to now go left. We're going to go down the stairs. And then keep going down. You're going to see these invisible enemies again. So they just kind of shows their eyes. And then come through this very dark room. Now you do want to spam roll in this area here. I'm an idiot and I didn't. So this guy just jumped on my head and had his way with me. So to avoid that, just keep spam rolling and the iframes will save you from him. If you do get attacked, just try to get to a safe point. Take a drink of the flask. Now from here, you're going to go down the staircase. We're going to go all the way down the staircase. Keep going down into the water. And then we're going to head left. There's a spell that we can actually grab in this area. So we're going to go towards the spell. And as you can see here, we're just going to keep going over to this area where the island is. And you can kind of use the land to walk through it a bit faster. And then come around the right side here. You'll see an enemy that's dead, but he's got a spell on him. That's going to aggro a lot of those little spider weird looking things. And you just want to quickly run back to the land over here. And keep running. They shouldn't really be able to catch up to you. They're fairly slow. And right here, you're going to see an entranceway under the castle there. And then you're also going to see a doorway to the right. So we want to head over to that doorway to the right. So to save you the time, we're going to make ourselves go to that doorway up ahead. So once you make it in here, light the bonfire. You do not want to go down the staircase. Avoid that area. We're going to go back up the stairs we came down. And this time we're going to go under the doorway that leads under the castle. So run over here and then make your way under. There's going to be a lot of those hand-type spider enemy things. And you can just kill them or run past them. They're pretty easy to kill and they're decent souls if you want to level up. But come around here And then at the very back, there's a staircase. And then to the left inside this doorway is more ashes for the handmaid. And after you grab the ashes, head up the staircase. You're going to be met with a familiar face. You can also drink the soup there if you need more health to the right. It's that perp skirt from up north. And go ahead and speak to him and go through all of his dialogue. Of course, he's asleep. He's going to give you a spell, which is useful for our miracle trophy. After that, keep talking to him. Make sure you exhaust his dialogue. He's going to raise his glass to you. And then he's going to fall right back asleep. After you go through his dialogue, we'll make our way up the staircase. Go through this area here. Go up these stairs. And there is an archer up above, so just be aware of him. I came inside this area over there and just kept rolling. There's a knight that's over here as well. So if you aggro him, just run behind something so you can fight him without the archer sniping you. And then you can come through this area to go upstairs. There's going to be another knight. You just want to take him out. And you can also use magic if you want to just keep blasting him from afar. After you kill him, there's still the archer. If you go up behind him, you can do a visceral and knock him off the ledge, and then you won't even have to worry about him. So as you can see, we just sort of Spartan kick him off the ledge. So keep making your way around the right side here, and then run all the way to the very end of the map, or this hallway. And then at the end to our left is going to be multiple chests. And we're going to open one of them for a ring. So this first one here is our ring. That is our 26th ring, the Leo ring. And you can open these ones as well. Okay, and after you open those, make your way back around and you can jump back down the stairs from where you came. And then this time we're going to go to the left, outside, and there's going to be a lot of enemies in this next area. So up the stairs, there's going to be a dog. Well, there's actually like a shit ton of dogs. And there's also those invisible enemies that grab you. You need to be really careful. I'd just inch your way up the stairs and just take them out as slow as you can. If you have a shield, you can block their attacks, stagger them, and then hit them. But once you get to the very top, after you kill all of the enemies, there's going to be a lift. You can take that lift to the very top. And there's also a shortcut. Now this shortcut takes us right back to the church. So once you're at the top, just open the gate. As you can see, I was playing too much Elden Ring because I'm just pressing triangle. And you'll see those two enemies from before, and that's the church over there in the distance. Make your way back down that shortcut that we unlocked, and then we're going to go up the staircase directly in front of it. We're going to head up the left over here. There's going to be a lot of those invisible enemies. So I just try and roll through if you can, or just take them out. Then you're going to make your way into this area here. Now up here is going to be more of those quick kind of fast attacking enemies. And there's the boss wall right there to go into the boss room. We don't want to go in there yet. We're going to open another shortcut. We're going to come around this staircase here. Watch out for these two invisible bastards. They pop out as you open the door. So they're on the right side there, so just watch out for them. And then open this door, and then directly in front is back to the church. So that way you can get to the church very easily, and you can run back to the boss very easily if you do die. We're going to grab 2 rings right here. You just want to kind of be quick. You want to roll down and land in here. This will be our 27th ring. And then while the enemies are right there, we'll run over this way, and there's an illusionary wall. Smack it, and then grab the 28th ring. And if you're quick, you can just avoid these guys completely. So just run away and keep rolling. Like, honestly, only noobs really die here. Nah, to be honest, people die here. It happens. So anyways, you can go back through this shortcut we unlocked that goes right back up to the boss wall or the boss fog. And if you're embered, there's actually a phantom here you can summon to help you with the fight if you're struggling. Or you can always have a friend help you as well. Pontiff is a really cool fight, but at times he can be a bit challenging for some people. Obviously not me. Just kidding. I fucking hate Pontiff. I get my shit kicked in all the time. Now, a good thing you can do with your friend or with the Phantom is just juggle the aggro. So when he's aggroed onto the Phantom, try to damage him a lot. He does the same sort of attacks, but occasionally he summons this Phantom. And if you're quick, you can really put in some damage on the Phantom to get rid of him, and then that way you're only ever fighting the real version of him. And then it's less, you know, kind of aggro that you have to juggle between the Phantom. So always try and kill the copy that Pontiff spawns as quick as you can, just to make life a little bit easier. Now, with the Phantom, it is much easier of a fight, but eventually you'll get there in the end and you will kill him. Now, once he's defeated, you'll get a trophy, and you can also light the bonfire. So there you go, a nice easy boss down. Just kidding. Like I said, I get my shit kicked in, so I thought I'd leave some extra tips for you. So if this is you getting wailed on, I'm going to show you where you can farm to basically get a bit more souls. From the Distant Manor bonfire, if you run under the castle where we find those spider dudes, you can actually farm them for souls. Now, a little fun fact about me, I met my wife and we bonded through playing Dark Souls 3. So we're one of those, you know, like meet online kind of couples. And basically, she always knows that I fucking hate Pontiff. Like, I just suck ass at the fight. I don't know why. I'm trash, guys. Make fun of me in the comments. It is what it is. But yeah, the game's very special to us, and I still get ripped on for being ass at Pontiff. And as you can see, I needed a Phantom to help me. So look, at the end of the day, we're going to get our trophies one way or another. And yeah, that's just a fun fact about me and how I met my wife and why this game means a lot to me. So if you need to, farm as many souls as you can to get stronger. And then after you do defeat him, which you will because you guys are beast, we're going to use the rest of our souls to just level up. And then we're going to end it here in the Firelink Shrine, guys. So defeat Pontiff, and I will see you in the next one in the Firelink Shrine. Welcome back, clan, to part 5 of Dark Souls 3. Now, in the Firelink Shrine, if we go to the left of the bonfire, we're going to go back and drop down here to speak with Yuria. Speak with Yuria, go through all of her dialogue. And after you've done that, you can return back to Pontiff Sullivan's bonfire. We're going to go outside of the boss room and make a left. There's actually a ring that we can get in this area. So go up the stairs. There's a lot of casters above us on that bridge over there. So just make sure you're not being targeted. We're going to run under the actual bridge or the building here. You need to watch out for the invisible enemies in this area. At the very end of this tunnel is going to be a ring. So grab that and then get out of there before they can really jump on you. Okay, so make your way outside of this area here. And we're going to go back into the open area. Now, some of these giant dudes come alive, so you want to hug around the right side. And again, there's going to be people casting at you, some fire spells, so you just want to start rolling. Or at least, you know, be aware of them and dodge them. As you can see, we're just running past. You can see that they're missing. Now, these two guys, you can kill them. They won't respawn if you kill them, so they might be worth killing. They're not hard either, but I'm just going to run past them. There's an illusionary wall inside this building to the left. Then we can go down the ladder here. Now, we've got 2 more of those Pontiff beasts. They can be a bit tricky, but you want to lure just one of them at a time. And when they do this leap at you, you want to just back up and try and get some hits on their head. If you can get enough hits on their head, you can actually stagger them. If he's casting that lightning spell, you can get a couple hits from behind. And you just want to try and kill him as quick as you can, because they can do a lot of damage and they can also just, you know, kind of one-shot you. But as you can see, I kept hitting his head and then he got staggered, and I can do a visceral attack for even more damage. After that, this is going to be the second one. And again, I managed to use the pillar as coverage. And then you can hit him and stun him again, and he actually drops a ring for us. Now, the good news is when you kill them, they don't respawn. So even if you need to, you could kill one of them and then go back and rest at the bonfire and then come back. You want to pick up this human dreg. It is the covenant item in the area. So make sure you grab that. Again, you'll get a ring from killing that other beast, the one on the right. And you can use the pillar to your advantage in this room as well when killing the beast. Now, whenever you're ready, go speak to my ex-girlfriend in the corner here. This is for another covenant. Ask to join the covenant and you'll get another trophy. So we got the Aldrich Faithful Covenant unlocked. What we want to do now is we only need 8 human dregs. So what we'll do here is you can go into your menu and equip the Covenant item. So it's Aldrich Faithful. Okay, equip that. After that's been equipped, you'll randomly invade other people's worlds. And upon invading, you will, as long as you kill them, you'll get a human dreg. Now, again, we need to collect 8 of these. And even if you have to do it this way, bruh, it still counts, right? So there you go. Just keep invading as you're playing. Get the 8 human dregs, and then you can switch back to the Watchdogs of Farron if you are farming that online. If you're not and you're going to farm it offline, then you don't really have to worry about that. So as you can see, we've got 8 of them now. So again, just do that until you have 8, and then you can switch back. After that, we're going to make our way back up the ladder, and we're going to go up the staircase here. As you can see, I got invaded there, but we'll go right. Or rather, I was invading them. And there's archers here. I find that it's easier to just run across. I feel like if you're trying to hide and things like that, you're just going to screw yourself. So I say just run for it. Fall off the ledge here. Make sure you have enough clearance. Grab the ashes. Now, one of the knights may drop down like that one did there. And you just want to make sure he's not following you. And then we can just keep running. Run past this knight here. Go up the stairs. Keep running, keep rolling. If they hit you, you will go flying, so just be careful. Make sure your back's not against, the ledge. Drop down. You can avoid this guy here. I think he follows you in here, to be completely honest, so just be careful of him. You may have to kill him really quick. Now, this wall is actually illusionary. I didn't get the footage for it, but if you hit the wall inside this circle area, you'll find this NPC. So again, this is that huge circle area. There was a wall there. You should just hit it. Now speak with this NPC. He's going to give you the Sword of Avawal. And we're going to run all the way down into this chamber. There is some missable items here if you leave the area too soon. So just make sure you follow what I say. Okay, as we go down, you're going to see a familiar face on the altar. I won't tell you who yet, in case you don't know. And then just go interact with them by pressing X. That's going to give you a cutscene. After the cutscene, before you leave this room, as you can see, we got our last 3 dark sigils. So that's 8 dark sigils in total. But again, before we leave the room, we actually want to grab an item here to the right. And it's going to be another ring. So you can grab our 31st ring. And then you can start making your way outside of this area. Okay, so you should have interacted with the NPC on the altar. You should have grabbed the ring, and now you're ready to leave. Now, the guy outside that gave us that sword, you'll notice that he's now dead, and he's got a spell on his actual corpse. So make sure you grab that. That'll be the chameleon spell. Yep. Perfect. Now you're done with that area. You won't have to go back there. What we're going to do is just keep going up the stairs. Here's that area I was talking about, the circle area with the illusionary wall. Now there's a lever here on the right side to pull down this tower. As you can see, there's no way to go. But if you look right here, we got the lever. Then you'll climb all the way up to the top and you'll find another sort of lever or a switch. Activate that again. That's going to raise it back up, and then you can come over here to activate a bonfire. So now we've made it to Anor Londo. So light the bonfire and then go back to the tower and go back to the switch. We're going to unlock yet another covenant. So again, we went back to the switch. We dropped the tower down, and this sort of ledge over here looks like it doesn't go anywhere, but it's actually just invisible. So all you need to do is walk. I don't believe you can fall off. I think there are, you know, like barriers that you can't actually fall. And then once you go over here, you just drop down. You can light the bonfire. And then the Covenant person is right here. Go ahead and speak to her. Perform the Dark Moon loyalty option. After that, you'll be part of the Dark Moon Covenant. You're going to get another trophy. And we will be farming that covenant a bit later as well. So a lot of those covenants we're going to just farm offline at the end. Some of them you may have farmed online, but you just want to use the bonfire to go back to Anor Londo. That'll just bring you right back up here without having to go on the switch and all of that. Now there are 2 knights on this path here. You really want to avoid them. They can do some pretty big damage. You're going to make your way through this doorway. So this is to the left, and then we're going to go to the right. Now once you're here, there's going to be a coal you can quickly grab. The knight will follow you a bit in here, so just be careful he doesn't come up behind you. Grab the coal, go up the stairs, and it just kind of keeps wrapping around. And then you'll find yourself up another staircase with a left or a right path. So we actually want to go left in this case. If you go around right, it just wraps around. So we're going to go left. You want to dodge through their fireball attacks. You can kill them, or if you want, you can just grab the Covenant item there. Make sure you grab that. It just means you have 1 less to farm. And that one can be pretty RNG dependent, so I recommend grabbing it. After that, drop all the way down into the center of the room. Look for the big door, and you'll see a giant Australia come from the sky. Just go ahead and run to the switch over here on the left, and that's going to open the door. After this, you can go through the doorway because it'll start to open. Again, just keep dodging the spider's attacks. And next, we're going to actually kill that spider.
Hello, motherfucker.
So, get his attention. And as you can see, I ran all the way down the stairs. You don't have to do this. We're going to actually get him stuck. So, instead of running all the way down the stairs, from the doorway here, we can run back through where we found the coal. Now, thankfully, he gets stuck right here, so you can actually just, stand back and use magic and just start blasting, or you can switch to melee as well if you run out of magic, or if you'd rather use melee and just hit him, roll back, hit him, roll back, and then you're going to get your 30-second ring. So you should get the Aldrich's Ruby. Aldrich's Ruby. Dude, that's AIDS. Why did they name it that? Alright, so you should get, the Ruby ring, and then come inside the hallway here. Sign me up to be the hallway. You then want to open up this chest. This is going to give us another Estus shard. That way we can upgrade our flask. And you can even go back and upgrade it now if you feel like you'll need more heals for the boss. Because what we'll do next is you run back through the doorway. Again, rest if needed, if you need more supplies. And then you're going to run around the side here. And you can skip these guys here and then just run through the boss wall. Now this should be easier for you guys because you should have got the Chaos Bed Vestiges spell. I put that in the guide because, it's actually a really OP spell. But my dumbass the rest of the playthrough did not grab it for some reason. So even in this footage, how I'm not using it, I definitely recommend using it because you can just stand back and start blasting them with fireballs. And it makes a lot of the bosses trivial. Pretty much since we unlocked that spell, the game will be pretty easy. But this guy here, all you really do is go up behind him, attack his ass. He'll teleport away. Try to close distance, attack his ass. In second phase, he'll become more fiery. He does do this arrow move that can be a bit tricky to dodge. And he shoots them from the sky. But as you can see, I just kind of went in there and kamikazed his ass. And because he was almost dead, so I figured why not. And then I fucking died. So at the end of the day, I beat the boss and task failed successfully. After that, you can light the bonfire. Again, that boss should be so much easier because you'll be using that pyro spell as long as you've been following my guide. And from his bonfire, we come around the side here and then up the lift. And there's actually a ring that we can grab up here. So make your way up to the top. And at the very back of this room, you'll find the ring. So that should be your 33rd ring. Make your way back down to the bonfire. And where we want to go next is fast travel to High Lord Wolnir. And once you arrive here, go back out the way where the bridge is. So you may remember that bridge that we knocked down. And you just want to knock it down again. So whenever you rest, the bridge actually repairs itself. Knock it back down, it's going to turn into a bridge. So you should be able to interact with it at the edge. Just be careful you don't fall off. Slide all the way down and then make your way down this path. You're going to find a demon over here that we need to kill. But what you can do is we can use another big brain move, right? Kind of like we did with the bridge and that invader. This time we're going to piss off this mimic. And we're just going to let them fight it out. I mean, why work harder when we can work smarter, you know? We're basically feeding two birds with one stone here. And as you can see, the mimic is blood crazed. He wants to just absolutely destroy this demon. So you can just hide around here so you can kind of see their health. Now, the moment I saw the mimic die, I just ran in and finished off the demon. Unfortunately, you know, the mimic just wasn't quite strong enough. But we'll kill him, and we'll just go to that doorway down here. Make your way all the way down, and then at the very end of the hall here is going to be an item we need to grab. That's going to be our 34th ring. And then you can run back through here, go left, and then activate the bonfire. You may need to kill the skeletons to rest here, but they're really easy, guys. You got this. After you kill them, continue through the cave up ahead. Now this cave here is going to lead into the smoldering lake. There's a giant ballista to the right of us that it's just going to keep shooting us, right? So you want to... Okay, I'm trash. Don't be like me, guys. Just keep running straight across. You'll see the ballista coming at you. Just keep running across until you find this wall here. You're going to see a brick wall. Wait till it kind of shoots in this direction. And then move out of the way. Probably better than I did. And then you're going to grab another ring. After you grab the ring, you can quickly start rolling back towards the trees. Now you're going to see a giant worm to the right of us. So you can see a massive big boy over here. Now we're going to cheese to kill him. You guys can kill him naturally if you want to take on the thick boy. But the way we're going to do this here is we're going to just not pick up useless shields and get hit by the ballista. We're just going to run past him. Keep running all the way down. And then we're going to go on the right side of him. Okay, I'm invading a world. That's okay. So again, from here, we're on the right side from the staircase. And you can see the worm here. Jesus Christ, I'm trash at this game, guys. Okay, go to the right side here. And if you stand behind these rocks, the ballista won't hit you, but it should keep hitting the worm. And probably like 3 minutes of this. It's not too bad. He'll die and you'll get not only a miracle, but you'll get an undead bone shard as well to upgrade our flask. After that, from the staircase here, just as a reference point, we're going to go up this path to the left. Keep going all the way down, and then there's going to be left into another cave. Go down the stairs and you'll find another bonfire. Okay, light the bonfire, and then from here, where you want to go is just straight ahead. We're going to make a right, go down the stairs, keep going straight, and then once you hit the beam of the wall there, head right and then down the stairs. You can make your way out here and then go to the left. There's going to be a lot of enemies. I recommend just suiciding, really, to be honest, or if you're quick, you can grab this bone. Now, don't be bad like me, and I got caught as I grabbed it. But if you kind of trigger him, you can grab it, or you can just suicide grab it, respawn at the bonfire, and then come back down the stairs again, and then go to the right this time. Okay, after we do that, what we'll do next is make your way, like I said, to the right, and then down this hallway. If you go all the way to the very end of the hallway, try and dodge the fire, and then go left. We're going to keep running. We're going to run past all of these enemies. Keep going left, go around the pillars there, and then left again. Once you make it into this room, you're going to go around the pillar and then left again. Keep going left. You'll find this area to the right. Then to the right again. Then we're going to go straight. Ignore that left, just keep going straight. Then go left, and then go up the stairs. There's going to be so much shit following us if you didn't kill them. You can kill them on the way, but we don't do that shit around here. We just roll past them all, and I definitely didn't die there. No, but just go ahead and activate that bonfire. From there, we're going to then go to the right over here and break that illusionary wall. You're going to see this path here to the left with a bunch of the slime on the roof. Just keep rolling past them so you don't have them drop on you. We're going to grab the Estus shard at the end of the hallway to upgrade our flask. Then again, we're back at the bonfire. You can use Homeward Bone if you need to, or just run back. Now we're going to go through the doorway to the left. We're going to run inside. We're going to ignore these enemies. We're just going to grab the Pyromancy Tome and then try and run back to the bonfire. We're going to travel to the Firelink Shrine. Now you need a little bit of souls for this, so if you died, you can use one of the weak ones. Please do not use the boss souls. Just a reminder, do not use the boss souls. You can upgrade your flask with the undead bone shards we got. You should have 2 of them. You can then upgrade one of your flasks with the Estus shard if you haven't turned any of those in. And then from the blacksmith, we'll go over to Cornix here, the pyromancer. Now if you don't have it, you can get the flash sweat spell. We're going to need that for some fire resistance. And then after you grab that, we can head back to the bonfire in the center. You can attune the spell, of course. Make sure you always attune the spells that you have. And then we're going to travel back to the Demon Ruins. Now, once we're back at the Demon Ruins, go through this doorway here on the right side. Go right again and then down the stairs. Keep going straight. And again, we're going to hit the wall basically and then go right to go down some more stairs. There's going to be all those enemies in here again, just so you know the right direction. We're going to go right. And you're going to go all the way right until you hit the wall here and then go right again. That should be an illusionary wall. If it's not gone, just hit it. And you'll see this room over here to the right. It's got tree roots on the wall. That's a good way to know you're going the right way. And this tree root wall is actually an illusionary wall. Make your way through there, and then we're going to go left. As you can see, right is a dead end. And then we'll go left and we'll grab another tome. After you grab this tome, we're going to make our way through the doorway to our left. Then you're going to go down the stairs. You're going to see all this lava. Now you want to put on fire resistant gear. There's also fire resistant rings, but if you put on the rings, make sure you put back on your proper rings when we're done with this part. And you want to have the flash sweat spell ready, plus with all your fire resistant gear. And you just want to run to this first item right here. You can keep drinking as you go through, grab the toxic mist, and then run back. Or you can start back at the bonfire and make your way back to this tree root room. And then we're going to head down here to the left, go around to the right, and then down left again. So again, that was from that tree root room, so you can just follow the same path that we did before if you need to rewind it. Now go through all of these sort of tree root kind of area, and then you'll see some of those blight frogs as well. That way you know you're in the right spot. Before going up the stairs, we're going to make a left. Go all the way down, and then right here you're going to see an invader. Or not so much an invader, but an asshole. Now you can kill him. If you're struggling with him, you don't really have to kill him. You can put on the flame resistant stuff and then just go for the item. And just keep drinking. The lava will likely kill him as well, because as you can see, whenever I did lava right here, I was kind of rolling through it and the lava was just destroying him. So you can use that to your advantage, because you can see I'm absolute dog shit. Like, this guy is tearing my ass up. But yeah, then I just kept running through there, and I was like, bro, please stop, man. Like, come on, bro. Just leave me alone, man. I gotta be a dick, bro. Send his ass to the Shadow Realm, pick up his stuff, and then get ready to run pretty far into the lava. I recommend going around the left side here, just so you can have as minimal lava contact as possible. And you want to just start chugging that shit like it's fucking Mountain Dew. Just keep chugging that shit. Grab the spell, keep chugging that shit, and then run back. If you die, it's not a big deal, but you eventually just want to go back to this bonfire here. The name of the bonfire should be the Demon Ruins, and it's right outside where we killed the giant worm. Now this next boss is actually what I was talking about in the Aldrich fight, about us getting that OP spell. Once we defeat this boss, we're going to get that spell unlocked. But once you're ready to face him, head inside and we will be fighting the old Demon King. Now, he's not too hard. He is pretty slow. You can also use Flash Sweat to your advantage because it reduces fire damage. And again, you want to make sure you have the rings you had on before, or at least any rings that would be beneficial for you on this fight. And ultimately at the start, he's just very slow. He does do this move, which you don't want to be sitting in, but as you can see, I had Flash Sweat on and it didn't really do too much damage. Now, occasionally he will do this, and while he's doing that, you can actually attack him. You'll notice a ring of fire coming through, like towards the boss. Just roll outside of it. The iframes will keep you alive. And throughout the fight, you can just keep rebuffing accordingly. But again, dodge the fire rings. And while he's doing that, as you can see, I could have been attacking him, but I'm very far back. But he does shoot down meteors when he does that, so you just want to avoid those. And that's pretty much it for most of his abilities. You can kind of hide around the skull piles and, you know, kite him around that as well. He can still hit you when he's in this weakened state, so just be careful. So I do recommend going back to Firelink Shrine first, trading his boss soul for the Chaos Bed Vestiges spell, and that'll make all of the bosses so trivial. And once you've done that, we can then come to the Distant Manor, and now we can finally go down the stairs. So again, you talk to the dude on the throne in Firelink Shrine, you give him the boss soul, and he will give you that pyromancy. Okay, we're going to make our way down the stairs here. And that'll make our other playthroughs a lot faster as well, because we'll have 2 speedrun playthroughs where we're only doing necessary cleanup. Keep going down the stairs here and then through this entrance to go into the prison cells. You're going to get invaded, especially if you are embered, which you more than likely will be after you defeat the boss. Now down here in the dungeon, you have to wait for the invader. You can kill her really quick. After you get that bonfire, if you'd like, you can buy a torch from the Firelink Shrine if you don't have one. It's not 100% necessary, but it does come in handy for those enemies that put the leeches on you. And we're just going to head straight and then go out here. You want to really be quick around those enemies because they drain your health bar. They don't just drain the actual health, but they also make your health bar smaller. You want to cross the bridge in the center and then go right. You're going to find that this cell door is open and then there's a hole in the wall. Watch out for the enemy right there on the right with the creepy face. You're going to open up this gate. You're going to go left and you're going to open up the shortcut. It opens from this side only. After that, we'll make our way to the end of the hall. And then we're going to grab another item here that we can use a bit later on. So open up this cell and get the Jailbreaker's key. After you've got the key, make your way back outside. We're going to go through the shortcut door. We're going to try and avoid these enemies here. Run back across the middle bridge here and then go right. And then we're going to drop down. So this is where we're dropping down, is basically straight from the bonfire. Now come all the way to the end cell over here. You're going to see the little leech monster inside. We want to open that. You kind of don't want to really fuck around like I was right there, because now this guy's down here and I have to fight both of them. So quickly take them out. Again, our weapon has fire on it, so it's really, really strong against those guys. But as you can see, the leeches are actually destroying me. Kill the leech monster, though, and he will give you a spell. So make sure you kill that one that was inside the cell to get that spell. Otherwise, you would miss out on it for the trophy. It's not missable. You can come back there at any time, but it's better to just get it now. After that, you can go back to the bonfire, just as a reference point. From the bonfire, we'll run straight ahead and then to the right. And we'll come all the way to the end of this hallway over here. And since we grabbed that key, we can open this cell door here. So open that, drop down, and then grab our next ring. So you should get the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring. We then need to get down to the platform below us. There is a few enemies here, so just be careful. And you also want to make sure that you land on the platform, because there's a gap there and you could fall. You're going to then take out the enemies. They're very weak. It's like 2 hits to kill. And they use range, but they're really, really weak. After that, make your way through the doorway here. There's going to be a mimic to our right. You just want to take out the mimic. So just start going in on him. Make sure you don't get grabbed. And then once you kill him, you are going to get an Estus shard. Or if you're lucky and haven't got one, you'll also get a symbol of avarice. But after that, grab your Estus shard. And then the next spot we're going to go to, I don't quite have good footage of it, but go up the stairs, and then to our right, directly to our right, is a hole you can drop down. You want to drop down into this hole. It's going to cause you to completely skip a giant that's down below, and the giant's asleep, and it puts us on the right side we need to be on. So as you can see in my clip, the giant's actually awake, and he's beating the fuck out of me. So if you did it correctly and you went down that hole that I told you, he should just be asleep and you can just ignore him. But then you'll drop down over here. That way you can be on the ground level of the giant. He should eventually de-aggro, but in your case, if you followed that direction, like I said, he won't even be aggroed. You just want to clear out these rats. You don't want to pull too many, otherwise it can be a bit overwhelming pretty quick. But we want to grab the spell that's sitting right here behind the giant. So again, drop down that hole like I said, and you can skip the giant even attacking you. And again, we're going to head up the stairs here, and then you'll be in this room here. And on your right is going to be a ladder. You can ignore that chest in the corner. Go all the way up the ladder, and then you'll see that it brings us right back to the top where the giant is. So if you come out onto this platform and then go to the right, you'll notice that we're right here. So he's not aggroed anymore. We can then drop down. That way you can kind of see what it looks like. This is how it should be for you guys both times, because he won't be aggressive since he's just kind of knocked out. You're going to find some rats in the sewer entrance right here. You just, again, want to pull, like 1 or 2 at a time. You don't really want to go too crazy with it in case you get overwhelmed. After that, we're going to actually head all the way to the very end of this sewage pathway. And we're going to get ready for an ambush. So there's 2 chests at the very end. The one on the left is a mimic from the way we're facing. So the one on the left is a mimic. The one on the right is for a item we need. It's going to be the old cell key. And the moment we pick that up, there's going to be a bunch of blight frogs coming out from there. You want to get ready to take them all out. Then you can go ahead and kill the mimic. So don't attack the mimic until after the ambush, or you're going to screw yourself. And we'll get the dark clutch ring. So make sure you have the dark clutch ring, and then we can run back down this sewage way. And then you're going to notice that there was a hole in the wall. There's 2 big rats in this area, so you just want to be careful. I actually fell through the map on this area too for some reason. Never really had that happen. I've played Dark Souls 3 quite a lot. I know it doesn't look like it, right? Because of fucking dog shit. But still, I played it a lot, okay? So we got 2 big rats in here. You can, again, block them if you need to and just take them out. They're pretty weak against fire. Like I said, you'll just destroy them. And you can have that chaos spell now. So, like, you guys are just fucking shit up. After you kill those 2 rats, open up the gate. And in this area is going to be a lot of those priestess that kind of drain your health. So just be careful. We're going to go left and outside this big entrance. We're going to open a shortcut so that way we don't have to run through all of that every time if we were to die. So right here, you'll see some kind of dragon statue over there, but you'll find a lift. Take the lift up to the top, follow the path all the way down, and you're going to find a shortcut that we can open. So open up that shortcut door, and then we're going to grab a miracle here back on the lift. When you're going down the lift, there's actually a platform we can drop to. It's about halfway down. It's a pretty small lift, so you shouldn't take, any damage. And then go ahead and grab the lightning blade miracle. After that, you can drop down. You will take a little bit of damage from that drop. But then we can go over here. You can loot this torso as well. And then we're going to go back through the doorway where we came from initially. This is going to be back in that room with those priestess that I was talking about. And then from here, we want to go immediately to our left. And again, if we're quick, we can skip all the enemies in here. So this is going to be, the lazy boy strat. We're going to run past all these cute little guys. Bro, did you just say those are cute? Don't do that. That'll get you another coal. Make your way outside the doorway that we came in from. And around the left side this time, you're going to quickly run past all of those enemies. You don't have to open up this gate. I'm just a fucking idiot. But run past the enemies right there, past that chest as well. You don't need to open it. And you want to open up this gate right here at the very end. This has 2 items we need. So you're going to get the ashes as well as another ring for our collection. And again, you guys don't really want to mess around with these priestesses because as you can see, like, my health bar, it's not crazy big, but it's big though still, right, guys? Either way, it's probably got a good personality, but we're just going to head straight out the doorway. We're going to go down the staircase. Make sure no one's following you. If they are, just keep dipping because they'll reset at some point. And then you can continue past here. There's going to be a stone gargoyle that comes down. You can actually just run straight past him. You just want to make sure he doesn't knock your ass off the ledge or you're going to be running back. And nobody got time for that. But run past his ass. You want to drop down carefully to make sure you don't take a shit ton of fall damage. And then we're going to run over to this ladder, climb up the ladder, and you're going to get another gesture as well as an undead bone shard. And we're going to activate the bonfire in this area. After you grab the gesture and you activated the bonfire, make your way down the ladder. And then after you slide down, you're going to find a hole in the wall. Make your way down the hole or outside of it, just roll down. You shouldn't really take any damage. And then you're going to go around all the way to the left. A stone gargoyle will appear again, but he's a lot easier to dodge because he's pretty far away. Just run straight past him into this doorway. And the way you want to go is straight ahead. You want to drop down into this sort of swampy area. Now you are going to get poisoned, but we're going to grab the curse bite ring. You just want to keep rolling like crazy because there's a lot of those spider enemies. And again, you want to heal when you can because you just don't want any of them to pop up on you while you're poisoned. So as you can see, I just quickly heal. You don't have to grab the purging stone, but you can make your way up this little cliff and then to the ladder. If you have something in your inventory to cure the poison, you can definitely do that right now before we fight a sorcerer. But if not, the poison doesn't really do a lot of damage and you can just kill the sorcerer, you know, normally, and you'll have that OP magic spell as well that you can use against him. Go up the staircase and then onto the roof of this building. Now on the roof, you're going to find the sorcerer. Quickly take him out. He's going to give you a scroll. There's another scroll for Orbeck. But before we leave the roof, we're going to go to our right. And there's going to be a hole in the wall. So turn around from where you killed him. Drop down the hole. You want to land on this platform so you can grab another miracle. And then avoiding that enemy, you can just quickly run out the doorway. Make your way to the right. Again, keep healing if you're poisoned. Just keep an eye on your health. And then run all the way up the stairs, back onto the roof. And then you can see a hole or a doorway across. You just want to try and jump and land in there. It's a little bit dodgy, so it might take a few tries. But jump into this area and you're going to see another familiar face. What's my boy Onion Man doing in here, huh? There you go. He's going to give you a Titanite slab. This is going to be able to upgrade your weapon completely to max. It's the material you need. And in this room as well is our 40th ring. So we're almost halfway with the rings. We're going to start getting more of those as we progress, so don't worry too much. We're getting closer and closer to kind of the cleanup, which is always good. But jump back out. Go onto the roof again. And this time we're going to go all the way up the stairs because there's a doorway up here. And there's going to be a stair path that goes around and just kind of wraps around. You're going to keep going up all the way to the very top and then left. And you're going to go around this area that wraps around, and it's going to have an item at the very end of this tunnel. You're going to need to get ready to use a homeward bone. So grab the jailer's key ring. After you grab that key ring, you can then use the homeward bone. You should have had enough HP for this if you were poisoned the whole time. But use the homeward bone, and then we can start back at the bonfire we last rested at. So we're back in the Irithyll Dungeon. So whatever bonfire you're at, just come to the Irithyll Dungeon. We're going to, again, make this part really quick. We're going to run past the priestess there. Go to the right, and we're going to just run straight. We're going to go right at the very end before we hit that cell door at the end of that path. And there's an item we can get now that we have the jailer key. You want to open up this gate over here. Grab another ashes. After you get the ashes, the next place we want to go is you actually don't want to run out this way. I just didn't want to get attacked or swarmed by all of them. So I just went around the corner, and that still kind of got me fucked. We want to go back towards the middle bridge area, so just go up the staircase, and then at the end of here, you just want to go left. You go past the priestess, over the bridge again, and then we're going to go left. You'll go through that shortcut door that we've opened before. Run down the staircase here. Go all the way down, go through here. Avoid the enemies again. And you want to go through that shortcut that we unlocked. So you remember this shortcut with the lift. And then we go down the lift. We're going to go back in that other area with all those priestesses again. We're going to unlock another NPC. So we'll be unlocking Carla, and she's an NPC that we can give some of the tomes to as well to learn more hexes. So run into the area. You don't want to really aggro this rat like I did. You can just run straight ahead. But hug the right wall. You can't get up right here like I tried. So just keep running forward. And then go up the staircase at the very end. And then turn back around. Quickly avoid the priestess. And again, you won't have the rat on you. If you do have any enemies on you, I recommend killing them outside of the gate before speaking to the NPC. Because you just don't want to accidentally hit the NPC and make them hostile. So don't do what I did, because that could be risky. But speak to Carla, go through all of her dialogue options and offer help. And if you offer help and then save her nonetheless, then she's going to teleport to the Firelink Shrine. Now we're going to close this part off with something relaxing. We're just going to do some Firelink Shrine cleanup. So you can use a homeward bone to go back to the shrine. And if you're running out of homeward bones, you can buy them from the handmaid as well. So just, remember that, because they are handy. But what we want to do is come over to the handmaid. We're going to give her all of the ashes we have. So we have 3 of them. So just go through all of her dialogue. That way we can end the part on basically all of the cleanup being done, and we can jump right back into it in the next part. We're getting really close to the end though, guys. Head over to Andre. You can reinforce your Estus flask. And we can also give him all 4 coals. We have all 4 of them now. This will allow him to infuse all of our weapons. You don't have to really worry about that now. We're going to kind of do that all at the end of the game. But you can at least give him the coal, so that way you don't have it anymore. After that, we're going to make our way to the left of Andre and go to Cornix. But as always, guys, if the videos have been helping you, please leave a like. It does help me out a lot. It helps the algorithm. There are 2 tomes that you can't give to him, and we're going to give those to Carla later. So don't worry about that right now. For now, just go ahead and turn in the ones you can. Then head over to Orbeck and turn in your scrolls, any scrolls you have, and go through all of his dialogue. What is going on, clan? Welcome to part 6 of the Dark Souls 3 guide. Now from the Profane Capital, we're going to go down the ladder, and we're going to fight our next boss, Yhorm the Giant. Now this boss is really easy, to be completely honest with you, but make your way down, and you're going to go down this bridge. You're going to see those priests over there that are casting fireballs at you. You just want to avoid them, and then avoid the gargoyle up ahead. Yeah, make sure he doesn't knock your ass off, because you really don't want that. Okay, and just keep going forward. You can grab the soul there if you want. But where we're going is down the steps here. We're going to avoid pulling those enemies. And we're going to go through this big archway to the left. This is going to put us at the boss fight. Now this boss fight, you have to use I guess should be called the gimmick weapon. And when you go inside, you're going to run straight to the throne in the very back of the room. So I recommend going around him, trying to dodge his attacks. He's very slow, to be completely honest, so you shouldn't really... You guys won't struggle on this. Like, you guys are beast. So you want to come grab the Storm Ruler and then quickly equip it while he's not attacking you. And then you just need to hold L2, and while you're doing that, it's going to charge the weapon. Now, I recommend doing this when he's not actually attacking you. Sigurd is there as well, so sometimes when he has aggro, you can actually just attack him or completely miss like I just did. So it's got a pretty good range, but you want to make sure you lined up pretty good. And then once you see it kind of fully charged, give him a good old swing, and you'll eventually kill him. That's literally the fight, guys. Okay, so after you beat him, you're going to end up in our next area. It's going to take you back to the area where we were at the start against Vordt across the room. So if you remember, he was all the way down here at the very end of this long pathway. So if you haven't chose that Chaos Bed Vestiges spell that I mentioned before, make sure you go back, give this guy the transposing kiln, and then make sure you purchase the Chaos Bed Vestiges from him. So if you've still yet to do that, I recommend doing it because it does a lot of damage. Again, in my clips, I didn't have it because I'm an idiot, but I'm trying to save you guys the trouble. Now again, you can always come over to Cornyx and upgrade your Pyromancy. Since I didn't have the Chaos Bed Vestiges, I actually went with the Great Chaos Orb. But again, please use the Vestiges if you've been following the guide because it does a lot of damage. Another thing you can do is come over here to Carla, just under the bridge of the blacksmith. Ask her to learn dark sorceries. We're going to give her the Pyromancy tomes that we unlocked. So you may as well turn all of these Pyromancy tomes in before our next boss fight anyways. She can teach you hexes and things like that. And another thing you want to use, if you're using the Chaos Bed Vestiges, you want to make sure that your rings are in order. So you want to have the ring that actually raises your fire damage or your Pyromancy damage. Or if you're going to use the Black Fire Orb, for example, then you want to use the ring that raises your dark fire damage. I still recommend using just the normal fire, to be completely honest, because it also does a shitload of damage with the Chaos Vestiges spell. But as you can see, you can do the Dark Clutch Ring or the Fire Clutch Ring. And then we've got the Great Swamp Ring, and we have the Sage Ring, things that are all going to be basically upgraded spells. You want to make sure you have enough mana flasks as well. And then of course you always want to attune those spells before the boss fight. After you have all of those, you can head back to Vordt's bonfire and then run all the way back into here where we spawned. You just need to talk to the NPC here. Talk or attack, either or, as long as she dies. After a little bit, it's going to trigger a cutscene, and we're going to be fighting the Dancer. Now, the Dancer has a lot of cool, crazy moves, to be honest, like spins, and yeah, she does like 360 no-scopes. But as you can see, I'm still doing big dick damage, and you guys will do even better because you'll be using the Bed Vestiges spell. I was just using the Great Chaos Fire Orb, so I wasn't doing that much damage. But as you can see, it's still just standing back, casting, and then rolling, and then that's essentially all you have to really do. If you're struggling, you can always ask for a co-op partner, but once you have her defeated, you're going to get another trophy, and then just activate the bonfire. I'd honestly say she's one of the cooler fights in the game as well. After that, use the bonfire to go to Rosaria's bed chamber. You can go ahead and kill the little slug guy here. And you'll see that she's actually dead now. So you want to grab the item that's next to her, the Black Eye Orb. So we're going to grab the Black Eye Orb, go back to the bonfire. And now this time we're going to hit travel, and we're going to be going to the... So we go to the Aldrich Devourer of Gods bonfire because we're going to use that orb we just got. So again, we're going to go around the side here and go up that lift that we went to when we first did this boss, and we grab that ring. But instead of, doing all of that again, what we're doing is once we go in this room, you're going to see a message appear. You feel the black eye quivering. So if you go into your inventory and hit use on the black eye, you're going to invade the Rosaria's killer world. This is going to put you in a battle against Leonhard. Now, he's not too bad. He can heal and things like that. But once you kill him, you're going to get the soul of Rosaria. After you get the soul, make your way back down to the bonfire. And this time, we're going to go to the Dancer of the Boreal Valley bonfire. And again, you can farm some sunlight medals here in front of the Dancer's room. You might get lucky and find some people. It was definitely more active back in the day. But as you can see, my boy Jimmy here needed some help. So even though the game's a bit old now, I did manage to find someone, and we had a really good time. We destroyed the Dancer, and I thought, him and I could actually have a threesome with my wife. Excluding my wife, of course. And again, you don't have to worry about that if you're going to farm those medals online. So you can ignore that and then proceed up this ladder. And you can just activate the ladder by going up to that statue. Now, once you unlock the ladder, if you make your way directly to the left, you're going to go out this doorway and then down some stairs. You're going to find an enemy up ahead. You can actually ignore him if you'd like, or you can kill him with magic. And then what you'll do is you'll go down the lift that he was guarding. And you can drop down on a middle platform instead of going all the way down. And then when you're on this middle platform, if you make a right, you're going to find yourself an Estus shard. So that'll be another upgrade for our flask. And then after you grab the Estus shard, you can turn around, make your way up the stairs again, and then down the other side. You can see a few enemies down there, but just keep going around and then drop down on this platform here. So you should just fall right on there. Now watch out for those big enemies there, and then you can quickly run through here. Be careful not to stay in that because it gives you toxicity, which does a lot of damage. So we're going to run through here to avoid that. And then we'll run down this area, and then there'll be another spot of toxicity that we need to go through. So I'm just going to try and get through it quickly. And we're going to enter in this building to the right. You're going to find another lift that you can take. So go ahead and ride it up. Even if you aggroed enemies, you should be able to get in there without being chased. And then once you're on top right here, you can see the lift can keep going up, but you want to jump off on the very first stop. Then you're going to go down the stairs here, and we're going to find another ring. So this will be the dragon scale ring. And then we can keep going forward onto this roof. There's going to be an enemy here that you can kill. And if you hug the wall down here when you drop, you can see that knight over there in the distance by the doorway. That's the knight that we have to kill for a ring. The other knight to the left you don't have to kill. So you can ignore the one on the left, but try and aggro the one on the right. And then once you kill him, you'll get another ring. Alright, so after you've got all of those items in this area, you can go through the doorway that he was guarding. So over here to the right. And again, you don't have to kill that knight on the left. If he aggroes, you could just run straight past him and then go into the boss room. Now the boss's first phase, he's pretty easy. He's very slow and kind of predictable. Again, you'll be using big dick magic. You won't be using the little baby bitch spell like I'm using. And once he gets to about, I'd say about half health, maybe a little over that, he goes into like a fit of rage and he's super fast and things like that. So I'm showing a clip of basically my New Game Plus run because I actually found out a way to cheese the boss and we can get him stuck. So as you can see, he's at like 3/4 of his health and now he's going to go ape shit. And if you go around this corner here while he's going crazy, try and lure him around here and then dodge away. And then if you go around really quickly, try not to get stuck like me, he'll actually be stuck there because he'll just keep trying to run at you. And you can just blast him with your magic, or you can go up and hit him with your melee as well. Just be careful of his ice attack that he does there. But look, if a game's giving you too much macaroni, then you got to use the cheese, right? So there you go, an easy way to kill the consumed king, and you'll get a trophy and then activate the bonfire that appears behind you. Now that's a good way we can make that boss really easy. Whenever there's a nice cheesy method, I'm happy to give it. After we go ahead and light that bonfire, we'll make our way through the door ahead. So you come to a long hallway here with an enemy at the end. You can just quickly take him out. It's not too much of a threat. And again, you can see that I'm using the bitch boy magic. So I went to switch, and then we're just going to kill him. He just kind of stays there. I don't think he can come at you if you're standing back like that. He's got a certain range where he stays. We can make our way forward. You're going to find a new gesture. That's going to be our 24th gesture, guys. We only need 2 more and we'll get the trophy. It's still quite a while before we get those last 2, though, so don't worry about that just yet. Just be happy that's almost 1 more trophy down. You're going to come across a chest here you can open. Doesn't really have anything that we necessarily need, but then you can hit the wall behind it to open up a new pathway. Now, upon entering here, you're going to get a trophy. Now, the trophy pops once you actually have the name come up of the area. And then you can light the bonfire. Now this is sort of like a familiar area. It almost looks like the beginning of the game. But there is an item we can grab in this area as well. So once you come out of this zone here, there's a left and a right. And you want to make your way to the left. There's going to be quite a few enemies here, but you can just take them all out. And then they're going to be guarding our next ring. So just kill all of them. And then you can grab the ring they were guarding. So that's our 43rd ring. We're kind of getting through that list. We're going to have quite a bit at the end of the game. Now we're going to make our way forward. So this time we're going the right path. And we'll go straight past this enemy. You can just skip him. Now this guide here is actually going to be up until the final boss. And then our next video will be the final boss and some cleanup. So we're getting there, guys. We're smashing it out. Hopefully you've been enjoying the guides. If you have, make that thumb button blue for me, man. That's all I ask. Keep making your way through here. This is going to be exactly like the beginning area, so you should be quite familiar with it. And yeah, it's going to be pretty much the same boss. So he's a little bit different. He's definitely more aggressive. But right when you come in here, he's going to just start attacking. So once you get close, he's already aggroed. You can just start wailing on him. So again, start using your magic. You should be doing a lot more damage than me since you'll be using a better spell. And I just kept kind of rolling around, getting a few hits in, letting him get aggressive. And then while he does the big hits, come in and just finish him off. So it shouldn't take you guys too long. You guys will probably smash him out first try. You're already veterans at this point. And after you get the trophy, you can light the bonfire. And then up ahead is going to be a door, just like in the beginning of the game. It's kind of feeling like a little bit like deja vu, you know? Open up the door here. Now, once you come outside over this area, you're going to find a lot of these, kind of like the Anor Londo knights. So just be careful, because they can still do a lot of damage. But so can you now. So go ahead and take that guy out on the stairs. Make your way up further. And there's going to be another knight. So I'll just show you so you don't get ambushed. And we can just do this. After you take him out, make your way to the right of the doorway of the Firelink Shrine. So don't go into the Firelink Shrine yet, because we're going to get another ring. And on the right over here is going to be another knight kind of hidden away. And he's guarding another ring. So take him out, and then you can grab the ring. So we'll get the Hornet ring next to that gravestone, and then we can head into the Firelink Shrine. So go back around and then go through the doorway. Now we're going to make our way inside the Firelink Shrine, and at the middle you can pick up the coiled sword fragment. This is basically a homeward bone that doesn't get consumed. So now you have infinite homeward bone travels, so you can equip that on your quick bar. And next we're going to get a quest item, but we won't be using this anytime soon. But it is missable, so please grab this item. If you come down the stairs over here and around the corner, you're going to find an illusionary wall. And we're going to find the Firekeeper's eyes. And again, you can miss these, so please make sure you grab them. After you grab the Firekeeper's eyes, make your way back around. And then this time we're going to go sort of towards where the blacksmith is. But we're going to go up and then go over to the Shrine Handmaid. We're going to buy a ring from her, so you do need some souls. So use some of the small souls if you do need to use some. Again, please do not use boss souls, but you're going to buy the Priestess ring. So that's another ring we can add to our collection. Again, this is only applicable to you if you are actually collecting them and someone hasn't dropped them for you for the trophy. But that's the only ring we need to grab from here. And then after that, we can equip the coiled sword fragment, like I said before, and this will be our permanent homeward bone. So you can then go to the last bonfire that you rested at. It should take you back to where we killed Judex. And then you want to use the bonfire to go back to the dancer's bonfire. So again, we'll go back up the stairs like we did the first time. The only difference is this time we're not going the same route. So this time we're going to go directly straight. There's going to be a lot of these knights in this area. You can just run past them if you'd like. Make your way around here and then to the right so you don't aggro those guys. And then down here you'll find a few of these casters as well as the knights. But there's going to be a bonfire right past them. So if you want, you can just run in and just not get fucking beat up like I was. But run in, grab the bonfire behind them. You'll likely have to kill at least one of them to actually rest at the bonfire. So I recommend killing them. We're going to be farming those for the sunlight metals offline if you were doing it that method. But for now, we're just going to continue on the path. And there's going to be a lot of enemies here. I'm going to do the classic skip all this bullshit. And then when you come up the staircase here, watch out because there's a big guy that jumps and tries to land on you. He just comes around the side right there, so try and avoid him. And there's actually a bonfire here to the left that you can grab. We're about to grab it in a moment, so if you think that you're prone to dying, you can grab it beforehand. But what we're going to do is quickly, before the dragons breathe fire, we're going to jump down past the bridge here and fall on this ledge. This is going to give us another undead bone shard. And then from here, we can drop off the ledge to the right. And then you're going to find a doorway we can go through. So this doorway is going to lead back around to where that bonfire was, and then we'll pick up the bonfire. So make your way out here go up the stairs. Again, there's a few enemies, but you can just run past them. So I'm going to keep rolling so I don't get hit. I did get invaded there. Or sorry, I invaded a world because I had that thing on. So then I kept going around after the invasion, and then I lit the bonfire. So again, make sure you light the bonfire. It's going to save you some troubles. Next, what we want to do is we want to buy some arrows if we don't have any. You can buy them from the handmaid like before, or you can also buy them from Grey Rat down below by the blacksmith. And we're going to use these arrows for another easy but cheesy method. So just buy as much as you can. You honestly shouldn't need as many as I bought. You could probably get away with 100 as long as you're doing it as I said. Or as I show you, rather. So again, I'm just buying a decent amount of arrows, making sure I had enough. It doesn't really matter what kind of arrows you use. I'm just using the really shitty ones. And then you can equip the Carthus Milk Ring as well to increase your dexterity. That'll let you equip the bow efficiently. And then, as you can see, I'm fat rolling, but we don't really need to worry about that. I'm going to equip the bow and come up here by the dragon. And you want to line yourself up like I have. So you see when I zoom in exactly where I'm standing. And when I zoom out where I'm standing. And we're going to just keep shooting from right here. Okay, maybe not right there. We're going to move over, and you can adjust yourself accordingly. And you just want to keep shooting. And when you see that he's taking damage, that's a fairly good indication that you're doing something right. We're basically trying to hit the corrupt part that's on his tail. And we're just slowly chipping away at that. I think it probably took me about a minute of shooting arrows. And then he finally died. So again, that sort of, it's like a corruption on his tail. That's going to kill him. And then we can cross the bridge much easier. That doesn't fully kill him. I'll show you how we can do that for some extra souls here in a minute. You can switch back to your pyromancy rings and things like that if you did equip the Carthus ring. You can pick up any souls that, like, maybe if some noob died here. And as you can see, he's not fully dead. He's still there on the map. He hasn't despawned. So what we do is around the right of where that dragon is, if you come into this open area and go up the ladder, you're going to get ambushed by a lot of enemies. So just be ready to take them on. They're nothing too crazy, but as you can see, I'm already getting attacked. And after you kill all of the enemies, you're going to see that corruption I was talking about. Fire is really good against it, so use your fire spells. And once you kill that, you'll not only get a decent chunk of souls, you'll get Titanite chunks, some embers, and also the dragon will despawn. You can do that on the other side as well, but I'll show you that a bit later. For now, we're going to make our way back inside. And we're going to go around here. So you can either go back down the ladder and to your right, but it's probably easier just to come up here to the left. Then you can skip all of those enemies. You don't have to kill all of them. As you can see, that Chaos Fire Orb leaves a trail there, so they just kind of killed themselves, which was pretty handy. And then after you cleared out this area, or just ran past, it sort of depends on what you want to do. You just want to come over here and pull this lever. They're pretty easy though, so you can just kill them. But after you pull the lever, that's going to open the front gate to the castle. You can come around here to the right, and you're going to find a knight who's like really fucking aggressive, so try to run from him. And run up the stairs here. If you're really quick, he shouldn't follow you up here. I'm pretty sure he did on mine, but just be aware of that. So if you do it correctly, he shouldn't follow you, but if he does, just kill him. Come over here, pick up a sunlight medal. That's one less that we have to farm, which is always good. So then you don't have to farm as many online or offline. After you grab the sunlight medal, come around to the right. After you grab the sunlight medal, make your way over here. We're not going to drop down that area yet. We're going to go up this ladder. Once you're up this ladder, you're going to see two enemies at the very end of this area, but also a big guy that comes out. So you just want to make sure you don't aggro them all, or if you do, you're ready for it. Again, you'll have a better spell because it'll actually kind of chuck it at them, where mine is more of like a lob, so it's not that great. Alright, so after we take them out, make your way inside the area where they were just kind of guarding. You're going to find a ladder you can go down. Make your way down the ladder for another ring. It's just at the back of this room. So we'll get the knight's ring, and then we'll go out the doorway past the ladder to our right. You're going to see a hallway that's lit up and a knight at the end of the corridor here. Just take him out. And we're going to get our second to last gesture right now. So after this, we'll only need one more. We won't be getting it anytime soon, but at least you can rest easy that you only need one left. So gesture 25, we can finally praise the sun and be so grossly incandescent. It truly is a magnificent sight. We're not going to offer any sunlight medals. We're just going to head over to this doorway here. You can open that chest as well, that's fine. Nothing that you need for a trophy, but come over to this area here and you can kind of just drop down. You'll see another corruption there, so just be ready to fight it. You want to carefully kill it if you do want the souls. You don't have to kill it, but you know, you can. Watch out for that chest there. That's a mimic. You don't need to kill it unless you need the symbol of avarice. Then you can kill it to hopefully get one, which I 100% recommend. And then you want to grab the tome that's sitting there. After we grab the tome, and if you kill the mimic, if you need the symbol of avarice, then you can head back down. We're going to go back around up the stairs where that knight was. And again, you just want to haul ass if you didn't kill him. As you can see, he's fucking pissed. Like, this guy comes out of nowhere. This dude has a grudge. So make your way all the way to the top. And then where we're going to go from this doorway next is actually to the right. So you can see up ahead is a boss wall. We don't want to just go there yet. We're going to come up this area here. There isn't really any enemies here, so you should be safe. And then come out the doorway to the left. And we're going to find another ring. So that'll get you the red tier stone ring. Now after that, we can make our way back outside. Head down the stairs to our right. And then out the doorway. And you can activate this lift as well if you want. It's just a shortcut. So you can go ahead and activate that so you have that shortcut unlocked. That takes you right before the dancer's room, or after the dancer's room, sorry. So if you do want to get back to the boss a little bit quicker. Now this boss, I find using the middle statue to be really good to kite him around. Especially since you guys will have a better spell for this. It's a lot faster to cast and things like that. So as you can see, my spell staggered him and I did some additional damage. Occasionally he's going to get the dragon to attack you as well, so you just kind of want to roll away. But you can see I'm just using the statue in the middle to kind of protect myself. So you can sort of cheese him in that sense because he can't really keep up and his attacks are pretty slow. Once you kill him, you're going to get another trophy and then a bonfire to unlock. So chug yourself some Estus Flask because you've done well. And after he's dead, you can activate the next bonfire. And then we'll go a bit forward and there'll be another bonfire with some items on the floor that we want to collect. Now the next area is just a giant library. It's called the Grand Archives. And I'll be able to guide you guys through it pretty easily. So again, go forward and activate our next bonfire. And then you can see a key item up ahead. It's the key to actually get inside the Grand Archives. So grab the key and then make your way through the doorway. Now right at the start of this area, you'll get jumped by a sage. He looks just like the crystal sage. And after you do a little bit of damage, he'll just teleport away. And we won't see him until we're up a bit higher in the library. So after that, make your way around the left of where he was, up the stairs. And then at the top of the stairs, you're going to go right. You're going to go straight and then wrap around and go right. And then go straight ahead. You're going to run past a few of these seaman demons, these like bukkake monsters with white stuff all over them. Yeah, I don't know why they did that, okay? But come into this dark area here, and on the right side, you want to keep rolling, and you want to avoid the bookcases, because there's these like evil hands that come out, and they'll do some pretty decent damage to you. But on the right there was a lever, and it pulls down this bookcase, and it's going to help us find a pyromancy. So that's another ability we unlocked. That actually increases your pyromancy, so if you want, you can equip it and use it in boss fights. And you're going to do more damage with your pyromancy spells on top of your rings as well. So all that damage will stack. Make your way up the stairways, past another seaman demon. Then we're going to go over here to the stairway. You can see the crystal sage is up above. You can see him clipping through the bottom. Make your way all the way up. Watch out for that candle guy because he can freeze you in some of the white sticky stuff he shoots out. Yeah, man, I like I said, I don't know, okay? It's a little sus, but just keep going past them all. Now, you could kill them all, but that sounds fucking horrible. So we're just going to run past, and we're going to unlock this illusionary wall. Now, there's a giant creature in here you want to avoid. You probably do want to, you know, kill the assassins and things like that from behind, because we can kind of cheese our way with this guy as well. If you lure him all the way to the back over here, just avoid the hands again, like I said before, because they will do a lot of damage, and they can also blight you, so that will insta-kill you. Okay, and as you can see, there'll be an invisible barrier here, and he won't be able to reach us. So I'm just going to try and aggro him again, and then I killed him. After you kill him, you can go inside where he was kind of nesting in, and you'll find a doorway at the very back to the right, and this is going to lead us to another sorcery. And on this body, you're going to find the sorcery, Soul Stream. After you do that, make your way back out the doorway where this guy was nesting. So we'll head back out here. And again, just kill all the assassins beforehand, and you should be able to take this big guy out pretty easy. Once you come out of the room here, you're going to see this banister that's broken. Now you also find the Crystal Sage. Here you can actually kill him. Just try to avoid his attacks because they do a lot of damage. After you kill him, you get the Crystal Scroll. And then you want to go the other way until you see the knight. And then before the doorway is going to be a lever. So if you're at the wrong side, just try the other side. It's going to open up the bookcase. And you're going to find the Scholar Ring. So there's another ring for our collection. Again, just look for that lever. Now after that, you can grab the Titanite chunk there if you'd like. We'll go back up the staircase over here and make our way across. We're going to then go forward and all the way up the stairs. Keep going up. Once you're up here, you can activate the shortcut to go down. And this will have a door that you can open. So make your way over to the door. Make sure you open it with the lever. And this actually takes you back to the bonfire right outside of the Grand Archives. So you can see it'll take us back out to the entrance of it. That'll save you a little bit of trouble if you do die. You then want to make your way around the right, and we're going to go up another staircase. You'll be in this kind of open area, and there is a Seaman Demon to the right. Well, there's two of them actually, and then up ahead over here is another one. So just roll through. Avoid the white stuff. Something you wouldn't do in real life, but you want to do it in the game. Don't do that. But just grab the ring over here. You want to be really quick. But again, be quick because those hands do damage you a fair bit. And then that'll get you the Fleshbite ring. And then come out here to the right and then drop down the ladder. You can just drop down because it's not a far drop. Make your way up the left here to scale up the roof. And then you can go down on this side. Well, it doesn't really matter if you go around, either or. And then come down this way. Now you're going to start seeing these big gargoyles, so you just want to be quick. So while he's attacking nothing, we're going to run right past him. And we're going to keep scaling the rooftops. So go all the way up here. And then again, we're going to go over this rooftop here. Try not to fall off like I almost did. And then drop down over here and then go right. You're going to see another gargoyle. I'm just going to be quick. Try and dodge him. And then we're going to go around the right again. You want to drop off onto this balcony. You're going to see a broken window where you can go in. Just be careful because he can hit you through the window. So you want to quickly grab the item that's on here that didn't let me grab it. But you're going to see an undead bone shard to upgrade our flask yet again. And again, you want to avoid the gargoyle. And you want to kick this ladder down because it's going to be a shortcut for you. Just watch out for the caster. And then we'll come around here to the left. Make your way forward. And then you'll be outside. Now there's a few enemies here, but there's also going to be a really massive shortcut that we're going to unlock. So you really don't want to die here. I recommend just healing to full before doing this run. So we're going to run past here. And you're going to avoid all of these guys. So just keep rolling. They will follow you into this room. But I recommend just going down the lift. This will be a massive shortcut for us. It's going to be right outside of the Grand Archives bonfire. You can go back to the Firelink Shrine. Upgrade your flask a fair bit. And you can also level up if needed. It may as well use your souls to level up and power your character. And again, you can burn the undead bone shards, and that's going to get you a trophy as well. So that was your final one. And then we'll head back to the Grand Archives, so make sure you burn that undead bone shard. Don't forget about it. Extra healing will always help out. Then you'll come up this area outside of that room with the lift. You're going to go over a lot of these rooftops, and then go to the right around the very back of it. And we'll keep going around the back. This will avoid a lot of the enemies as well. So stay on the rooftop, go to the very back. Once you get to this last staircase, go up the stairs and then right again. And then that way you can come through this little doorway. You'll be on this giant roof with a fence or a banister around it, and then you can grab an Estus shard. So that'll be another upgrade for us for our flask. And there's still a few more things we can grab in this area. So for example, now we're going to go to the center tower here. So look for the staircase. And then you want to go up the staircase and then up the ladder that's up here. This will be for another ring. So we'll go all the way up, and then on the ledge here is going to be another ring. After you get the ring, you can drop down onto the little rooftop ahead of you. Just make sure you don't fall off and die. Just kind of drop down, and then you can drop down again. After you drop down both times, you can then drop down a third time. You will take a little bit of damage, but then you can quickly run in here before you aggro enemies. You want to just be careful falling here. You want to land on the pole there, or the beam. And then you can drop on the bird cage, and then go inside the bird cage to get another miracle. So make sure you grab this miracle. Now we're going to use our coiled sword to go back to the shrine bonfire. And the reason is we want to turn in some of those scrolls we got. So we got the crystal scroll from that sage in there. And you do not want to kill the next boss before you give it to this guy. If you kill the next boss and you do not give him the crystal scroll, he's going to disappear, and that's going to lock you out of the trophies. So again, please ensure that you've given him the crystal scroll before you kill our next boss, the twin princes. After you've given him the scroll, you can come over to Cornyx and upgrade your pyromancy arm if you need to. So see if you have enough materials and upgrade it. If not, that's fine as well. Just go ahead and head over to the blacksmith. You can upgrade your sword again if you have the materials, and you can also upgrade your Estus flask. After that, you can go over to Grey Rat, and you can purchase more of the arrows, or you can do it from the handmade as well. So for example, I'll just buy some standard arrows. I think you do need to use standard or wood for this next cheese that I'm going to show you. But then head back to the Grand Archives, take the lift back up to where we came from, and this time we're going to head straight out the door and go down this very long path of enemies to make it to the boss. So if you follow my path, you can avoid a lot of their attacks. And if you keep rolling and then pause to get some stamina back and then keep rolling again, you can make it all the way to the very end. So again, maybe by now through our Dark Souls journey, you feel like the game's giving you more macaroni, and for the next fight you want to use the cheese. Well, I'm going to show you how to do that. At the very end here, as you're running, you're going to see a bunch of pissed off knights. You're going to look like that Pornhub meme with Piper. You know what I'm talking about. Because they're just going to be swinging on you. Open up that door. Keep going all the way into the boss room to trigger the fight. Now in his first phase, he's pretty easy. He's fairly slow. You're going to just fight the Elder Prince. So again, I'm just using my shitty spell. You guys will slam through him pretty quickly. You just want to dodge his teleports. And then he does like a short kind of, slow attack. Then attack him again. He'll do a teleport. I'm trash, obviously. So yeah, in order to do the cheese, when you actually kill him, so you can see his health is low, you want to kill him around the red carpet here. So you can see how we're kind of on the red carpet. I'm trying to bait him onto it. And then I kill him on that red carpet. Now this will trigger it to where you're behind the boss after the cutscene, and he basically has no aggro on you. Now if you do move very quickly at any point, he is going to aggro on you, or if you go in front of him, things like that. You can sort of walk slowly, that's perfectly fine. So I'm going to just show you how to do the cheese method. Otherwise, if you just want to fight him normally, just kill him with your magic. It's pretty easy. But as you can see, I can do a slow walk. But for the cheese, all you need to do is equip your bow again. You can equip the Carthus ring, and you just want to shoot right there at his hood. So you can see I'm kind of under the hood part. You just want to shoot there because it's going to kind of glitch. And eventually, I think it took probably like maybe 2.5 minutes, probably longer than that. But once you do that, there you go. He's just going to drop dead, and you just covered him with some cheese. So that's another method in case you guys are struggling with that fight. Either way, I really don't see you guys having issues, but there's another method for you. You're going to get another trophy, another Cinder of the Lord, and you can activate the bonfire in this room. After you've got the bonfire, make your way to the Irithyll Dungeon. Now, I bet you didn't miss this place, because I know I fucking don't, and I sure as shit know you don't. But thankfully, we don't really have to do anything here. We're just going to cut kind of through to go to a shortcut. So we're going to go to the right, then we're going to go left over the bridge. Make your way past those priests, just try to avoid them so you don't lose health. And then go left through the shortcut door. We're going to go all the way down to the end of this path. You see that cell that we've opened before, but you just want to drop down and then go through this shortcut. And you'll remember this shortcut had that lift that we unlocked. So you can pull that if the lift is actually down. Wait for that to come up and then make your way down the lift. Now we're going to go to a new area. So you'll notice this empty spot here against the wall. Just stand in this place here. Open up your gesture menu with the touchpad if I'm not mistaken. And then go over to the Path of the Dragon emote and then press square to test it. And then just sit there until you get a cutscene. Should only take about 6 or so seconds. That'll trigger a cutscene and they'll take you to the peak. Now once you move a bit forward and explore the area, you are going to get a trophy for exploring this area. We're going to just make our way up to the top. There's going to be a lot of enemies up in this area. Now I kind of just kamikazed it and ran past everything, but it's probably a bit easier if you kill them. So we're going to keep going forward and then around the right here. You can ignore that area over there. But as you can see here, there's a lot that shoot fireballs and stuff at you. So it probably is worth killing. They can overwhelm you pretty easily like you can see here. Because there's quite a bit of them. So I'm getting my shit kicked in. But we're going to quickly activate the bonfire. Activate that, then you can kill them to actually rest. Okay, after you've done that, make your way up the staircase here, sort of towards the entrance, but we're going to go around the left side. The left side will wrap around here and then up a staircase. And then you can drop down so you don't aggro any enemies. We'll go around the left here. There's going to be one enemy in this area right here, so just try to kill him. That was a terrible throw. And there's going to be a ring that he's guarding, so quickly take him out or just get fucked like I did. And then grab the ring that he was guarding. So that's going to get you the lightning clutch ring. After you grab that ring, make your way back towards the front of the entrance. Go all the way around to the left here, and then you're going to pull the lever by the door to open the gate. Now this is going to be a boss. It's a really easy boss. It's more of like a running gauntlet kind of thing than an actual boss. So the Wyvern will come in the area here. And he actually glitched on my first attempt, so hopefully that doesn't happen to you. But just run straight past him. And you're going to go left from the bell. And then right here you actually want to go forward past the enemy and just keep rolling so you don't take damage, because as you can see, that Wyvern fucked me up because I was kind of taking too long there. So you want to make sure you're really fast around that part. Just go straight and then past this area here and then go right up the stairs. Again, there's going to be more enemies around the corner, so I recommend just keep rolling. Make your way all the way up the stairs and again keep rolling right here because there's going to be more enemies. Make sure you don't fall off. There's going to be 2 enemies at the end of this bridge here. I like to wait for the big guy to come down just a little bit. So try to get him to come at you like that. And then you can roll past him. That way it gives you a bit of time because there's a ladder you have to climb over here. So go all the way forward. Past this enemy. Now that last guy I usually try to bait an attack from. But if he doesn't attack, I just climb the ladder. Then you want to quickly hug the wall over here to the right so you don't get hit by the Wyvern's fire. And then you're going to drop off this little platform onto this platform. He'll probably breathe fire again and lift his head up. Just wait until he drops his head again. You want to jump off the ledge there. You can just run off and then hit R1 to do an attack. It's going to basically just kind of magnetize to his head. And it's going to trigger a one-shot kill. That's going to also pop a trophy. There you go. So after that, you'll get the Ancient Wyvern trophy. It should automatically teleport you to the next area. That's usually what it does there after you've killed them. You're going to light the bonfire and then make your way inside this area here. There is an enemy that spawns here. you can take out the caster that's up above. You can see him up there. And there's an enemy that spawns right there. So I recommend taking out the caster first, or he's just going to keep reviving the enemy, and you're just going to be never ending, killing the enemy. So quickly come over here, kill the caster before the enemy gets to you. As you can see, he was still down there. So I dropped down. That was probably the worst decision I could have ever made in my fucking life. He just started destroying me, but then I'm just going to kill him. And then we're going to grab a ring that he was guarding. So after you kill him, come over here again. We're going to use the Path of Dragon emote yet again. You can press triangle to switch it if you don't have it on there, and then just press square to test it. And you just want to use it until the ring pops up. Again, it's probably about 6 seconds or so, and it'll automatically pop up. You'll get the Calamity Ring. So make sure you grab that before we leave this area. Now we're going to go back to where the Wyvern died. It's just out this doorway. And the reason we want to go there is because there's going to be another ring we can grab now that the boss is out of the area. So since we got teleported automatically after the boss, we'll go up the ladder we climbed before. We're going to drop down this platform. I've sped it up for convenience. We're going to drop down this platform, drop down to this platform, then drop down again, and then make your way down safely. Keep healing accordingly so you don't fall and die, because that would be fucking embarrassing. I would never do that, obviously. And then when you get to the bell, you're going to make a right. You can pick up all the embers here as well. And then you'll find that there's a pathway here on the ledge. And again, this is on the right path past the bell. And on the ledge here is going to be our ring. Okay, so grab that, and then you can go onto your quick menu if you set it up and use the coiled sword. Then that way we can go back to the bonfire we last rested at. This time you're just going to run straight up the stairs to the right. You'll go out this window here to the right, and then drop down these stairs. There's going to be some enemies on the left side, so you just kind of want to hug the right and just roll so he doesn't hit you. As you can see, he missed. And then you'll see a wooden platform over here you can drop down to. Watch out for the enemy again. And then immediately to the left on this pillar is going to be a ladder. Climb the ladder for another ring. So you just want to quickly grab the Thunderstone Plate ring. And then we're just going to head out over here to our left. And then forward onto the wooden platform. There is a big enemy that pops out. So you want to try and be quick to dodge all of these. As you can see, he just smacked my ass. You don't want to go off the side of the map. So just try and stay forward. Keep running. You can kill him if you really want to, but I recommend just running. Now I went up here for a second just to dodge him, to give myself a time for basically to heal. And then he just fucked my whole day up anyways. He was like, hey bro, you having a good Monday? And then just come out this way and then make our way back up the stairs. Now there's going to be these rolly guys. You don't want to get hit by them because they can take you off the ledge. And you want to avoid this Wyvern's fire. You don't have to kill him. He's like a weakened version of the boss, basically. Run up here, get these guys to aggro, but then roll past them. If you get knocked back, it's not a big deal as long as you don't get knocked off the ledge, so try to stay towards the center. Then you can heal once you're at the top of the stairs. We're going to keep running again, and then we're going to go left. Then we're going to go right, and then left again. There's going to be another caster that spawns a enemy there, but we're just going to run straight past him because we're almost at the bonfire. And then you can drop down. I try to dodge the magic, but you can drop down into this area over here. So this is to the left. And then up ahead past this corridor is going to be another bonfire. So I'm just moving left and right so I don't get hit by magic. Activate the bonfire, then we can go out the other doorway over here. Go down the stairs. There's going to be a lot of these enemies. I recommend just running to grab these ashes. Can kill them all, but there is quite a lot, so you have a few to go through. As you can see there, I was trash and I died, so I picked up my souls. We grabbed the Dragon Chaser's ashes, and we're just going to try and make it back to the bonfire. That way we can reset the enemies. Unless you killed them, then you don't really need to. But from the bonfire this time, instead of going left, we'll go straight across and up the staircase across from where we went down. And then you'll come into this area with a doorway to your left, and then there's going to be a ladder to your left. Make sure you don't get blasted by these enemies. So as you can see, I'm just kind of kiting them around, so that way it gives me a chance to go up the ladder. So I baited out a few attacks, but they still got me. But that should be okay. You should be able to make it all the way up. I was still getting hit by fireballs as well. And then you can heal at the very top just to make sure you don't die. We're going to head over this way, ignoring the enemy to the right. And then you can drop down here. You'll take a little bit of damage, or a lot of bit of damage. And there's going to be some enemies in this area here, but there's also going to be a spell. Sorry, there's going to be one enemy, so just quickly kill him. Magic's pretty decent on them. Now, after you take him out, there's going to be a miracle that he was guarding. So we'll grab the miracle. We'll then use the sword fragment to teleport back to the Firelink Shrine. We're actually near the end of the episode and the final boss, so we're coming up on the final boss, but we're going to do some cleanup here in the Firelink Shrine first. So from the bonfire, head left and drop down to find Uria. Now we're going to get 2 rings from Uria, so it's going to be a nice bit of addition to our collection of rings. So we're going to buy the untrue white ring and the untrue dark ring. So 2 rings you want to buy. You should already have a ring of sacrifice, but if you don't, you can buy one as well since she sells 3. Immediately after that, you can start putting in the Lords of Cinder into their thrones. This one you have to be back a bit further, but after you've put all of them in the throne, that's going to trigger our last boss. It's basically going to make us go to the last boss area. But before we speak to the Firelink Shrine Keeper, so before you speak to the Fire Keeper, run down and head over to the blacksmith. You can then use all of your Estus shards that we've collected, and that'll get you the ultimate Estus trophy. That way you're really prepared for the final fight. You have plenty of flasks. And then you can talk through the Firekeeper's dialogue. After she's repeating her dialogue, you'll then have the option to kneel at the bonfire in the center of the room. So again, make sure you did that bit of cleanup that I mentioned before. We're going to get a few endings in this as well by using save scumming, but I'll explain that in the next video when we do the final boss fight and the cleanup. So next up, we're going to head up this area here. We're in a new area, and the bonfire is actually to the left. I'm just a bit of a fucking idiot. But that's it, guys. I'm going to see you in the next episode where we have the final boss and the cleanup. Interact with the bonfire. So we'll end it here right before the final boss. What is going on, clan? Welcome back to Dark Souls. We do have 2 more parts after this part, but they're a lot shorter. Now, before we actually initiate the final boss battle, I do recommend going back to the Firelink Shrine. Now, you won't be able to do this if you kill the final boss, so I recommend going there now, buying the Crystal Rapier, and then defeat the final boss. It's going to help us out in our farming afterwards, or you can always have a friend drop you one as well. But once you're ready, we can go into the final boss. You can buff up, or you can summon a friend as well, or summon that NPC there if you're embered. Now, it's important that after we kill the final boss, we don't interact with anything. We're going to be using a backup method to back up our save. That way we can get more than one ending in one playthrough. And then we'll do one more playthrough afterwards to get another ending. And then if you still need rings, we'll do a quick 3rd playthrough. But for now, just keep fighting the boss. In his second phase, he's just going to go a bit more crazy. And he's got a bigger reach of a weapon, and he can also grab you, so just be careful of that. As you can see, you can summon an NPC as well if you're struggling. And I recommend using that Pyro Chaos Bed Vestiges spell, so that way you can destroy the enemy really easily. Having the NPC is always good, of course, because then you can just kind of juggle aggro. But again, once you defeat him, please do not interact with anything. So you're going to see a bonfire appear. You don't want to interact with any of that. You're going to make your way back to the Firelink Shrine. So after defeating him, you'll get the Soul of the Lord's soul from the boss. If you're bad at the game, you can pick up your souls. I don't know who those are, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to go back to the Firelink Shrine. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to quit out of the game. Now, you can either back up your save with the cloud, or if you don't have PS Plus, you can use a USB since this is a PS4 title. So as you can see, you can just go into your save data, go into your console storage, and upload it to cloud, or you can copy it to the USB. You can also do this from the options menu on the actual game itself if you press options when you're hovering over the game cover. But as you can see, I just copy it over to a USB, and then I reload my game. So after you've backed up your save with whatever method you decided to do, We can then go to the bonfire here. We're going to travel back to the Kiln of the First Flame where the final boss was at. You can then make your way back up to the top. And having that backup is good too in case you ever mess anything up. At least you have one that's pretty far ahead. But our first thing we're going to do is just interact with the bonfire. So you're going to get a cutscene when you interact with the bonfire. And this is going to get you the Assertion of Fire trophy, or that ending. After that, you can just press options on the game menu, download your backup save, or you can go through the settings as well, and then reload the game and load the game back up. This time in the Firelink Shrine, before we leave, we're going to give the Firekeeper her eyes. You don't have to talk to her after that. You can just give her her eyes and then go to the Kiln of the First Flame where the final boss is. This is going to give us another ending. Once you make your way back towards where the boss room was, instead of interacting with the bonfire, you're going to notice a summon sign over here on the left. So again, you've given the Firekeeper her eyes, and then you summon the Firekeeper. It's going to trigger another cutscene, and then after the cutscene, you'll get another ending trophy. Now, instead of going into New Game Plus, what you want to actually do is hit no for this part. So after the credits, it's going to ask if you want to begin Journey 2, which is New Game Plus. We're going to do a bit of cleanup before we do that, and also some farming. So why don't you hit no? It'll just make the farming easier if we do it on just your first playthrough. And once you get back to the Firelink Shrine after hitting no, if you accidentally hit yes, you can reload your backup save. But you want to come up to this throne in the shrine and get our 57th ring, the skull ring. Now after you get that ring, we're going to do some more cleanup, so we're just going to go to another area. We're going to the Road of Sacrifices. Now you'll remember in here there was that elevator lift that we used to get up to the giant. We basically want to do the same thing, so you just ride it up to the first floor, then you trigger it and then jump off, and then when the next platform comes down, you take that up to the giant. Now unfortunately the giant was such a real one and this really hurts to do, but we have to actually kill him for one of the rings. So go ahead and kill our friend. He's been very useful, and I didn't expect him to drop so easily, but as you can see, that's going to get us another ring. Now again, you don't have to do any of this if you're having a friend drop you the rings. After you get the ring, you can then use the coiled sword to go back to the shrine. Now we're going to be working on all the gem infusions, getting a +10 weapon, and also farming all of our covenant items. Now you may be asking me what that tongue do, and I'm about to show you. So the symbol of avarice is a helm item that you can get in the game. It slowly drains your health, but it increases your item discovery. Now that raises your item discovery, but if you didn't get a symbol of avarice whenever you were playing through and killed mimics, then you have to farm for one. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to buy all of these from the handmaid and go to Yhorm the Giant Bonfire. So you want to buy as many Undead Hunter Charms as you can and then head to this bonfire. Now if you did get a symbol of avarice and you don't need to do this farming, I'll have a timestamp of course so you can skip this part. But if you didn't get one for some reason, maybe you were just unlucky, or you don't have a friend who can drop you one, then what we can do is we can come to Yhorm the Giant with those undead charms, and to our left outside of the doorway is going to be a bunch of these priestesses, and as you attack one, there's going to be a gargoyle that comes down, and there's another one that comes from the other side. So what I found to be pretty useful is to not get hit, obviously. And I tend to just lure them over to the doorway. So lure them back into this boss room area. And then you can just stand back and use your Bed Vestiges spell or whatever spell you're using and just take them all out. Now, then you can take out the next group right there of the priestess that were behind. Just make sure you don't accidentally hit the mimics. And then you can run up and hit the mimics. And once you hit them, you want to have the Undead Hunter Charm ready to press square on your action bar, and that's going to put them to sleep, and that considers a roll on their drop table. So as you can see, I got a shield, and some rusted coins, which also boost discovery. You can use those to try and help farm for those, but basically you just want to keep doing that, and you can also use a ring to up your item discovery as well. And every time they wake up, you're just going to use the Undead Hunter Charm again. That's going to put them back to sleep, and you're going to drop an item. Or they may drop an item, and we're eventually going to get the symbol of Avarice. You can also, again, have a friend drop it, but I figured it was worth showing you how to farm it. And you can also buy these rusted coins from patches you can see in the bottom right, and those increase item discovery, and those are pretty good for Covenant farming as well. You don't have to get them, it just increases your chances of getting drops. So again, those are bought from patches if you do want to increase your item discovery. But keep doing this until you get the symbol of Avarice if you had to farm for it. And then next we can do our gem checklist. So next up, we want to get the infusion trophy. So the infusion trophy requires you to do all of the different types of gem infusions on a weapon. You don't actually have to use them, you just have to infuse it. So I'm going to show you how you can farm all of the gems. Now the first one, the dark gem, you can just come to the high wall of Lothric. And you can run past these enemies. And then make your way up the staircase. And you'll remember those kind of corruption type enemies. And there's one that spawns right here. And you can see here that he spawns and they have a chance to drop it. Now you may already have these as well, so I recommend just looking through your inventory at first to see which ones you need and then use the timestamps below. So you can do that until you get a dark gem if for whatever reason you don't have one. And then on the other side of the bonfire, if you kill these guys, you have a chance of getting a raw gem, which is another one of the 10 that we need. So as you can see, you've got the raw gem. So that's already 2 gems down. Next up, we're going to look for the refined gem. And this is from the dancer's bonfire up the ladder. And if you go straight ahead into the room with the knight with red eyes, a lot of these drops you should get pretty easily, and I recommend again using the crystal rapier. You don't necessarily have to be attacking with it, but whenever you equip it, you're going to have increased item discovery. So go ahead and kill the knights with the red eyes, and then they have a chance to drop the refined gem, as you can see there. So farm that if you need to, or if you already have it, you can skip that one. Next up, from the cleansing chapel, we're going to get the blessed gem. I'm going to show you where to get one so you don't have to farm for one. Now I did do this whenever I could, but basically come over to this shortcut and take the lift up, then go outside of this room and up the ladder. And I figured if I show you where to find one, then you don't have to sit there and farm and, you know, kind of hope you get lucky with it. So next up, we're going to drop onto the roof. Next, you want to go right, and then we're going to go to those rafters that are basically above the area in this room to the left. And again, you'll see some of those assassins and the knights, so you just want to be careful when you're traversing over here so you don't fall off like I almost did. Remember, when you're targeting enemies, sometimes the rolling is a bit dodgy, so I recommend not rolling while you're targeting. Otherwise, you may fall off like I almost did. But we're going to make our way over to the end part over there where you can see an item on a dead body. You can kill the knight here as well. That way you don't have to worry about actually having to fight him. And then we're going to get a blessed gem. Now next up, we are going to the Crystal Sage Bonfire. There's actually 2 devout sages you can kill here. There's one right at the doorway here. And if you go down the path a little bit more, there's another. Or you can just kill the one and then keep resting. But keep killing them until they drop the gem that you need. And again, if you don't need it, you can just skip that. You may have a crystal gem already. After that, go to the halfway fortress if you need a hollow gem. Now from the halfway fortress, if you turn around and go back as if you were going towards the road of sacrifices, you'll find all these pigeon enemies. And if you kill this main pigeon, then he has a chance of dropping that gem. So you can kill him, and then you can either run back to the bonfire or use the coiled sword to teleport. And then just keep running back up and killing him. Now chances are you likely have the deep gem, but if you don't, it's back in the reservoir on a dead body there. And that's pretty much it. Nice easy spawn. And then you can head over to the keep ruins, and I'm going to show you where there's a spawn for a poison gem. So from the Keep Ruins, if you go around the ledge here on this left side, and then up ahead is where the fire door is to open up the door. Instead of going that way, we'll drop down and we'll sort of hug the wall we were just on, wrapping all the way around into the back, and you'll see those, I don't know what the fuck those things are, guys. You'll see these 3 big dudes. Just start blowing them up with magic, and you're going to find yourself a poison gem. After that, you can go to the Farron Keep perimeter, and you can farm these guys for a heavy gem if you did not get a heavy gem. Chances are you would have gotten one, but again, I just want to show this just in case whatever reason you don't have it, or maybe you've accidentally sold it, whatever the case may be. I don't want to leave you guys without a chance to get the trophy, but you can skip these again with the timestamps. So then you can just rest, go back, kill them again. After that, from the Abyss Watcher's bonfire, we're going to go get a sharp gem. This one isn't a farming, thankfully. It's just a fixed spawn location. If you go straight into the catacombs and go left, you'll see the skeleton that reanimates, and you can just run past. And there's an enemy up ahead as well. If you're quick, you can just jump off and then land over on this ledge, and then go out through this door to the right. And this should be open already for you, but if not, there's an illusionary wall there where I just swung. And then you can find the sharp gem sitting on a body right here. After that, we can go to the Old King's antechamber. This is how we're going to get a chaos gem. Chances are you won't have this one. So just make your way through the doorway. Go to the right. You may have to kill some big guy. He's not too bad, especially if you're using magic. You should have the better spell as well. I had to use my Great Chaos Fire Orb because I finished the game and I didn't actually grab that spell. So again, make sure you had done everything before the boss, which you should have because I've given you a reminder beforehand. Keep going all the way through this area after that enemy, and then you'll find a lizard. Go ahead and kill him for a chaos gem. That's one of the easier ones to get to, so I figured it was worth showing. And then we can go to the Church of Yhorm for a blood gem. And you just want to head outside. And then you're going to go left, down the stairs. You'll go back through that dark room on the right where it has all of those invisible enemies. And again, when you're in here, you want to just keep rolling so you don't get jumped on like I did. Again, I think I got fucked in this room every time. Like I just stopped rolling. So don't be like me, guys. Don't be trash like me. Because as you can see, I got stuck. And yeah, it was pretty brutal. But anyways, once you get through that dark room, drop off the edge here. Make sure you have enough health. And then you'll get ambushed by some of the invisible guys. You can just kill them really quick. And then grab your item, your blood gem, on the dead body. Alright guys, so after you get the blood gem, the next gem we're going to get is from the Pontiff Sullivan area. We're going to get the simple gem. So in order to do that, I'll speed this part up so I'm not wasting your time. But make your way outside of the boss room. We're going to head up the long spiral staircase there. We're going to jump over here under the platform to the left and then go right up the stairs. And then once up the stairs, make another right. Go straight down. You'll be in Pontiff's room, but up on top. And you want to just go around the edge until you find this lizard and kill it for the simple gem. So now we're in Pontiff's room up top. Now we're going to get a lightning gem, and this is back at the Church of Yhorm, but instead of the dark area we went to with those enemies, we're going to go this way instead. So you'll head out this way, go around this sort of banister here around the left. This is kind of where the shortcut is to get back to Pontiff. And you'll find these enemies here again. So what you want to do is take out all of those enemies right in front of us. Be careful that these guys don't jump up on you like they did on me. And then you can come over and kill these guys. And if you didn't get it before, it was just on this body right here. So you might have grabbed it when we grabbed the rings through our playthrough, but just in case you didn't, there it is. And then you can head over to the blacksmith. You can also back up your save now if you want to keep some of these gems. That way you can pop the trophy and then just restore the save. You don't have to back it up, but you definitely can. But basically all you have to do is use all the different types of infusions. It doesn't have to be on the same weapon. And once you've used all 10, you'll get the trophy. Now we want to go into the Covenant farming. Now this will take a little bit longer than all of that. But what you want to do is have the Crystal Rapier equipped for increased item discovery. You want to have the Symbol of Avarice as well. And one of the first ones I recommend farming for is the Proof of Concord Kept, because it takes a bit of time. And you want to just go to Anor Londo. Now I did look a lot into this, and it seemed that people felt the drop rate was better when offline, which I do believe, because in previous experiences with games, whenever you also close the game and reload it, it tends to reset like an RNG table basically. Now it could be all superstition. All I know is this grind only took me about 3 hours, when I know most people take like 5-ish hours. So take that with a grain of salt. But basically, I recommend farming it offline. You just kill these 2 knights, and as you can see, I got a Proof of Concord Kept. You can use the Chaos Bed Vestiges spell, so you'll kill them even faster than I did. And I recommend quitting and reloading the game whenever you get one of the Covenant items. I found after doing that, my chances of getting another one of those Covenant items were increased, and I would get one fairly quickly. So again, do that after each item. You will need 30, but if you're going to do 2 more playthroughs, you can stop at 26, because I'll show you where to get 4 more throughout the story. However, you can farm up to 30 of them if you'd like, but you don't have to, because we'll be doing additional playthroughs. Now, while you kill the knights, you'll be stocking up on souls, and then you want to head back to the handmaid, and you can, for example, give her those ashes that we haven't given her yet, and you can buy the Titanite chunks, whatever you need, as well as a Titanite slab for 30,000. Now this allows you to reinforce a weapon to the highest level, which is a trophy. So you can also upgrade your pyromancy hand if you're using that to Covenant farm. I find that I used it a fair bit while Covenant farming, so you can always upgrade that and get your trophy this way. And as you can see, we have plenty of souls because we've just been killing them. And then I just go and reinforce. And once you've done that all 10 times, you'll pop the Supreme Weapon Reinforcement Trophy. You might have a Titanite slab from playing the game as well, naturally, but that's one way you can do it. Or you can come to the blacksmith and upgrade your weapon instead if you find that you're using the weapon more than the spells. Now after you finish farming all the Concord Keps from those 2 knights, and you have 26 or 30 depending on how you're going about it, then you can come over to the handmaid in the shrine, and now we want to start buying things that we don't have. So we're doing the cleanup essentially. So here she sells 2 sorceries that we can buy and a miracle. So I'm going to buy all of those for that trophy. And then down at the bottom, you're going to find 3 rings. So you want to buy all 3 of those rings. That's going to go towards our trophy as well. Again, if you haven't had them dropped to you. After that, we're going to do some more cleanup throughout here. We're also going to get our gesture trophy if you've been following along. So next we're going to go to Orbeck. And we're going to go to talk and just go through his dialogue. After that, we want to go to learn sorceries, and you want to buy all of the spells that we actually don't have. So you can see a number held there on the right in the information tab, and if it says 0, then you know you need to buy that spell. So I'm just going through the list. Any that I see 0, I'm just buying. Again, we should have heaps of souls from killing those knights, so you want to try and keep your souls. If you for some reason kept dying or you didn't keep the souls, we're going to be doing more Covenant farming, so you can come back to this timestamp. So just remember the timestamp for the cleanup. But again, we're just going through buying all of these abilities that we don't have, because there's a trophy for getting all the sorceries, all the rings, all the miracles, the pyromancies, and I believe the hexes as well. Never mind, I think hexes is Dark Souls 2. But once you've bought all the spells, go through, and now you can talk to him again. After you talk to him and you bought those spells, you'll not only get a ring, but you'll get Silent Ally Gesture. That'll be your final one for the trophy if you've been following along. And he's also going to give you a second ring, which is the Slumbering Dragon Crest ring. So quite a few things we'll get from Orbeck. And then next we can go over to Cornyx, and we're going to do the same thing. We're just going through buying any of the abilities or spells that we didn't actually have. So if you see number held 0, then that means you don't have it yet. And then some of these might be different depending on if you followed my build or if you decided to buy extra spells or abilities. So again, just go through and make sure you do see that it says you have one of them, because that's what you need to pop the trophy. So go through his dialogue as well if you'd like, and then head over to Carla. Carla sells all three of the different types, miracles, pyromancies, as well as sorceries. So you just want to go through and buy the ones you don't have. You should again have plenty of souls, because farming all of those Concord Keps does take a bit of time, and you get a decent amount of souls when you kill those knights. After you finish Carla, we're going to head to our next area of cleanup. So just follow me back past Cornix, and then around the staircase there. We're going to go to Irina in the back, and she sells some miracles for us. You can also give her the divine tome that we collected earlier on. So you should have a divine tome to give her. And now we're going through all of hers, and we're again purchasing only the ones that we actually need. Now usually I won't let you buy duplicates anyway, so you can see how they are kind of grayed out. That means I purchased them all. Once you have all 10 of hers, I believe she sold, then you can head over to the Lothric Castle if you're farming the sunlight metals offline. So if you don't have 30 sunlight metals, and let's say you didn't get any through co-op, or you didn't get enough and you just want to farm them all out now, a way you can do it is from the Lothric Castle bonfire. You can kill this knight and then just rest at the bonfire and repeat. And you can also use the coins for increased item discovery. Now if you don't want to farm it offline, I'm going to give you other ways. Again, you can try to find people through co-op, just randoms. The game's fairly old now, so it might not be necessarily an easy thing to do, but you're just killing bosses. And shout out to Rayminator there, some random that I played with. Now if you are wanting to farm it by killing bosses, another thing you can do here, shout out to the Azure Chaos, or Dante here, my friend. He was helping me out, and what we were doing is, again, you need to have the Sunlight Metal Covenant equipped, so that way you come in as a Sun Bro. That's why I'm gold. And what he was doing was he would back up his save before the Vordt boss fight at the start of the game. And then after each kill, he would reload his save, he would resummon me in, and I would kill him again, get the sunlight metal, and we just rinse and repeat. So you can farm it that way as well, by him backing up his save or your partner backing up their save. And then we're going to go on to our next covenant farming. This is for the vertebrae shackles. If you want to do this offline, you need to do it in the catacombs. And again, you need to have all your farming gear on. So Catacombs of Carthus, you're going to have the symbol of avarice, the crystal rapier, and then the ring as well, if you want to just have a little bit more item discovery. Now what you want to do from the bonfire, just avoid the ball skeleton there. And then over here is going to be 2 enemies. Now you want to kill these 2 guys really quick. Sometimes they're usually right next to each other. I'm not sure what the fuck that guy was doing that time, but usually they're right next to each other. And we want to just keep farming them to get 30 vertebrae shackles. This is a offline farming method, so I'll make sure I give you online method as well. Now I will say online is faster, but both, methods work. So you need 30 of these to buy the pyromancy spell, so we will have to farm 30. If you have a boosting buddy and you want to do it online, you can equip the Mound Maker's Covenant. And what this does is this puts a purple sign down on the ground whenever you use your sign. So shout out to my wife. I had her load up a copy of the game, so then I could put my sign down and she could summon it in her world, and I could just farm her for the demonstration of this guide. So shout out to my wife, Naki. And as you can see, every time she summons me in, I'm going to get a vertebrae shackle whenever I kill her. So you can farm the 30 that way as well. I apologize for the booty crumb frames. I'm not sure what the fuck happened with that recording. But after that, we can have the pale tongue farming. Now, if you have all the rings, you can skip this farming. The main thing we get from this one is a ring. So if you had the rings dropped to you, you can ignore this one. That being said, it's a really fast one. So from the Farron Keep perimeter bonfire, if you head outside, you can see these dark wraiths. If you kill them, they will drop a pale tongue. Now, I got them pretty much back to back a lot of the times. They were dropping quite a lot. You don't have to actually get 10 on this playthrough if you don't want, because we'll be getting some that are dropped throughout in our other playthroughs. But if you want to just make sure you have enough, you can just farm the 10 really quick, because it also only takes about 5 minutes. Lastly, the Wolf's Blood Swordgrass farming. Now this one is again for just rings. From the Farron Keep Ruins bonfire here, you'll find these 3 enemies lined up right here. And we can just farm it like this. So if you remember, we were farming this online throughout the game. but let's say you didn't have online. This is our offline farming method. Then all you have to do is refresh it at the bonfire, load it back up. And again, I recommend doing the quit method, so every time you get one, just quit the game and reload. It's very, very simple, but you can see they'll eventually drop one. Now, you can, again, just do it online like you had been doing if you were invading worlds. I still found the game fairly dead. I didn't get summoned quite a lot, so I do recommend just kind of doing it this way, to be completely honest. And again, if the rings were dropped to you, you won't even need to do this. So we need 30 of those, or 28, because we can grab them in subsequent playthroughs. And as you can see, I have 26 Concord Keps, 5 Tongues, 28 Vertebrae Shackles, 28 Swordgrass, and 10 Human Dregs. And I also have the 30 Sunlight Medals. Now this is what I'm going into my next playthrough with, because I'll be grabbing some of the item spawns or the Covenant spawns throughout the world. Depending on what you're doing or how many playthroughs you are going to do, ultimately if you're following the guide and someone dropped you the rings, you only need to do 2 playthroughs. But if you're doing it all pretty much solo, then you're going to need 3 playthroughs, which will be all in my guide. So if you just continue to follow, just kind of tailor it to whatever you're doing. We only have 2 more parts left in the guide, and next playthrough will be all shortened down into 1 video. So it'll be nice and quick for you guys. Again, a reminder, buy anything from the handmade that you want before we go into New Game Plus. And once you're ready, you can start your New Game Plus journey. Welcome back, clan. This is going to be a really quick episode. So in this one, this is our New Game Plus run. We're only going to be really killing the bosses that are necessary and just kind of running through for a quest line to get a ring and also to get a new ending at the end of the game. Now you should be fairly familiar with the game by now, so we're going to go through this very quickly, and I will have timestamps in the description. But after you kill the first boss, you of course will be then going to the Firelink Shrine. You're going to start the bonfire there, and then you can head to your first area. So make our way to the High Wall of Lothric. You're going to go through everything until you get up to Vordt. Go to the back of Vordt's room, of course, start the boss fight, and then finish him off. This is going to give us more boss souls as well for some additional items that we can buy from the transposer. Okay, after you kill Vordt, as always, just a reminder, you have to run to the other side of this area to speak with Emma, and she's going to give you the banner. And then you can use that banner to go to the Undead settlement. So back from Vordt's room to get to Undead settlement, if you just make your way out the back, you can use the banner, and then you'll arrive in the settlement. Then you can make your way down, and we're going to get Yhorm. So get Yhorm to go to the Firelink Shrine, just like you did in the very first run. Accept his service, and he will go there, and then proceed forward through the Undead settlement and activate the bonfire. You'll eventually come towards the dilapidated bridge, and you can find that invader again for another Vertebrae Shackle, if you even need to farm them. If you don't, you can just skip past him. As you can see, that puts me at 29, and then you can activate the bonfire nearby as well. So you might not even necessarily need to kill him, but either way, keep progressing through the Undead settlement. Now, if you're one of the ones who had the rings dropped to you, then you're only going to do 2 playthroughs. When you come past the tree boss, you can go ahead and kill him to get the Kiln, so that way you can go to the Firelink Shrine and buy all of your boss type items with the boss souls, and that way you can do it all in this playthrough. But again, if you're not and you're getting all the rings legitimately, then you can do this in the 3rd playthrough. So you can kind of skip that boss basically. But after that, we'll come to the elevator lift where this demon is. And the reason we're coming here is for a pale tongue. So if you do not need a pale tongue, let's say you farmed all 10 of them, you can ignore this part as well. So again, I have timestamps in the description, and that might make it a little bit easier for you guys to skip unnecessary parts. After that, make your way back to that lift and go to the Road of Sacrifices. And then once you get to the halfway fortress, you can speak with both of these NPCs. I'm sort of just showing you as we go, so that way you can kind of refresh your memory on where you're going as well. And then eventually you'll come to the Crystal Sage, kill the Crystal Sage, and then make your way to the Cathedral. Still nothing of importance just yet, but when you go to the Cathedral, if you didn't get enough Pale Tongues, there's another one you can grab here. So this is right before the Deacons of the Deep boss fight, that one giant. And if you do happen to unlock Rosaria's bedchamber bonfire, just make sure you do not speak to Rosaria, because it'll interrupt the quest. And we need this quest for another ring. Again, you don't have to worry about that either if you had the rings dropped to you, but just make sure you don't talk to her anyways. There's no real need to. Go ahead and continue to the Deacons of the Deep and then kill them. Once you've done that, activate their bonfire, of course. You'll have the cathedral cleared out, and then you can head to the Firelink Shrine. Now, this is the quest line we'll be doing. So you'll meet Cirrus. So after killing the Deacons of the Deep, go back to Firelink Shrine and speak to her until she repeats her dialogue. After she's done that, you can go back to the bonfire and then go to the halfway fortress. And then from this part, you can go past the water or the swamp area into the ladder that goes down to this area before a poisonous swamp. And then you can start extinguishing the flames as you go through here. So again, you have these first two right at the start. If you just run on the path to your left and sort of straight, you'll find two of them, and then you'll eventually come to this bonfire. Next up, from this bonfire, you want to run downwards. And then you're going to go right past this tower, and you'll see the 3 slugs against a ladder. And if you still need the Wolf's Blood Swordgrass, or whatever the hell the fucking thing's called, there's one right here on the side. So again, there's one there. And that way you don't have to farm anymore if you still needed them. And then you can go up the ladder, activate the Watchdogs of Farron bonfire. Next, we're going to get an ash that we can use for the handmaid. So we're going to go back outside the bonfire room, smack the illusionary wall, and then grab the ashes. Then from there, we can go back to the Firelink Shrine. We can speak to Horus and Henri right here. Go through their dialogue, make sure both of them have gone through the dialogue. After that, make your way over to where the handmaid is. And then speak to the handmaid and give her the next ash that we have, the Dream Chaser's ash, and tell her where you found it. So this will make an NPC spawn in the Firelink Shrine, but the way to do that is by going to the bonfire, clicking Firelink Shrine so it refreshes the area, and it'll just load you back in the Firelink Shrine. And now you can see the NPC here again, Cirrus. So go ahead and speak to her and go through all of her dialogue yet again. So this playthrough is mainly for a ring, but also an ending, so we can get our last ending trophy. Okay, after you went through all of her dialogue, go back to the Watchdogs of Farron bonfire. If you make your way around this left side, you'll find an enemy here that you can either kill or go past. And then keep going forward. You'll likely get poisoned, but doesn't really do anything. Then head up the stairs to extinguish the last flame. I figured I'd show you guys just because sometimes it can be a bit hard to remember that part. And then you can go back to the shrine bonfire with the coiled sword. Now, if you remember, Yol gives us these free 5 levels. So if you want, you can speak to him and get free 5 levels out of it. Just ignore the quest line that's relative to him. We're just going to grab the 5 levels. So you, again, just speak to him, draw out true strength, and you just do that 5 times. After that, return to the Keep Ruins back in the swamp. You'll see the doors now open because we extinguished the flames. You're going to kill the Abyss Watchers just as you would normally, light the bonfire, and then we're going to go through the catacombs until we get to the bridge. You remember that bridge that we cut down? So again, all this should be pretty familiar. It's a pretty linear game, so I thought I would just show you. Then you're going to kill the High Warlord Wolnir, activate his bonfire, and then after that you'll find the Irithyll bonfire. You're going to find this beast on the bridge. Now you do want to kill him because we need to go back on the bridge. We've already got that ring from our first playthrough. But to continue the quest line, what we'll do is we'll activate this bonfire by the fountain. We're then going to rest at the bonfire, and then we'll go over the bridge. So make your way towards the end of the bridge where we first came from. And then keep running until you see a summon sign. So you should be embered for this as well, otherwise it likely won't show. And then answer Cirrus's call for help. So you're going to be summoned into her world where you kill an invader basically, and then that's going to progress her quest line since we helped her out. So again, kill the invader, then continue through the Irithyll area until you get to the church. And then what we'll do here is you can grab a Concord Kept as well. So that way if you didn't farm all 30, you can grab one here. So again, don't forget about that. After that, make your way through the level until you get to the Distant Manor bonfire, which is past this lake. And activate the bonfire down the stairs, but don't go left just yet. Just continue the way you would have to fight Pontiff, so under the sewer. Then make your way up those stairs all the way to the boss room, kill Pontiff, And then after killing Pontiff, head back to the Firelink Shrine to see Cirrus again. Now, she's going to give you a ring if you've done the questline correctly. And then we also are going to get an ending this playthrough. So that's the main thing for this playthrough. Again, if you already had all the rings, then you can just focus on getting the boss spells and the boss souls from the guy on the throne. After you've done that with Cirrus and got your ring, head to Anor Londo. And then right before Aldrich as well, if you come up the staircase and you see these deacon enemies, you're going to find another Concord kept. This is really, again, only if you didn't farm all 30. So you can grab your 28th one here. If you hadn't farmed all 30 and you started at 26. Then you can kill Aldrich. Activate the bonfire. That'll give you another Lord of Cinder as well, which is good. Then you can go to the Distant Manor bonfire and head to the Irithyll Dungeon. Go through all of the Irithyll Dungeon until you come out the other side. And then go through the Profane Capital to get the next bonfire. So again, I'm speeding all of this up. You should be pretty familiar. If not, you can use the previous parts as a reference. Then you want to head to the Yhorm boss fight. Kill Yhorm the Giant. You'll get another Cinders of a Lord. And then after that, he'll spawn you into the Dancer's room. And you can kill the Dancer as well. And then activate her bonfire. So again, that should just be 2 bosses right after each other, which is nice and easy. And then from the Dancer's bonfire, you'll head up the ladder once that's down. Make your way up. We're going to go straight through this area, around the right, past the Knights as well to get this bonfire. So this is for the Lothric Castle bonfire. You should remember that spot from the Covenant farm. You'll then make your way to the Dragon Barracks, and you can also use the cheese method to shoot the dragon down again like we did in our original playthrough. So again, you just use a bow and you shoot his tail until he dies. And then eventually you'll come to the Dragonslayer armor once you get up top of that area. Kill the Dragonslayer armor. Light the bonfire and then head forward to the Grand Archives. Grab the Grand Archives key. Light the bonfire there and then make your way to the top of the Grand Archives. Now the Grand Archives is just a straight shot up, so remember you just make your way on up the Grand Archives to get to the Twin Princes, and then after you kill the Twin Princes, light the bonfire. Now that should be all the Lords of Cinder you need to kill to finish the game. You can also use my boy right there on the throne to buy any of your remaining boss spells or anything like that if you are only doing the 2 playthroughs. And then other than that, once you've put all the Lords of Cinder at their throne, the Firekeeper will then come close like she did in the first playthrough. You can talk to her and then kneel at the bonfire to trigger the cutscene and then make your way to the final boss. Once you kill the final boss, this time all we really need to do for this ending is interact with the bonfire right away. Don't have to back up your save or anything. This will be our last ending if you've been following the guide and you backed up your save. If you didn't have a way to back up your save, don't worry. We're obviously going to get that in our 3rd playthrough when we grab a lot of the rings as well. So again, after killing him, all you do is link the first flame. You're going to have a cutscene and then your last trophy for the ending should pop. Now I do know this one was a bit more fast paced, but I do hope it helped you. And if it did, why don't you leave a like on the video as it helps my content get out there and it's very much appreciated. Thank you guys so much for your time. And as always, if you're one of my real ones who made it all the way to the end, why don't you leave a comment below that says, "Touch the darkness within me." Thank you guys so much for your time, and I will see you in the last and final part. We somehow managed to condense this one really good, guys. So I'm really proud of that, and I'm really proud of you guys. You started as Ashen Ones, and now you're the Lords of Cinder. We're so close to finishing. And then once you beat the game, guys, if you're going for your 3rd playthrough to get all of the rings, if you didn't have them dropped, go ahead and hit yes, and let's start New Game Plus 3. What is going on, clan? Welcome to our last playthrough. Now this playthrough is if you didn't have the rings dropped to you, and also if you need one more ending trophy. So if you don't, then you're just watching it because you love me and I appreciate you. So we're going into New Game Plus 3, and right at the start of the area, if you go past those enemies, make your way through this valley or whatever the hell you want to call this, we're going to grab one of our first rings. So up here, if you hug the right as well, you won't aggro that giant crystal lizard. And then you can grab the speckled stone plate ring. After you grab that ring, you can go through the level until after you kill the boss. Once you kill the first boss, you can find the wolf ring just outside the door from the boss. You're then going to proceed until we get to this area. So this is after you go to Firelink Shrine into the high wall. And you want to just jump over to this rooftop and grab the Fleshbite ring. Now we're going to go through this nice and quick so I'm not wasting your time, and we get you those trophies. Now in the area just below where we got that Fleshbite ring, if you come through this area here, make your way down the banister, and then come around the side here. You can either drop down right here, and then you can cut down over here, and then there's going to be a ring that's hidden over by this shelf. Alright, so that's our 68th ring. After that, we're going to continue through the level, get to the Undead Settlement, which is after the Vordt boss fight. You want to grab Yhorm and send him to the Firelink Shrine. Then make your way through the Undead Settlement. You can also get another Vertebra Shackle here if you still need those. That's going to be for the Covenants, so if you still don't have enough of those, you can grab one there. And then you can continue to where the giant is throwing the spears. Go ahead and clear out the enemies there, and then come up above where that tree was. You're going to find a well, and behind the well is going to be another ring. Alright, again, I'm only showing the places that are necessary just to make this nice and easy. Now, if you do need to buy more things from the boss with the transposing kiln, you can kill the Greatwood tree boss that's right behind us. That one there that you can see. So you can kill him to get the kiln if you need to. But if not, you can proceed to this area here. We're going to grab another ring. This is the life ring +1. This is from when you go up the lift and then you find Sigurd and you drop down onto that platform that's halfway up the lift. So you'll fight that demon there. And if you need another pale tongue here, again, this is optional if you don't need to get the pale tongues anymore. But if you do, you can kill the demon and then grab the pale tongue. You can safe spot the demon with magic spells as well. After that, to get out of this area and to get to our next ring, you can then make your way through this building. Go up the staircase here, and I'm going to speed this up for you guys just to make it a little bit easier. Make sure you watch out for the dogs on your way up. Fuck those guys. Can't stand those fucking enemies. And then make your way all the way to the top here. And you're going to slowly drop down. Just make sure you don't fall off. And then you're going to find another ring. Alright, after that you can make your way back to basically the dilapidated bridge bonfire. And then come over to the Undead Settlement and then head your way to Road of Sacrifices. So basically make your way to the Road of Sacrifices. And that's again using the lift where Sigurd was. And you just want to run through this Road of Sacrifice area. We're going to grab our next ring. You're going to see these two wagons here that you can run past. You're going to find a pigeon there, like pigeon enemy guy. And then just drop down very carefully to grab another ring. Okay, after that, we can then drop down. You're going to take a lot of damage, so make sure you're full health. After that, keep proceeding until you get to the Crucifixian Woods. And that's after the halfway fortress bonfire. And if you drop down here, you're going to see that giant-ass crab. And you can quickly kill him. Again, you should have the magic spell if you're using the same build as me, or whatever you have to just quickly kill the crab. Okay. After you take care of him, if you come to this tree over here, you're going to find another ring. You can also just run there if you don't want to kill the crab. But fuck the crab, you know what I'm saying? You're then going to head until you get to the Cathedral of the Deep. So that's past the Crystal Sage and all that good stuff. And once you've unlocked this shortcut here that goes up, you want to make your way up and then up the ladder. And then from the ladder, you can drop down onto the roof. That guy drops a deep ring, which we've got before, so you don't need to really worry about that. And you just want to make sure you don't get jumped from behind. And we're going to find a ring over here in this corner, so you can take out this guy. Just be careful he doesn't jump on you, and then take him out. And then we can find a ring in this area hidden at the back. So that's the Ring of Favor +2. And after that, if you still need any more Pale Tongues, you can make your way all the way to the end of the rooftop and grab the Pale Tongue there. Next up, you can unlock Rosaria's Chamber again. You can unlock the bonfire. You don't need to speak to her or anything. We're just going to activate the bonfire for later. Okay. After that, make your way back over to this little lift type thing. And we use the gate as a lift. And then you can grab another pale tongue here as well. So we're going to roll past the giant just like we did in our last playthrough. And you're going to find the pale tongue against the wall. Again, if you don't have 10 pale tongues, that's why I'm showing you this. But if you do, then you can just disregard it and continue forward. There's another ring we're going to grab before we go to the Deacons of the Deep boss fight. So again, as normal, you would come this way and then go around the back. And normally that's where the boss is. But on New Game Plus Plus, there's actually a ring spawn here, right there, as you can see. You might need to take out the enemy if you aggroed them. I'm pretty sure they get aggroed regardless, so just quickly take him out. After that, you'll get another ring. So that's 75 rings for us. And then you can go ahead and kill the Deacons of the Deep. After that, make your way back to Rosaria's bed chamber. And by now you should have 10 pale tongues. If you don't, you can go back and farm those dark wraiths that I mentioned in the previous parts. But you just talk to Rosaria, offer the pale tongue. You can also respec there if you'd like as well. But offer the pale tongue. There's 10 of them. And you'll get the obscuring ring. So our 76th ring. That's why we needed those, because of the Covenant item. After that, head back to the Crucifixian Woods. And you're going to just run straight across the swamp as per usual to unlock the Farron bonfire down below. Just down that ladder where the two guys jump you. Now next up, we're going to run around the side here, just hugging the wall. You will get poisoned, but don't really worry about that. That's not a big deal. Now you're going to get absolutely gang fucked by all these poison frogs or blight frogs, whatever you want to call them. I don't know what the fuck that guy was doing. He was doing some weird tricks. He's super extra when he died. But as you can see, some fucking idiot here died. It wasn't me, okay? But again, just take them all out. You can see more are coming. Now they can swarm you pretty quick, so I just recommend backing up, staying out of that shit like I was. And then you can just kill them with your magic. And then after that, you'll see behind the tree where they sort of jumped you at is going to be another ring. Look at that, guys. We're already at 77 rings. Alright, guys, so after we grab this ring, the next thing you want to do is extinguish the flame that's in the poison swamp to unlock the Abyss Watchers. So again, the first one is just from that first bonfire. You just go outside and hug the left side, walking on the islands, and then you'll find the flame. You played the game 3 times now. I'm pretty sure you know where it's at, but I got your back. And then after you extinguish it, we're going to go around the back here. So again, this is by the first flame. Go all the way around the back, and you're going to find a hidden ring. Progress forward through the swamp, and eventually you'll come to the bonfire here, the Keep Ruins. And on the outside of the Keep Ruins bonfire is another ring. So that'll be the Wolf Ring +1. Then you can make your way through the swamp again. And the next part we want to do is unlock the old Watchdogs bonfire. So it's just around the side by the tower where the slugs are that are guarding a ladder. Then speak with the wolf and we can turn in all 30 of our blood swordgrass. And that'll give you another ring. So after you get this ring, we do want to go up the lift to the right. And we're going to kill the stray demon again. And again, you just want to attack its legs. It just makes the fight a lot easier because he crumbles. And you'll get a soul of a stray demon. We're going to use that a bit later. But go ahead and kill him. And then after that, what we'll do is we'll travel to the Firelink Shrine. You can come to Yhorm and grab your free 5 levels. And then after you do that, go back to the swamp, extinguish the last flame, and kill the Abyss Watchers. Then you're going to make your way into the Catacombs of Carthus. You'll come up to the bridge right here, right at the start of the catacombs. And what you want to do is you want to try and land on this pillar. And you'll find our 81st ring. After that, jump down and then progress through the level. Now once you get to this part in the catacombs, it's a little bit further in. You're going to find an area with a lot of these pots. You just want to try and grab the ring that's hidden right here. And just avoid those pots with the cloth over them. After that, make it to the point where you break the bridge and then climb down the bridge like a ladder. So again, that turns to a ladder and then climb down the bridge. Then you'll make it to this bonfire here. And then shortly after, sort of where the big worm is, you'll go up this area to the left and you'll find another bonfire. So again, we're from the smoldering lake and then past the big worm and then up that cliff to get this bonfire. We're going to get another ring in this area. It can get confusing, so I'll guide you through. But we just go straight and then right down the stairs. Go straight through this area and then make a right. Try and avoid the fireball and just go down the stairs. Once you're down the stairs completely, go right. You want to just keep rolling so you don't take any unnecessary damage. Keep going forward. Again, keep rolling so you don't take damage from behind. Keep going straight. And then you can break the illusionary wall just by rolling into it. There's going to be some enemies in here, but if you're quick and you go to the back, you'll find another ring. And then you can just run away from that enemy. Or kill him, whatever you want to do. But make your way out of the area. And then from the bonfire again, I'm going to show you another path. Now the path we're going is to shut off the ballista. So in order to find the ballista, you'll make your way back through this area. You'll again roll down and then go down into the stairs, avoiding the fireball. Then we're going to go right, keep rolling to avoid damage. Now we're actually going to want to go right, but I do go into this tunnel for a second. So I'm a bit of an idiot. I didn't really have a better clip for this, but dodge the fireball and come back. And then we're going to go down this pathway instead. There should be an illusionary wall there, so just break it if you need to. And then head to the right at the first entrance. And then immediately left. You can run past the rats as well. And then go into this room and make a right and go down the stairs here. And then once you're in this area, go right. And then immediately left. And then keep going straight and then right. And then we're going to kind of go diagonally through these sort of tree and root area. Then we'll go all the way straight and then up the staircase. Now you might have a bunch of shit chasing you, so just keep fucking running. Don't look back. And then head right. You're going to come to a bridge with a knight. Now you can kill him if you want. Holy fuck, that was a lot of damage. Yeah, to be honest, that caught me off guard, so make sure you do not get fucked up by that guy. I tried to lure out another attack, and then once he attacked, I tried to quickly run up the ladder. So bait out an attack, make your way up the ladder, or you can kill him and then go up the ladder. You'll eventually come to this area here. There's going to be even more enemies. So you can see there's some skeleton enemies over there. The ballista can still hit me there as well, so I found that out. So make sure you pay attention and you don't get hit by that. Look guys, I'm telling you what not to do, okay? It makes me look bad, but it's all for presentation purposes, obviously. Make your way through this little chasm here, whatever the hell you want to call it. You can see those wheel enemies. We're going to ignore them and go left. And again, we're just going to go around the right here. I'm skipping all of the fucking enemies, so it kind of depends on how confident you are at dodging. Look, I'll be honest, I haven't dodged shit on the way up here, so it's really up to you guys. It's your call. But once you get up here, you can disable the ballista. Just remember they're still chasing you. So you get invincibility frames when you're actually pushing the switch. That actually got him stuck, so get fucked. And then around the side of the ballista here is going to be another ring, which is the main reason we came up here. So that puts us at 84 rings already. Now next up, you want to make your way back through the catacombs up until the boss, just after that bridge. You want to kill the High Warlord Wolnir. Activate his bonfire, then make your way outside to the Irithyll Valley. You can just run past the beast that's on the bridge. You don't have to kill him this time. So you can run straight past, you can rest as well, and then make your way all the way through this area up till the church. Now if you still need Concord Keps, you can grab the one here at the church. And that should put you at 29. There's one more we can grab. Unless you have all 30, then that's fine too. Make sure you activate the bonfire inside the church as well. And then after you activate it, head outside. We're going to go through that dark room again. And we're going to go left. And then through the dark room with the invisible enemies. And look, if you've been following along, you guys know I kept getting grabbed at this part. But your boy finally did it. Your boy did not get caught. So that deserves a like on the video in itself. Make that thumb button blue for me. And grab this ring just down here below that banister. I'm trying to aim for 0 dislikes on this video, and I think that's very much achievable, if you know what I'm saying. After that, proceed forward through the lake until you get to the distant manor bonfire and then activate that. We're not going to go to the dungeon just yet. We're going to make our way up to Pontiff. And on your way to Pontiff, you'll remember this room with the knights in there. You just want to come outside, go around the right side, and you're going to find another ring hidden in this area. Alright, after you grab that, keep making your way through, up the stairs, until you get to Pontiff. You can also open up the shortcut here. That way, if you do die in the boss, at least you can just reopen it. And again, you know that just leads right back to the church. What you also want to do here, try to take out these guys. So I recommend opening that shortcut anyways, because you want to take out these spellcasters and enemies over here on the right. And if we go behind here, you're going to find another ring. So you have to take out all of those enemies, but with the pyro spells, it's really, really easy. Then after that, you can finally challenge Pontiff. Make sure you beat him. Activate the bonfire. And then next up, we've got a long run here. So we're going to go from Pontiff's bonfire. We're going to go up the stairs, through this area here, and then under this platform. Go up the stairs to the right. Make your way inside to Pontiff's room. You would have been here last playthrough, but this time we're going on this side. And you'll find another ring. So the Ring of Favor +1. And then you can take the lift down into Pontiff's room to continue. You can head back outside of Pontiff's boss room. Make your way to that illusionary wall in the building. And then come down to this reservoir. You'll remember this area here because it had the 2 Pontiff beasts in it. And it also had the Aldrich Faithful Covenant in the corner over there. So what you want to do is activate the bonfire. And you should have enough human dregs for this. There's also one right at the start of this area. So you can grab a human dreg. Now you only need 10 for this and I have 12. You should have done this through invasions. It's pretty easy. And then what you'll do is come over here, speak to him, offer the human dregs. We're just going to offer all of them. You only need 10 and you're going to get one of these spells. So these are required for the trophies that require the spells. That was a nightmare to say. After you've done that, we're completely done with Aldrich Faithful. And then we'll continue through the level until we go to Anor Londo. And then we get to the Spiral Tower. So this leads up to the Aldrich boss fight. And on your way up there as well, before you get to the boss room, you'll remember this area. And it's got all these casters, and you can grab a Concord Kep. Now, I thought this guy was a fucking dick. And then behind him, it turns out there was another fucking dick. So yeah, guys, more of the story. Just make sure you're not getting blasted from behind. And once you kill them, you can then finally grab the Concord Kep. This should be your 30th one. Or if you already had 30, that's great too. But if you didn't, there's another one there for you. And then what we'll do is we'll head down into this area. And we want to use the lever towards the doorway just to open it up. So that way if we die on the boss or whatever the case may be, at least you can run back nice and easy. Now watch out for the spider that drops from above, of course, and then use the coiled sword to go back to the bonfire that you last rested at. That's going to take you back to the Spiral Tower. Then you can just use the switch to adjust the tower to go down to the Dark Moon Covenant. You'll remember it's that lady in the white dress. So you'll go down here. You'll activate the bonfire. You should have 30 Concord Keps. If for some reason you don't and you followed my guide, I'm not sure why, but just go kill some knights up at the Anor Londo bonfire and get 30 of them. But once you have 30, speak to her and offer all 30 of these delicious ears for her. I don't know what the fuck she does with them, but we don't really care. What we're after is a ring. So as you can see, We've got the ring, but we've also got a new spell, which is also for a trophy. So you should get a ring and the Dark Moonblade spell. Now we're going to get another ring that's nearby her. This one requires a little bit of hardcore parkour, so what you'll do is just go down the wooden beams, and you're going to just try and land on each wooden beam. So there we go. You can grab all the unnecessary shit on the way down if you want, but ultimately we're coming down to this platform, and we're trying to get a ring. So just try to find your footing. It's going to be over here in this corner. Now that'll get you another ring, and then you can use the sword fragment to go back to the bonfire you last rested at, which is the Anor Londo, and then head forward through the door we opened and then kill Aldrich. By now you should be able to fight him even easier. You have the spell and you know all of his mechanics. Then you can go back to the Distant Manor bonfire and then go down into the dungeon. Now I did show all of this because, dude, this place sucks ass. And if I made you go through here blind, I wouldn't forgive myself. So from the bonfire, we're going to run forward. We're going to make our way over this bridge. They're absolutely destroying my health bar. We're going to go right, then through this cell here, go all the way straight, and then open up this cell door. Then we're going to open the shortcut just in case we need it. Then we're going to drop down off the ledge. And we're going to kind of hug to the right because there are some enemies in the cages to the left or the cells to the left. So you can run past them or you can just quickly kill them. But you kind of want to hug the right side. Make your way outside, go down the stairs. There's going to be even more enemies here. So fuck that guy. Then there's going to be 2 more guys. Watch out for the guy with the crossbow. You can quickly take them out. With the pyromancies in this game are just broken. Like every Souls game, the magic is just fucked, man. Okay, and then you can head up the stairs and to the right and then drop down in this hole. You're going to land next to the giant. That'll avoid waking him up. And then we can drop down to this platform. And then you'll be on a little bridge. You can make your way forward and we're going to drop down over here. So just make sure you drop down with enough health. So make sure you are healing. And then once you're down here, there's going to be some rats, but you can just quickly run over into this area and find a lift. We're going to take the lift up, and you want to be kind of mindful where we're going to jump off because you'll see a platform right at the start, and that'll be another ring. There you go, guys. So 91 rings. After you grab this ring, you're going to continue through the Irithyll Dungeon to get to the Profaned Capital. Activate the Profane Capital bonfire so that way we can have this area unlocked. After you've done that, make your way back down. I like to do it the quick way. And then after that, you'll head over this kind of crumbled wall here or rubble. We're going to go down to our right. And at the very bottom here, you're going to find another ring. Just make sure you don't fall because it just sort of stops abruptly. And then after that, go back up the stairs. Keep going all the way up. You'll run past that sort of wall crumble or rubble that you jumped down. And then you'll find a wooden platform where a gargoyle jumps you, but you can just quickly run inside this building. Now follow the path. We're going to go left. We're then going right. And then we're going to go right at the first entrance. And then we will go left, then go all the way to the end here, and then go right. So just follow that exact path. You'll be on this wooden platform. You can jump down into the swamp. If you're quick, you'll definitely not get poisoned because you can just be on the land pretty fast. You then go up the ladder onto this building. This is that building where we killed the sorcerer in previous playthroughs. But instead of going all the way up, if you just make your way around the side here, there's going to be a ledge you can drop down to, and you can find another ring. So you can see where we're at. And then grab the flame stone plate ring. After that, use the sword fragment to go back to the last bonfire. And then this time, make your way forward to go fight Yhorm. Yhorm's very easy as always, so go kill him. And then you'll go into the dancer's room and kill her. And then after you kill the dancer, that unlocks the ladder right here in her room. So we'll go up the staircase. We're going to go to the left. And this will be where the Consumed King boss fight is. So we're in his kind of garden area. There'll be that big knight again. You can either just avoid him or kill him. But go down the lift. Be careful because sometimes he can just drop down in on you. And yeah, he can really fuck your day up. Make sure we go all the way down to the bottom. Because we're going to find a ring. Now, you likely will get poisoned or I think it's actually toxic. I think it's the fucking terrible one. So if you're quick, you'll avoid it. I would definitely try to avoid it because, yeah, toxic sucks ass. And so, yeah, quickly take that one and then go back up the lift and then jump off on the second platform. And then what we want to do is, again, a little bit of parkour. So you're going to jump on this staircase here. You're going to run and hug the wall and then jump over. Look, I'll be honest, it's a little fucking dodgy, man. Like, this game doesn't have a jump button like Elden Ring, so just be mindful of that. But if you fall, you can take the lift back up. After that, continue through the area to kill the boss, and you can use my cheese method again by getting him stuck on the side there on the tree roots. Activate his bonfire and then go through his doorway. Then you'll go through the Untended Graves until you get to this boss fight, the champion Gundyr. And then you can activate the bonfire and then head to the alternative Firelink Shrine. This time we're going to go up the stairs to the right when we get inside the shrine. We're going to go outside through the archways here. You're going to see the cell tower. But on the side of the cell tower is another ring for us. So the Ring of Steel Protection +1. That's going to be another ring down. And then from here we'll go right back into the Firelink Shrine. We're going to head all the way down. Now this one's going to be at the back of the thrones. It's behind the throne at the very top. So just wrap around the staircases, make your way up, and then you'll find it behind the throne at the very top. So it's going to be the life ring +3. After that, there's one more thing you can grab in case you need another ending. You remember the Firekeeper's eyes are located in this area. So go over this way and then break the illusionary wall and then grab the Firekeeper's eyes. Again, you only really need this if you need another ending, but if you've been following the guide and you were able to save scum and back up your save, then you don't really need these. It's just you kind of need to do whatever ending you need. But after that, we're going to make our way back to the Dancer's Bonfire, go up the ladder, and instead of going left, this time we're going to go straight. This takes us through Lothric Castle. And we're going to skip past the knights and keep going to our right. And eventually you'll hit the bonfire and then you'll go to the Dragon Barracks bonfire, which is this one we're at now. And what we're going to do this time, instead of doing the dragon cheese that we've been doing throughout the guide, we're going to come over here and drop down. And we're going to make our way inside through the left. Keep going around. You can avoid all of these enemies. They're fairly slow. They can hit pretty hard, but they're pretty slow, so just keep rolling. You'll see that this is kind of the area we're in, but you're going to keep going up the stairs. Now, if you're really quick, you can run through this area, or you can go up there and then wait for the fire to go away and then run back. But we have a lot of health, so we're just going to run through it and then heal. And that way you don't have to worry about killing the dragon. We can make our way up, kill all the enemies there in the area, including the dragon corruption. Come outside here, around the back, and there's a ledge you can drop down right here to grab another ring. So that's the life ring +2. After that, use the coiled sword to go back to the last bonfire. Open up the shortcuts and then make your way to the top to grab that sunlight medal. If you don't have all the sunlight medals, you can activate that shortcut as well. Now, before we turn in those sunlight medals, you can also kill the Dragonslayer armor really quick. I don't know what happened, but he wanted to go out with a bang, so he did a little bit of extra shit there. But go ahead and take him out, light the bonfire, and before we go to the Grand Archives, we're going to instead turn around. We'll go back to where that lift shortcut was in the sunlight medal right there, but instead we're going to go around the right. You'll find that ladder that's on the side of the building. Make your way all the way up. Kill the enemies here. Again, there's going to be 3 skeletons. Or grunts, whatever the hell you want to call them. And then make your way down. Kill the knight in this hallway. And then you'll find the glorious incandescent sun gods that we can offer our sunlight medals to. And we're going to get 2 miracles from it, which will count towards our miracle trophy. So again, you need at least 30 of those to hit max rank to get those abilities. And then you can open the doorway here. And before we leave this area, we're going to go around to the left. We're going to drop down where this broken wall is. You can kill the dragon corruption again right here if you'd like for the souls, but you don't need to. You mainly just want to head up here past that mimic, and then you're going to get a dark stone plate ring. So as you can see, we only need 8 rings. Go ahead and use your coiled sword to make it back to the bonfire. And then lastly, from the Dragonslayer armor, we're going to run backwards again. So opposite way of the Grand Archives. You'll see the doorway we went from the sunlight metals, so that's to our right. But this time we're going to go left. We're going to go into this sort of chapel area. And then we're going to go left again to go outside. And what you want to do here is there's a spot you can actually drop down. Make sure you have enough health, so I recommend being full health just in case. Be careful doing that as well, because I almost just ate shit. And then come around the side here and you'll find another hidden ring. Only 7 rings, guys. Let's get it. Alright, so next up, we're going to use that to go over to the Grand Archives. So from the Dragonslayer Armor Bonfire, go to Grand Archives and then go through the doorway. The Grand Archives is simple. You're just making your way up to the top, just like before. And just a quick refresher, you'll be out here on the building or the rooftops, and you'll find some gargoyles. So just make your way past them and keep going around. And then eventually you'll make your way past some enemies where you can activate a shortcut. Then you're going to go left and then up the stairs here. This will bring you to the top of the roofs. And then up very top here, you'll find a ring we've grabbed before. So you shouldn't need that. You can grab it anyways. But the main ring we want to grab is actually hidden in here now. So again, that's how you get that ring. And then immediately from here, you can just drop down. There's another ring we're going to get. We have to go inside this area here. Drop down. Be careful and make sure you land on the beam. Otherwise you can die. And then roll inside the birdcage. You should already have that, but you can grab that again if you don't have it for whatever reason. Now from the beams here, you just want to drop down to the 2nd level. And then from here, we're going to go forward. And you want to do this part kind of quick so he doesn't keep shooting you. Otherwise, he can knock you off, and that'd probably suck. And then you're going to come over to the corner here, and you're going to grab another ring. So that puts us at 5 rings left. And then from here, you can use the coiled sword to return back to your last bonfire. Then you can head back to the Irithyll Dungeon. And as always, I'm going to guide you through because I hate this fucking place. And keep going forward. Go left over the bridge as usual. Then we're going to go left through that door that we opened, the shortcut. We're going to run all the way to the end here. And then you can drop down through this doorway. Now make your way through here. If the lift is down, you can just pull the lever. Wait for that to come up and then take it down. Now once it's down, we're going to go to the Archdragon Peak. So to do that, you just do the Path of the Dragon emote. So activate that. Give it about 6 seconds. You'll make your way all the way through this gauntlet for the Ancient Wyvern. And for some reason, man, in my last New Game Plus Plus run, not only did the Wyvern glitch on me, but there's a glitch that happens a bit later on. So if this happens, unfortunately, you just have to kill yourself. At least I couldn't figure out how to fix him. I tried a few different things, and I had to just die. So yeah, he glitched, and there you go. But after you kill him, you obviously continue on through the Archdragon Peak, and you'll come to this bonfire here, the mausoleum. And then eventually, if you keep going through the area, you'll come to this bonfire here. To the left is a boss fight. We will be finally fighting him for the Nameless King trophy. So we haven't killed the Nameless King yet. We saved him for last, so that way you don't have to keep killing him. And then what we'll do is we'll come out this way from that bonfire, head all the way down. There's going to be a lot of enemies here. You can kill them all, or you can quickly run. There's a lot though, so you'll probably die. I recommend, you know, slowly killing some of them. But in the corner here is going to be another ring that's hidden. But yeah, I recommend killing them just to make it a little bit easier. And then we're finally going to be killing the Nameless King. So in our first 2 playthroughs, we didn't kill the Nameless King. If you have, that's fine as well. You do need his soul to turn in for some items. And then also you get a trophy for it. So if you haven't done it, that's fine. Or if you have, that's fine as well. But as you can see, another glitch in this area for me. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I was literally stuck in the wall. I tried everything and I had to quit out and then back in. It was kind of shit. But I'm going to show you the majority of this fight just so you can kind of see how I killed him. So I started attacking just the dragon's head. If you do enough damage on the head, it does actually stagger him. And you also want to dodge the Nameless King's attack because he'll attack you while you're attacking the dragon. But again, if you do enough damage on the head, you can run up and then do a visceral. That's going to do a lot of damage, and just capitalize on that and keep throwing your shit at him. Not like you're actually, like, keep throwing pyromancy spells at him. And then eventually you're going to kill him. I was getting very unlucky on my throws because I was just trying to end it. But then once you kill him, you actually have to fight the Nameless King. So if you need to pot up, make sure you drink some of your flasks. And then what you want to do is dodge his attacks. So you roll through that one and then roll through that one. He's a really cool boss fight, but he can be intimidating. If you have embers, I recommend using that as well because you can see I didn't have the ember on. But yeah, just kind of play very safe. I mean, you're using a spell that you can throw fairly quick. It keeps you at a distance as well. But just always make sure you have enough stamina to avoid an attack. You can see a few times here I leave myself wide open or I dodge a bit late. Just be better than me, guys. It's not hard. You guys are already better than me, so just stay better. But as you can see, I'm literally just running backwards and I'm just chucking the ball of fire at him. If he's going to do a charge attack or things like that, I tend to wait it out. Or like that, I got unlucky and he jumped. You can do a couple melee swings as well and then dip backwards. But you want to just keep making sure you have enough stamina to dodge. Making sure that you pause between pyromancy casts so then your stamina does replenish. Dodging his big dick moves like that do a shit ton of damage. Holy shit, dude. I thought that was the big dick. Okay, that's the big dick damage move you want to avoid. So yeah, he kind of Zeus spears from the sky, and you do not want to get hit by that because as you can see, my health bar took the day off. Avoid all of those big attacks. Quickly heal up if you need to. And again, if you have embers, ember up because that extra bit of health does make a difference. And eventually, you guys will kill the Nameless King. You get a trophy for it as well as the boss soul that we can then use at the transposer in the Firelink Shrine. So there you go, guys. Soul of the Nameless King. You'll get a trophy. And we won't leave his area just yet. So after you defeat him, go ahead and activate the bonfire. And then directly ahead of us is going to be a ring. Now there is a Titanite slab somewhere on here as well. You can see all the random items as we run through here. And that upgrades your weapon from +9 to +10. So if you want, you can grab that as well. But you should already have that trophy. So keep going until you get to this third staircase over here. Make your way up and then grab the 104th ring. After that, guys, then we will kill the tree boss to get the kiln. So that way we can transpose for our last couple items. Or we can also just do this to get the Mound Maker Covenant items. So if you haven't turned in the Covenant items for Mound Maker, which is the vertebrae shackles, all you do is you kill the tree boss, come over to this altar, and then offer the shackles. And then offer all 30, and you will see that we get a pyromancy spell. It would be our last one. So as long as you've been following the guide, that should have been your last one. If not, just see which one you're missing, and then I'll have those in the comments below. But now that you have the kiln, you can give it to my boy here who will let you buy different items with boss souls. So he lets you buy spells as well as rings. And this is basically our cleanup. So you can see here the number held on the right tells you if you have all of them. That was the only sorcery we were missing. So again, if you're following the guide, you should just be missing the Crystal Hail. And then come over and buy the Lightning Storm. And then after the Lightning Storm, we're going to buy the Bountiful Sunlight. And that's going to give us the Miracle Trophy also. Now the last thing we have to do is we need 3 rings left, and thankfully my boy's got us covered because he sells all 3 of the rings. So go to the very bottom of the list and buy all 3 rings. That's going to pop your Master of Rings trophy and your Platinum trophy, guys. And again, if you were unable to get all endings with save scumming, then you can play through and then get your last ending on this playthrough as well, since we're basically done. But other than that, guys, that's it. We have completed Dark Souls in under 9 parts. I tried to make it very easy to follow as well as very condensed to save your time. I hope it really did help you. I really appreciate the time you guys give my videos. Again, if it did, leave a like as it'll help my content be recommended. And lastly, if you're one of the real ones who made it all the way to the end, why don't you leave a comment below that says, The Dark Soul. Other than that, guys, thank you again so much for watching. Thanks for your time. It's very much appreciated. If you like what I do here, check out my Patreon in the description, or even leave a comment or share the video. It does get my content out there.